I'm a DC superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 200, The Real Crisis, 5000. Although only a vague answer was obtained from Anton, it also confirmed many of Carlson's original conjectures. After mastering enough intelligence, Carlson was finally able to report the specific situation to the Black Salted Egg at the headquarters and formulate a response strategy. After he left, Anton moved freely in the meteorite crater base. Anton approached Thor's hammer and tried to pick up the hammer, but of course he failed. In the most basic setting, Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, can only be lifted by someone it considers worthy of trust, and whoever lifts it will have the power of Thor. Under popular conditions, those who can be recognized by Thor's hammer probably have the two major characteristics of purity of mind and firm will. As for the final battle, when Captain America picked up Thor's hammer in a critical situation, it seemed natural, but Anton actually felt that it was more like Thor's hammer. Mjolnir was unwilling to let the mistress take over after Thor had the Stormbreaker, so he cheated on his own and greened Thor. But Thor saw Captain America picking up Mjolnir and yelled, "I knew it a long time ago." This kind of emotional drama is really eye-opening. Anton loosened his hand before Thor got Stormbreaker. Even if someone who met the conditions tried to pick up Thor's hammer, Mjolnir would not open his heart to him. However, he had a vague idea. If Wonder Woman covered Thor's hammer with the same divine power, would she be recognized by Mjolnir? Well, I can find a chance to try it later. Anton. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Turning around, it turned out to be Hawkeye. Although this is our first meeting, I'm not unfamiliar with your name. A formal member of the Justice League and the spokesperson for Batman. Hawkeye stood at the entrance of the crater. His eyes fell sharply on Anton. "What's the matter?" Anton looked at Hawkeye with a flat tone. "I'm Clint Barton. You can call me Hawkeye." Hawkeye retracted his sharp eyes and said slowly, "Although I know you know me, I still feel the need to introduce myself." Anton said, "If you don't have anything to do, I hope to be alone for a while. One more thing." Hawkeye said, "It's nice to see you here." After that, he turned and left. Anton looked at Hawkeye's back and always felt that the purpose of this guy coming to greet him was not so pure. Demonstration? Not like that. It's more like a kid who lost a fight in the past. Seeing teammates from the opponent's team come to his territory, he couldn't help but come to provoke, but couldn't provoke openly. Probing? Anton thought for a moment, and he figured out Hawkeye's awkward mentality at this time. After Hawkeye greeted Anton, he met Carlson. "Did you go to see Anton?" Carlson had just reported the situation to the headquarters. Although he didn't pay attention to Hawkeye's actions, he could also think of Hawkeye's purpose in looking for him. "How is it?" Carlson asked. "What do you think? I can't see through it." Hawkeye shook his head. He has a kind of confidence, very strong confidence. From his answer, I can feel that no matter what happens, he will not be shaken, as if everything is within his expectations. They do know a lot of things, some of which are even levels that S.H.I.E.L.D. has never touched upon. Carlson sighed. As Black-Boiled Egg's closest subordinate, although Black-Boiled Egg has remained silent recently and has not shown any unusual reactions, Carlson can see Black-Boiled Egg's anxiety. Thinking of some of the conversations between Black-Boiled Egg and Batman in New York before, Carlson felt a little cold in his heart. Obviously, there are really some problems within S.H.I.E.L.D. These problems may cause S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization that has been established for decades, to fall apart. This is why we value the Justice League. Carlson said, if the Justice League only possessed extraordinary powers and powerful military force, we would not take it so seriously. The key is that the Justice League has intelligence sources beyond S.H.I.E.L.D., and they seem to know a lot of real secrets. Well, Hawkeye frowned. Information gap? Yes, relying on the information gap, the Justice League can lead S.H.I.E.L.D. by the nose. This is the most terrifying thing about the Justice League. Carlson nodded, and then said, from Anton's recent actions, it can be seen that he is a core member of the Justice League. Although we don't expect him to betray the Justice League, his defense against S.H.I.E.L.D. does not seem to be as deep as Batman and others. Barton, we have to find a way to get more useful information from Anton. This is very important. I understand. Hawkeye nodded. After thinking for a moment, thinking of Coulson's report just now, he asked, does the headquarters have any instructions? The headquarters asked us to act according to the situation, but they will keep an eye on it at any time. If there is a real crisis, they will immediately support us. Coulson said. Anton promised me that the Justice League will take action at the critical moment. Who will they send to fight? Hawkeye was a little excited for a while. Thinking of his old opponents, he always felt that it was time to save face. Wonder Woman. Coulson's answer made Hawkeye's expression stiffen, and he turned his head in surprise. Didn't expect it? Coulson shrugged. I told you a long time ago that Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, is real. At this time, Thor was locked in the glass room of the base. To put it bluntly, it was a very advanced glass prison to prevent Thor from escaping. As for Jane Foster and others who rescued Thor from the SHIELD base in the original plot under the name of research team members, they were also directly invited by SHIELD to the base for tea. Now that they knew the whole story, they didn't pay much attention to the research team composed of Jane Foster and others. However, considering that this research team might have a lot of advanced information, they didn't let them leave for the time being. The 3 members of the research team and Thor were imprisoned in the same place by SHIELD. Everyone looked at each other through the glass in silence. I knew I shouldn't have come to save him. Daisy was dejected. My future is over. I won't be locked up by this mysterious organization until I die of old age, will I? Please, I'm not even married yet. Daisy, please stop talking. Jane Foster rolled her eyes. I think we can still be saved. Who are you? Eric stared at Thor in front of him. This mysterious organization has not tortured us yet, but has confiscated all our research data, backups, and even backups of backups, which shows that they seem to know what they want to do. I'm Thor. Thor seemed to have gotten used to the current situation and smiled at the 3 people in front of him. Believe me, they won't hold us for too long. What do you mean? They already know who I am. As long as they are sure that I'm not a threat, they won't do anything to me. As for you, you are useless to them. When the time comes, they will naturally let you go. Thor found joy in suffering and did not feel miserable. After learning the result of his father's death from Loki, he learned to accept the fact that he was exiled and prepared to learn to be an ordinary person. After all, he was once the Prince of Asgard. Although he was a bit reckless, he was not stupid. Thor could understand SHIELD's idea, and he was very sure that the other party would not kill him as long as they were sure that he was not a threat. Even if he was exiled, he was still the Prince of Asgard from another country and was once known as the god of thunder on Earth, and even left behind the myth of Zeus. With such a background, SHIELD would definitely be cautious and would not add unnecessary details. They didn't know that during their communication, a storm appeared about a few kilometers outside the SHIELD base. It was a storm caused by abnormal energy fluctuations, as if someone opened a space channel. Bang! Coulson was talking to Hawkeye when an agent suddenly came to him with an anxious look on his face and said seriously, "Sir, a large number of energy indexes appeared, and the news is that it is about 3 kilometers northwest, which is similar to what we estimated that night. Take your weapons, and let's go and take a look." Coulson thought of Anton's instructions. Thor is not a threat. Thor's existence will attract some kind of threat. Do these abnormalities mean that the threat brought by Thor has already arrived on Earth? Coulson did not dare to relax at all, and quickly led the convoy to the place with the highest energy index on the radar map. But when they arrived at the scene, they found only a circular magic circle on the ground. The magic circle was embedded in the ground and engraved with exquisite patterns. The key is that there was no one. Are you late? Coulson's face changed slightly. Go back immediately. On the other side, 4 guys in strange costumes passed through the town and came to the meteorite crater base where Thor was imprisoned. These are naturally Thor's friends in Asgard. The 3 warriors of Asgard, Volstagg, Hagen, Fandral, and the female warrior Sif. In order to take Thor home, they did not hesitate to violate the order of Loki, who temporarily took over the throne and came to Earth. This behavior has touched on treason. However, they were extremely disgusted with Loki's behavior, and they believed that only Thor was suitable to take over the throne, and they didn't care about it. As long as Thor can return to Asgard and ascend the throne, their crimes will naturally disappear. After arriving at the meteor crater base, Hagen felt something. Thor is inside. Mjolnir is also inside. Thor hasn't found his divine power yet. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to let him return to Asgard? We have no way out. Even if he is immortal, he is the king of Asgard. You're right. The Asgard quartet was about to enter the meteor crater base when they saw a man standing in front of them. I don't know who you are, but you must not be from Earth. Hawkeye looked coldly at the guys in strange costumes in front of him. He learned all the information from Coulson, so he could naturally associate these guys with Asgard. Whoosh! Hawkeye pulled out the arrow behind him, bent his bow, and aimed at the quartet. His palms turned red, and the amazing heat distorted the air, and even the tightly grasped bow and arrow emitted a red light, which was a symbol of overflowing energy. He warned, I advise you to stop and surrender. This place is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Earthlings, friendly reminder. Volstagg did not take Hawkeye's warning seriously. Instead, he laughed and said, we are not the mortals you think. Don't block our way, otherwise you will regret it. Then try it. Hawkeye did not change his expression. He loosened the bowstring and injected all the heat energy from the bow into the arrow. It flew out like red lightning. Boom! Exclamation mark. Volstagg swung his battle axe to block the arrow. Then he casually said to his companions, you go find Thor. I'll play with him. Sif and others nodded, jumped up, almost flew into the air, and directly entered the meteorite crater stronghold. Like Volstagg, they did not take Hawkeye's warning seriously. Are all you visitors from another world so arrogant? Hawkeye's expression was cold. He quickly pulled out his arrows and shot them continuously to stop Volstagg's progress, and then moved towards the location of the crater base. He wanted to stop these people before Coulson came back. Besides, he was not that worried. Anton was still in the pit. Although he was somewhat hostile to the Justice League, to some extent, it just proved the strength of the Justice League. He still remembered Anton's confident expression when he faced Anton just now. With Anton's confidence, it should not be a problem to deal with a few visitors from another world. Besides, Wonder Woman. Hawkeye's mind flashed a thought quickly. Daughter of Zeus. Since the real visitors from another world have appeared, then you should be here too. Thor. Sif found the glass prison. Before they landed on Earth, they first located Thor's position to ensure that they could find Thor as soon as possible in order to achieve their goal. Sif. Thor was overjoyed, and through the glass, his face was full of joy. Why are you here? Not only me, but also Volstagg, Fandral and Hagen. Sif said, we are here to take you back to Asgard. Bang. As she spoke, Sif smashed the special glass in front of her with all her strength. Thor looked at Jane Foster and the other two in the other room and said to Sif, do me a favor and rescue them too. No problem. A moment later, they came to the edge of the crater. At this time, Volstagg and Hawkeye's battle was still going on. Fandral and Hagen dealt with other agents and caught the figures of Sif and Thor. They looked happy and ran over excitedly. Thor, it's great to see you. Me too. Guys, although I'm happy to see you, you will be punished for coming here. Thor looked around worriedly. I won't go back to Asgard with you. Why? Sif and others looked at Thor in surprise. This sentence didn't sound like the Thor they remembered could say. My father died because of me. I decided to become a mortal to make up for my past mistakes. Thor said. Thor. Sif and the others looked at each other and then said solemnly, your father is still alive. What? Thor was shocked. At this moment, he thought of Loki's remarks and his punishment of being deprived of his divine power, and immediately realized that there were many problems in this. Loki. There is no doubt that his brother is playing tricks. At the same time, Anton stood on the edge of the crater, watching the battle between Hawkeye and Volstagg, his face a little strange. He knew the actions of the Asgard Four, but he didn't take it to heart. Because he knew that the Asgard Four were not enemies. The misunderstanding at this time was not chaos at all. At best it was a drizzle before the storm. When the real enemy appears, it will set off real chaos. I didn't expect that Hawkeye actually injected the Extremis virus. Anton stared at the battle in front of him, surprised. The plot has changed a lot because of his appearance. Although the general direction has not changed, there are more variables in the details. He really didn't expect that in the original plot, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, who had not been strengthened from beginning to end, was actually injected with the extremis virus. When shooting the arrow, Hawkeye's body flashed red, injecting the energy in his body into the arrow to increase the power of the arrow. In addition, after the arrow was shot, Hawkeye and Volstag's hand-to-hand combat further showed the changes in Hawkeye after being injected with the extremis virus. Anton, who once transformed into Cyborg to defeat Killian, was very clear about the characteristics of the extremis virus. After being abused by Batman and Green Arrow in succession, Hawkeye decided to improve himself. After learning from the pain, Anton pondered and felt that it was very likely. Anyway, with the research strength of SHIELD, the extremis virus, a human enhancement technology that has solved the key difficulties, is easy to master. As for the areas that need to be improved, SHIELD's research team is of course stronger than Killian's pioneering technology. Besides, Tony Stark, the intellectual ceiling of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is still a special consultant to SHIELD. Solving the side effects of extremis is not a problem for Tony. Kai. One black car after another stopped at the edge of the crater. Coulson got out of the car quickly. He saw the situation at the scene and immediately caught Hawkeye fighting with the mysterious enemy. His face changed slightly. He immediately ordered the agents around him. Go help Hawkeye. Understood. The agents in the car picked up their weapons and swarmed towards Hawkeye's position. Thor and others were in that direction. Seeing this, Sif, Fandral, and Hogan picked up their weapons and prepared to take Thor out of the siege. At the same time, Coulson found Anton, who was watching the excitement on the side. Where is Wonder Woman? He looked solemn. Didn't you say that Wonder Woman would appear at the critical moment? This is not a critical moment. Anton spread his hands. You don't think that they are the ultimate trouble? What do you mean? Coulson turned his head suddenly, stared at the visitors from another world in strange costumes, and turned to look at Anton. Are you saying they are not enemies? Yes, they are not enemies. Anton nodded. Coulson, tell your people to stop, conserve their strength, and save some ammunition. The real crisis is just about to begin. Chapter 201. She's already here. A real crisis? Coulson's face changed slightly, and he immediately pressed the communicator. Stop the attack. Barton. Stop the attack. The other party is not an enemy. After several consecutive urgings, the shield agent stopped. Bang. Hawkeye just collided with Volstagg. His whole body turned red, and the bow and arrow in his hand turned into a two-edged scimitar, and the heat wave rolled when he swung. In Anton's vision, Hawkeye at this time was very different from the Hawkeye in his memory. The extremis virus has indeed brought an unusual change to Hawkeye. Whoosh. After the collision, receiving Coulson's order, Hawkeye took a few steps back, glanced at Coulson and Anton not far away, put away the scimitar in his hand, and stared at Volstagg coldly, as if warning him not to move. Good. It's fun to fight. Volstagg laughed. Human, you are a great warrior. You are not bad either. Hawkeye replied lightly. At this time, Coulson and Anton walked forward and saw Sif, Thor and others in front of them. Sif took the lead and stepped forward to explain. We have no ill intentions. We just want to take Thor away. Through the battle between Volstagg and Hawkeye, the four people from Asgard realized that the human beings now are different from those thousands of years ago. The human beings now have the capital to fight against the Asgardians. The Asgardians can no longer face the so-called mortals with a condescending attitude. I already know. Coulson looked at Thor. I know Asgard has no ill intentions towards the earth, but the reason why we imprisoned you is not to restrict you. I hope you can understand. I understand. Thor smiled and said, you just did what you should do. Then, Anton. Coulson was in the mood to ask the key point. What is the real crisis you are talking about? Of course. Anton was about to answer. Boom. The sky above was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder roared. The sun was blocked by the clouds, and the terrifying energy fluctuations gathered, shocking people. Sir, the energy index is rising sharply. Something is coming out. Someone reported immediately. Damn it. Without Anton saying anything more, Carlson already understood that this was what Anton called the real crisis. Hawkeye stared at the dark sky above his head, frowning, with an ominous premonition. What is it? Thor and the others' faces changed. They were familiar with this scene. The precursor to the opening of the space channel. Rainbow Bridge. Something is about to appear from the other end of the Rainbow Bridge. It must be sent by Loki. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light covered the ground next to the crater stronghold, setting off an astonishing wave of air, and sand and rocks flew in an instant. After the energy beam disappeared, a huge magic circle appeared. The guy standing on the magic circle was a huge robot that was almost 5 meters tall. In the eyes of Carlson and others, this was a robot. In the eyes of Thor and other Asgardians, this was the ultimate weapon created by Odin, which could easily destroy a city. Obviously, this ultimate weapon, at this time, obeyed Loki's instructions to wipe out everything. Loki. Thor was in a trance. Why? Why do you do this? It's the destroyer. Sif's face changed drastically. Damn it. Fandral, Volstagg, Hagen, we have to stop the destroyer's actions. You attract attention. I'll attack. After the Asgard quartet made a plan, they quickly dispersed. They were all very responsible and knew that the appearance of the destroyer was inseparable from themselves, so they took the initiative to solve this crisis. Seeing this, Hawkeye also understood the meaning of Carlson's call for himself and others to stop. He rushed towards the destroyer behind Sif and others, and thus formed a new team harmoniously with the Asgard quartet. Everyone was a brave and good fighter, and knew each other's ideas. Hawkeye understood that this big guy came from another world, Asgard, so it must be the Asgard quartet who knew the big guy's weaknesses better than himself, and he decided to stand up and contain him. Under the attention of everyone, he rushed to the destroyer, picked up the used arrows scattered on the ground during the previous battle, and reused them. Whoosh! The arrow filled with heat energy pierced into the head of destroyer and pierced it. Success. Hawkeye was delighted, but the next moment, his face changed drastically. The head of destroyer ignited with unusual flames, melting the arrows he shot into his body. At the same time, a huge high temperature beam shot out from the face of destroyer, instantly killing Hawkeye not far away. Boom! Exclamation mark. Hawkeye dodged hurriedly, and the ground under his feet was burned into magma by the high temperature beam. The air was distorted. The smell of burning was everywhere. Gudang. The surrounding shield agents were slightly terrified. They had never seen such a terrifying robot. I'm afraid Stark's armor can't compare to this big guy, Carlson muttered. Immediately afterwards, the Asgard quartet in front of him finally took action. Sif pierced destroyer with her javelin, and the remaining 3 warriors of Asgard, Volstagg, Fandral and Hagen, swung their weapons and cut off a part of destroyer's thigh and hands. But the destroyer shook his body, and the high temperature beams on his face shot out, forcing the Asgard quartet to retreat. The Asgard quartet and Hawkeye's new team were easily defeated, without any chance to fight back. What the hell is this? Carlson was shocked. It's called the Destroyer, the ultimate weapon created by my father. Thor sighed. Your father? Carlson asked. God King Odin? Yes. What should we do to kill it? With the power of Sif and the others, even with the guy who can shoot arrows, it is impossible to defeat the destroyer. There is only one way to end this. Thor looked at the destroyer not far away and took the initiative to step forward. That is to let me go. You? Carlson was stunned. Haven't you been stripped of your divine power and become immortal? Speaking of which, watching Thor step forward and walk towards the destroyer, Carlson remembered something and turned his head to look at Anton. Didn't you say that when the time comes, Wonder Woman will appear? Where is she? Carlson was very impatient. The situation was special now, and he couldn't calm down. Don't worry. Anton looks strange. She's already here. When he said this, Anton didn't pay attention to Carlson at all, but was observing another self on the glass lens through another perspective in front of him. TSK. A low but soft voice sounded. Don't say it. This big chest, these long legs. If I were a man. Bah. No, I'm a fucking man. 200 chapters. Sprinkle flowers. The update is okay in the past 2 days. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 202 Wonder Woman appears. She's here? Coulson was stunned, looking left and right, always feeling that Anton was fooling people. But Anton didn't have the heart to deal with Coulson at this time. He had just confirmed the exchange of Wonder Woman and separated Wonder Woman's clone. At this time, Diana Prince, the Wonder Woman clone led by Anton's consciousness, was behind the crater base, next to the glass facade. Anton Diana looked at his own appearance reflected on the glass facade with a strange expression. He subconsciously put his hands on his chest, but felt the hard armor. It felt like there was something more on his chest, and something was missing under his crotch, and it was a little leaky. Damn it, Wonder Woman's armor is actually wearing a skirt. Anton felt a chill, shook his head to wake himself up, and decisively eliminated the idea of lifting the skirt in his mind, and cast his eyes on the battle. That place was where the Asgard foursome, plus Hawkeye, fought against the Destroyer. Now I can't let myself immerse myself in the weird emotions of becoming a woman. I must find a place to divert my attention. Obviously, the Destroyer is a good target for diversion. Damn, this guy seems to have unlimited automatic repair ability. Hawkeye had a headache. He no longer had any extra arrows in his hand. Even the arrows scattered on the ground before had been used twice or even 3 times, so that they were broken into 2 pieces or completely burned to ashes by the flames. When the Asgard Four heard Hawkeye's words, they also showed the same distress. They knew the Destroyer better than Hawkeye, and knew the Destroyer's power better than Hawkeye. Almost endless energy and almost unlimited repair ability. Unless they could smash the Destroyer's body in an instant and completely destroy it. Otherwise, they would not be able to stop the Destroyer's pace. On Earth, the most well-known thing that can do this is probably the nuclear bomb. Drop a nuclear bomb on Pandy Antigo? S.H.I.E.L.D. would never do that. Anton. Coulson became even more impatient. Why hasn't Wonder Woman appeared yet? She's coming. Anton was in a complicated mood now, and had no time to pay attention to Coulson. He looked at Coulson impatiently and said unhappily, "She will definitely come out. Isn't it normal for a woman to be late? Do you still want to reason with a woman?" Coulson was speechless. In front of them. Boom! Exclamation mark. The high temperature beam of the Destroyer swept across and directly destroyed most of the crater stronghold. Even Thor's hammer and Mjolnir were exposed to everyone's sight. Bang! At the same time, the Destroyer punched Valstag and sent him flying dozens of meters away. He fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and couldn't get up for a long time. On the other side, Hogan and Vandal saw their companions being severely injured and rushed up to attack in extreme anger. They suffered the same fate as Valstag and fell to the ground. One of Hogan's feet even twisted strangely, and he wailed in pain. Thor. Seeing this, Sif turned her head and looked at Thor, hoping that he could pick up Thor's hammer. Thor was already trying. He came to the side of Thor's hammer, grasped the handle with both hands, and pulled hard, but Thor's hammer remained motionless. Damn it. Why is this happening? Thor roared to the sky, anxious and angry. Seeing this, Sif showed despair. At the critical moment, the Destroyer fired a high temperature beam, forcing Hawkeye to retreat, and also forcing her into a dead end. Boom. Another high temperature beam. Hawkeye flew and hid behind a boulder. The boulder exploded instantly when it was hit by the beam. Hawkeye quickly came to the side of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and others, looking very embarrassed. There was a wound on his forehead, left by the collision, and his cheek was scratched by small stones due to the explosion of the boulder. On the other side, the Destroyer came over the fallen Sif, not even bothering to give her a look of indifference, and walked straight to Thor, who was standing next to Thor's hammer. "Loki, I don't know what I did to make you hate me so much," Thor said. "No matter what you want to do, no matter how I wrongly blame you, whether I have made you come to this point, I sincerely apologize to you, but these people are innocent. Killing them will not bring you glory. If you want to kill me. Let's call a truce." The Destroyer stood in front of him. Everyone watched this scene, and time seemed to stand still. Thor and the destroyer stood opposite each other. Swish. The destroyer extinguished the fire on his face, and the fire in his body subsided. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh. The next moment, the destroyer clenched his fist, raised it high, and brought it down fiercely. No. Thor. Everyone watched this scene, revealing a cry of horror, pity, and grief. Boom. Exclamation mark. The destroyer's fist smashed down like a hammer. At the critical moment, a figure came from not far away. Boom. Exclamation mark. This figure seemed to break through the speed of sound, generating shockwaves. The surrounding air ripples turned into airwaves and swept out in an instant. Sand and rocks flew. The terrifying force fell on the waist of the 5-meter tall destroyer, directly destroying half of the destroyer's body. Boom. Exclamation mark. The destroyer was overwhelmed, and its huge body flew dozens of meters away, plowing a deep gully in the wasteland. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. The newly appeared figure was heroic, wearing quite revealing armor, with a pair of round and slender long legs. The armor outlined a perfect figure, long hair flying, thin lips outlined a slight arc, and a firm look in her eyes, like a female war god. Humph. The woman looked around. Her eyes were calm, but she could give people a strong pressure, as if she was born high and mighty. Who is she? The Asgardian visitor was shocked. This kind of dress seems to be worn only by Asgardians. But Sif and the others are very sure that they don't know such a powerful Asgardian female warrior. In their opinion, the power revealed by this female warrior when she knocked away the destroyer is almost comparable to that of Thor when he was still the god of thunder. People with such power will never be unknown anywhere. Who is she? Wonder Woman. Seeing this, Coulson finally breathed a sigh of relief. She finally appeared. While speaking, he called out to his stunned companions and urged them again and again. Quick, our reinforcement have arrived. Go and save people. Understood. The agents withdrew their reluctant gazes and immediately dragged the Asgardian foursome to a safe place. As for Thor, who was in the center of the crater, next to Thor's hammer, and Wonder Woman who had just appeared, they didn't care so much. That was not a battle they could intervene in. Who are you? Thor opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the woman in front of him, as if he saw the goddess of his dreams. Diana Prince, you can call me Wonder Woman. Anton Diana answered. Everyone is pushing me to post it, so I'll post it first. Thank you all for your tips. I'm sorry for the money. Chapter 203 I think I can. Wonder Woman's appearance shocked everyone. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was prepared for Wonder Woman's appearance. Although they were shocked, they were not surprised. Instead, they were excited as expected. The most shocked were the 4 people in Asgard and Thor who was beside Wonder Woman. The powerful divine power fluctuations emanating from Wonder Woman shocked Thor, who had lost his divine power, but still had vision and knowledge. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, where are you from? Thor couldn't suppress his curiosity and was about to ask. Before he could finish, he saw a powerful high temperature beam coming from a distance. It was the destroyer who was hit by Wonder Woman and flew away with half of his body sunken. He instantly repaired his body, stood up, and attacked Wonder Woman. Boom! Exclamation mark. Anton, the incarnation of Wonder Woman, had a thought, and the divine shield and the sword of Vulcan appeared in his hands. Clang! Exclamation mark. The high temperature beam was completely blocked by the divine shield. The terrifying high temperature beam split from both sides of Wonder Woman and smashed into the crater. In just a few blinks, the crater was completely transformed into a quagmire formed by magma. Only the most central area, where Thor's hammer is located, and the feet of Wonder Woman and Thor, remained intact under Wonder Woman's blocking. At this moment, the terrifying temperature continued to rise, and the air in the center of the crater was distorted by the high temperature. At a glance, people felt that Wonder Woman and Thor in the picture became blurred, and could not be seen clearly. Gudang. An agent swallowed his saliva, feeling terrified by the power displayed by both sides. Hawkeye saw this scene with a solemn expression. Although he also has the ability to increase his body temperature after being injected with the desperate virus, such a terrifying high temperature, even after being strengthened, he will most likely be evaporated instantly. On the other side, the Asgard 4 were carried to a safe place by the agents and gathered together. They had basically lost their fighting power and could only watch the battle unfold without being able to provide any help to this newly appeared comrade. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, who is she? Sif looked at her companions who were even more miserable than her. Have you heard of her? No. The three warriors of Asgard shook their heads in unison. Then, they simultaneously turned their eyes to the mortal leader Coulson and the team. Sif added, the divine power fluctuations on her body are very strong. This shows that she has a noble bloodline of the gods, and is definitely not from Earth. But you Earthlings don't seem surprised to see her appear, so you know who she is. Yes. Coulson nodded, and then he was a little surprised. She is the daughter of Zeus and Amazon Queen Hippolyta, Diana Prince. You can call her Wonder Woman. In other words, she is the daughter of Thor. Since you are Thor's comrades, how can you not know her? What? Sif and others were all shocked and extremely stunned. She is Thor's daughter? Impossible. We grew up with Thor, never heard of the Amazon Queen, and never saw Thor have children. She can't be Thor's daughter. Oh. Coulson frowned when he heard this. He didn't think Sif and others were deceiving him, but he also didn't think Anton was lying. Well, this is interesting. If there are no Amazons in this world, then what is the identity of Wonder Woman? He turned his head and looked at Anton beside him. Anton was too lazy to explain anything to Coulson. Some things become more and more unclear the more he explained them. Anyway, he didn't lie. Wonder Woman was the daughter of Zeus and the Queen of the Amazons, but Zeus and the Queen of the Amazons were not characters from this universe. He stared at the picture in front of him, his eyes slightly fixed, and most of his attention was transferred to Wonder Woman's body. At this time, Wonder Woman and the Destroyer collided again. This time, Loki, the manipulator behind the Destroyer, who was far away in Asgard, understood that he had encountered a strong enemy. He opened all the restrictions of the Destroyer, and the nearly endless terrifying energy fluctuated back and forth in the Destroyer's body. Swish. The power of the high temperature beam increased. Wonder Woman raised her shield to resist, and swung her sword to counterattack. Boom! Exclamation mark. Another amazing explosion was born with a thunderous roar. The flames shot up to the sky, and the magma exploded in all directions. In an instant, dangers arose, causing the people around to dodge in panic, fearing that they would be affected by the battle between the two sides. Thor still stood beside Thor's hammer. He no longer expected to pick up Thor's hammer at this critical moment. Instead, he looked at the fierce battle in front of him with a solemn look, and couldn't help but remind loudly, the Destroyer is the ultimate weapon created by my father. It has almost unlimited energy and permanent super self-repair ability. To defeat the Destroyer, you can only destroy it in an instant. Destroy in an instant? Anton thought for a moment in his heart, and a chop fell on the shoulder of the Destroyer, almost cutting off one of its arms. Then he jumped back, and took a few steps back. Seeing the Destroyer's injuries, he recovered quickly in a few blinks, and knew that Thor was right. To kill the Destroyer, you can only completely destroy it in an instant. This is also the case in the original plot. After Thor regained his divine power, he picked up Thor's hammer, burst out his divine power, and took down the Destroyer in one fell swoop. Wonder Woman is not weaker than Thor after he regained his divine power, but in terms of explosive power, Wonder Woman's divine power attribute is significantly different from the lightning attribute contained in Thor's divine power. However, Wonder Woman does have moves that emphasize explosive power. Relying on the protective silver bracelets worn on the forearms of both hands, the divine power in the body is condensed to form a divine power shockwave. At some times, this move can even cause damage to Superman. Of course, this depends on which version Superman is in, and what state he is in. In any case, it can be seen from this, that this move is powerful. Swish. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wonder Woman put away the divine shield and the sword of Vulcan in her hands, and with her hands spread out, she was about to collide the protective silver bracelets worn on her forearms with both hands. Everyone opened their eyes wide, knowing that Wonder Woman was going to get serious. Especially the people in SHIELD who have seen the movie are all looking forward to it. In the movie, Diana Prince relied on this move to cause great damage to Ares, the god of war. In reality, what kind of power will this move explode? Everyone held their breath and waited for the result. Boom! Exclamation mark. In a blink of an eye, the air vibrated, the airwaves were stirred, the earth trembled, and the terrifying divine power fluctuation spread in all directions, and the whole world seemed to be in chaos. The four Asgardians and Thor stared wide-eyed, feeling everything around them. This level of divine power fluctuations. Sif took a breath. She must have the blood of the God King flowing in her body. Is she really Thor's illegitimate daughter? Impossible. Volstagg decisively rejected Sif's guess. For thousands of years, we have been almost inseparable from Thor. If he really has an illegitimate daughter, we can't be unaware of it. But what is certain is that the origin of this woman, Wonder Woman, must be related to the gods. I agree with Volstagg's statement. Fandral and Hogan nodded. At the same time, the manipulator behind the destroyer, Loki, who was far away on the throne of Asgard, also foresaw the powerful blow that would be faced next through the destroyer's vision. He didn't intend to let Wonder Woman get her wish. But, so he urged the destroyer to run at full speed, and the energy in his body climbed to the peak, bursting out with extreme power. At the junction of the destroyer's metal body, the gaps between the stripes like zebras, the red light representing the flames was strong, the air was twisted and boiling, and the ground under his feet had been melted into a magma lake. The destroyer seemed to be suspended on the surface of the magma lake, his face locked on Wonder Woman. Both sides were using big moves. Everyone stared at this scene, not daring to blink, for fear of missing out on the exciting content. Boom. The destroyer condensed all the energy of the high temperature beam, shot out from his face like lightning, and went straight to Wonder Woman. The energy fluctuations brewing on it made people's scalps numb. Under Anton's control, the protective silver bracelets worn by Wonder Woman's two forearms also collided after brewing. Boom. The protective silver bracelets burst out with a violent divine power shockwave. In an instant, sand and rocks flew, and airwaves rolled. The transparent air ripples became substantial, like ripples on the lake's surface rippling around. Unparalleled powerful divine power appeared. The terrifying shockwave met the incoming high temperature beam and collided fiercely. Boom boom boom. With the collision point of the divine power shockwave and the high temperature beam as the center, a hurricane-like airflow was stirred up and rolled back. The surrounding agents were blown unsteadily by this strong hurricane, including Coulson, who was swaying left and right with a nervous look. Only Hawkeye was as steady as a mountain, but his expression was exactly the same as his companions. Fortunately, such a horrible battle took place in the wilderness. Hawkeye could not imagine that, if such a battle took place in the city, I don't know how much land would be destroyed. At this time, Thor, who was in the central area of the crater, stood beside Thor's hammer and ignored the traces of battle left around him, that is, the still boiling magma. He stared at the center of the collision, waiting for the final result. The power that Wonder Woman burst out was no less than that of him who was once the god of thunder. However, when the destroyer was at full strength, Loki was controlling him behind him, so it was difficult to judge the final outcome. Even Thor, who was extremely experienced in combat, could not see through the result. Finally, the impact of the airflow gradually disappeared. Wonder Woman stepped on a big hole and stood there panting, her chest heaving, looking like she had consumed a lot of energy. But she was safe and sound, not even a hair was damaged. Opposite her, the destroyer's entire chest was blown into an unprecedented huge hole by the divine shockwave. Flames gathered and burned in this hole. The red light on the destroyer's face flickered and extinguished from time to time, as if it was in a state of poor contact. Energy damaged? Thor could see the destroyer's current state at a glance. Despite this, his face did not improve, but sank slightly. It's bad. Wonder Woman's energy consumption is too great. Maybe she can't continue to fight at a high intensity. At the same time, the Asgardian quartet next to the SHIELD agents also immediately understood the destroyer's state. Being able to fight the destroyer like this is already an amazing success. Don't forget, it is the ultimate weapon created by the king of the gods, Odin, in his heyday. Even Thor in his heyday would not have an easy time dealing with the destroyer. The quartet was somewhat desperate. Thor did not do so. He fixed his eyes on Wonder Woman and could not help but remind her loudly, although you damaged the energy core of the destroyer, you did not completely destroy it. It will continue to repair its body. It's almost there. Just a little bit more. Wonder Woman heard this, and there was no expression on her beautiful face. Then, in the sight of everyone, the SHIELD agents, the Asgardian quartet, even Thor, and the manipulator behind the destroyer, Loki, who was far away in Asgard. Wonder Woman slowly came to the center of the crater, next to Thor. "What are you going to do?" Thor was quite surprised, and then showed a look of shock. He turned his head to look at his old friend beside him, and said in astonishment, "You want to pick up Mjolnir? I think I can." Wonder Woman's tone was calm, but revealed an unquestionable determination. It was as if she was extremely sure that she could pick up Thor's hammer. Chapter 204. One more trip to go. Wonder Woman reached out and grasped the handle of Thor's hammer in the center of the crater. Everyone was watching. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Wonder Woman and the handle of Thor's hammer she was holding tightly. Even Loki, the manipulator behind the destroyer, couldn't help but watch this scene, his breathing stagnant. Crack. Everyone seemed to hear a sudden thunderclap in their ears. Thor's eyes widened. As the former owner of Thor's hammer, he was very familiar with this sound. At this moment, Thor stared blankly at the scene in front of him, as if he had foreseen the scene of Wonder Woman picking up Thor's hammer. How is it possible? Thor's face was full of horror. At this moment, he thought of what his father, the king of the gods, Odin, said when he deprived him of his divine power and expelled him from Asgard. Whoever gets Thor's hammer, as long as he is qualified, can have the power of Thor. The thought flashed through his mind. Boom. Thunder roared, and the sky, which had just been clear, changed again. Dark clouds were pressing down. Countless thunderbolts gathered in the dark clouds, and with a huge roar, blue-purple lightning bolts darted back and forth in the clouds like fish. Everyone looked up, and then turned their eyes back to Wonder Woman. Zzzzzz. Wonder Woman's hands, which were tightly clenched on the handle of Thor's hammer, were covered by the lightning emitted from Thor's hammer. The lightning bolts, like spirit snakes, jumped onto Wonder Woman's body, but miraculously did not cause any harm to her, as if it was a pet that was born with her and obeyed her orders. "Get up!" Wonder Woman shouted softly. Boom! Exclamation mark. A bolt of lightning immediately struck from the dark cloud where thunderbolts gathered, hitting Wonder Woman, who finally raised Thor's hammer high. The light column formed by the lightning enveloped Wonder Woman. One by one, the sides were focused on the center of the crater. She really succeeded. Thor. Sif, is she really not Thor's illegitimate daughter? Shit, how should I know? Even the Asgard quartet, who were extremely sure that Thor could not have an illegitimate daughter, could not help but doubt Wonder Woman's true identity. They did not know what kind of magic Odin had cast on Thor's hammer. Therefore, they searched all their memories and could not explain the fact that Wonder Woman could lift Thor's hammer. One by one, they began to doubt their lives. Asgard. Loki, who was sitting on the throne, looked at this scene, stood up suddenly, stood up straight, and his gloomy face also showed a look of surprise. Thor appeared again. Loki, who was there watching Odin cast magic on Thor's hammer, was different from the Asgard quartet. He knew what happened. The woman lifted Thor's hammer, which meant that she completely inherited Thor's power. In this way, the end of the destroyer was doomed. The destroyer, who had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with the woman, and whose fighting power was greatly weakened, would no longer have any chance of winning when facing an enemy who had completely inherited the power of Thor. This could not be called a comeback, but a doomed defeat. "You force me to do it," Loki murmured, releasing the control over the destroyer and putting it into a trusteeship state. He then waved his hand to turn off the magic projection in front of him and walked towards the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. The back was resolute. After raising Thor's hammer, Wonder Woman completely obtained the power of Thor. Zzz. While picking up Thor's hammer, she stretched out her other hand, opened her 5 fingers, and felt the subtle electric current jumping on her fingertips. Wonder Woman raised her lips, and her long hair moved without wind. She looked at the destroyer not far away, who had just repaired his body, but the energy fluctuations in his body were no longer as amazing as at the beginning, and threw Thor's hammer with force. Boom. Thor's hammer killed like lightning, and the huge sonic boom resounded in everyone's ears. Clang! Exclamation mark. The sound of metal and iron clashed. Under the attack of Thor's hammer, the destroyer's half-body was sunken again, like a sandbag that could only take a beating, looking extremely miserable. The next moment, Thor's hammer flew back to Wonder Woman's hand. After trying Thor's power, Wonder Woman roughly understood what level Thor was at. Now, it's time to deal with you. Wonder Woman looked at the destroyer who was repairing his body in front of her, and her eyes showed a sharp look. Whoosh! She jumped up. Zizzy! Countless lightning flashes appeared in the void, and thick black clouds gathered above her head again, interspersed with countless thunder roars. 10,000 feet of thunder gathered on Thor's hammer, and the lightning was strong. And this hammer was held tightly in Wonder Woman's hand at this time, and she smashed it hard at the destroyer. Boom. Finally, under the expectant eyes of countless people, the destroyer, who had long been traumatized, and whose combat power and various abilities had declined seriously, was smashed to pieces by this hammer, and scattered all over the ground. It's over. It's really the power of Thor. Then, will Thor be immortal forever? The 4 Asgardians were delighted at first, then looked at each other with anxious expressions, worried that Thor could not accept the blow. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't care about that, and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Anton, this time it's all thanks to you, the Justice League. Coulson smiled at Anton beside him, while calling on his agents to clean up the mess. Something's wrong. Anton frowned, but he was not as happy as Coulson. Coulson was shocked and asked questions like a machine gun. What's wrong? Is it not over yet? Are there still enemies? No. Anton glanced at Coulson and shook his head. What's going on next has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Coulson was puzzled, and the big stone in his heart was lifted again. Anton stopped answering, and cast his eyes on Wonder Woman. The reason why he said something was wrong was because he did not receive the Justice Value Reward notification from the system. In other words, the system determined that this matter was not over yet. How could this be? Anton touched his chin, thought for a moment, and felt helpless. Is it because the incident has not been completely ended? The destroyer is just Loki's tool, and the manipulator behind it is Loki, and the source and end of this incident must be inseparable from Loki, the initiator. Anton probably understood that it is not so easy to get a bargain. To obtain justice points, the crisis must be completely resolved. In other words, it is to arrive in Asgard and arrest or kill Loki, the initiator. Only then can it be considered over. It seems. I have to go again. Wonder Woman, whose thoughts are synchronized with Anton, raised her head slightly and looked at the sky, where the dark clouds had dispersed. Then, she jumped up with Thor in her arms, crossed the lava flow on the edge of the crater, and came to the people of SHIELD. Under everyone's gaze, she nodded to Anton, and followed him to the Asgard quartet. This matter is not over yet. Wonder Woman said, summon Heimdall, I'm going to Asgard. I'm going to stay up late to write another chapter. It should be after 12 o'clock. I'll read it in the morning. I got up too early today, and I'm not in a good state. Then let me say that this month's goal is to write 10,000 words a day. If the number of words is not enough, I will try my best to make up for it. If by the end of the month, the number of words updated this month is less than 300,000, the difference will be doubled next month. I will post a separate chapter, month-end summary, to talk about this matter. Chapter 205 Arrival at Asgard. Anton didn't actually want to go to Asgard. But now that he has solved the destroyer, he didn't get the expected justice value reward, so he was very angry. It seems that the only way to do good things is to send Buddha to the west. Just help these Asgardians solve the trouble completely, and go directly to Asgard to confront Loki. As for whether it will change the future and directly eliminate the New York War from the source, Anton said that he would definitely take it easy. After all, it is not realistic to kill Loki in front of Odin. Although Odin fell into a deep sleep due to injuries, he is a boss at the level of the Supreme Sorcerer after all. He has a sense of everything in the outside world, and maybe he is watching himself and others now. Even if Anton wants to kill Loki, it is a problem whether Odin will give him this opportunity. After all, Odin is the king of the gods, and he is a super boss who once unified the 9 realms. In the original plot, Loki asked for death himself, but in the end it was a fake death. Maybe it was also under Odin's control. Even if this is not the case, Anton does not think that Odin will let his son, Loki, die at the hands of Wonder Woman. In short, facing a big man like Odin, no matter what preparation Anton makes, it is slightly insufficient. He does not think that he can change the general direction by relying on the identity of Wonder Woman. Although Wonder Woman is powerful, and now she has picked up Thor's hammer and mastered the power of Thor, she has not reached the ceiling level after all. Odin is different. Odin is undoubtedly a ceiling level figure. Although he is too old and his strength has weakened, his vision and knowledge will not decrease with age, but will continue to be strengthened. Anton even has reason to suspect that Loki's backstabbing and Thor's exile, all the general directions of the story are tightly controlled by Odin. Even if Wonder Woman picks up Thor's hammer, obtains Thor's power, and changes the details, Odin will find another way to make Thor successful and become Thor again. What? Sif and the others were seriously injured, but their physiques were different from those of the people on Earth. As the top warriors from Asgard, they had the blood of the gods flowing in their bodies. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as they were not dead, they could recover quickly. You are going to Asgard? The three warriors of Asgard looked at each other, not expecting to hear this news from each other. Then they looked at Thor with a strange look on their faces. She is not really your daughter, is she? I didn't say anything. Thor misunderstood their eyes and looked at Wonder Woman. Thank you. You're welcome. My going to Asgard has nothing to do with you. Wonder Woman didn't care about what these people thought and didn't even look at Thor. The reason why she wanted to tell Sif and the others about her purpose was because she wanted Sif and the others to call Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the Rainbow Bridge, across a long time and space. Perhaps few people know that in the most basic character setting, Heimdall is actually Sif's brother. He can see everything and hear everything. As a warrior and guard of Asgard, he defends the gate of the city and keeps any intruders away. He is one of Odin's most trusted servants. Even though Wonder Woman knew that Heimdall was probably watching what was happening on Earth from afar, she did not dare to guarantee that Heimdall would listen to her and let her go to Asgard. Only Sif and others could call out to ensure that Heimdall would be called. In addition, according to the time of the original plot, Loki had already let Laufey enter Asgard and was ready to sneak attack and kill the frost giant King Laufey, and Heimdall at this time might have been sealed with frost by Laufey summoned by Loki. The situation is urgent. Thank you for your help anyway. The people of Asgard will always remember your kindness. The four said. Sif shouted, Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge and let us go back. No response. On the side. Seeing this, everyone in SHIELD felt something in their hearts. Are they leaving? Coulson was surprised and guessed that these Asgardians were calling their companions from another world and using teleportation technology to take them home. Not bad. Anton finally had the mood to talk to Coulson. He said, Wonder Woman hasn't finished what she needs to do yet. Heimdall. Seeing this, Thor guessed that there was something wrong with the Rainbow Bridge and looked anxious. Heimdall, we need you. Boom. Exclamation mark. Finally, with Thor and others calling continuously, a few minutes later, the clouds in the sky took on a vortex shape and abnormal energy fluctuations swept again. Sif and others hurriedly dragged their injured bodies and moved to the teleportation array not far away. Thor supported Valstag, who was the most seriously injured among them. Soon, after the group arrived at the teleportation array, they turned their heads and looked at Wonder Woman who was walking slowly. Swish! A beam of light fell from the sky and wrapped them in it. In an instant, several people disappeared. It's teleportation technology. Coulson saw these Asgardians coming and going without a trace and thought of the teleportation device taken away by the Justice League and couldn't help saying, it was too slow to act at that time. With the current level of technology on Earth, it is unknown how long it will take to develop teleportation technology. Asgard's teleportation technology is not as perfect as you think. Anton heard Coulson's envy and said lightly, the Rainbow Bridge can only cover the 9 realms, that is, intergalactic teleportation. Intergalactic teleportation is a more difficult technology. Even in this universe, few civilizations can have such a high level of technology. But he didn't say that the teleportation device they took away in front of SHIELD can achieve intergalactic teleportation. In any case, after hearing Anton's explanation, Coulson calmed down his envy a little, came back to his senses, and called on everyone in SHIELD to clean up the mess and prepare to go home. Asgard. Wonder Woman and others arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, and the first thing they saw was Heimdall, who fell to the ground. Heimdall! Sif and the others exclaimed, and hurriedly helped him up and checked his injuries. Take him to treatment, I know who to find, Wonder Woman said. Without waiting for these people to answer, she picked up Thor's hammer, bent her thighs and bounced like a cannonball, rushed straight out of the Rainbow Bridge Hall, and flew away like lightning. Sif and the others saw Wonder Woman's wine-like figure turned into a small black dot, moving farther and farther in the direction of the palace, until she entered the palace and disappeared completely. They were all stunned, and turned their heads to look at Thor at the same time. Even Heimdall, who was in a state of depression, couldn't help but stare at Thor with curiosity. As a soldier of the Asgard who can see everything and hear everything, he knew all about the previous communication between Sif and the others. What's wrong? Thor was puzzled and touched his head. What are you looking at me for? Thor, just admit it honestly. Admit what? Is she your illegitimate daughter? Thor had a black question mark face. It's 2 o'clock. I'm going to sleep. In view of the author's hard work, please vote for the monthly ticket, recommendation ticket, etc. and subscription. Friends who pirate the book from other sites, please come to kidian.com to subscribe, please. Chapter 206 Wonder Woman vs Loki. The palace is an extremely conspicuous place in Asgard. Coming out of the Rainbow Bridge, the tallest building in sight is a palace of Asgard, the residence of Odin, the king of the gods. After Wonder Woman arrived at the palace, she found that she had not encountered a single guard along the way. The huge palace was empty and dead silent. There was no extra sound except for her own footsteps. It is conceivable that Loki had found an excuse to send the guards away and let the frost giant King Laufey come to Asgard to facilitate his smooth entry into the palace. Laufey was about to kill his old rival, Odin, the king of the gods. However, Laufey had no idea that the one who was really going to kill him was not him, but his own son, who was also his collaborator, Loki. Although Odin seemed to have fallen into a vegetative sleep, he was still high above and in control of everything. Her eyes swept across the whole scene. Wonder Woman looked for the most magnificent place in the palace. Odin was now sleeping deep in the palace. It was not difficult to find. The most important thing is that Wonder Woman has discovered that there are frost giants walking inside the palace. These people from Jotunheim have purple skin and look different from humans and Asgardians. They are obviously the men brought by the frost giant King Laufey. Even if they can't find them, they can ask where Odin is from these people. The palace, where Odin sleeps. It is said that you can also hear and see the people and things around you. Then you must know that your death was handled by the frost giant King Laufey. Laufey leaned over and looked at the one-eyed god King Odin lying on the golden bed. His tone was low and full of hatred and pleasure. He condensed an ice cone in his palm and was about to stab Odin's heart. Whoosh! An energy ray hit Laufey. Bang! Laufey flew sideways and his originally strong body exploded under the long-prepared energy ray. Half of his body was lying on the ground and the part below his legs had been annihilated by the energy ray. But even so, as the king of the frost giants, his strong vitality still made him clear-headed. His scowled eyes stared at Loki, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Laufey gritted his teeth. Why betray me? This is not betrayal. Loki raised the scepter in his hand, pointed it at Laufey, who had lost any resistance, and said coldly, I have never been from Jotunheim. I'm from Asgard. I'm the son of Odin, the king of the gods. Remember, you were killed by the son of Odin, the king of gods. The voice fell. Whoosh! Loki's scepter shot out another amazing energy ray, which blew Laufey's body into countless sparks, leaving no trace of wreckage, completely dead, annihilated into ashes. Loki. At this time, Odin's wife, Queen Frigga, who was knocked down by Laufey, got up from the ground and excitedly came forward to hug Loki. You saved him. The two hugged. Loki assured Frigga in front of him, I swear to you, they will pay the price. The they here naturally refers to the frost giants and the frost giants kingdom, Jotunheim. Loki is undoubtedly a jealous bad boy. Because he was jealous of his brother Thor, he used tricks to make his brother make a big mistake, angered Odin, and was demoted to a mortal. Then his father fell asleep, and he took over the throne. If the story ended here, Loki showed his heroic qualities and was definitely a scheming villain. But unfortunately, the protagonist of this story is Thor, the god of thunder, so Loki can only end in tragedy. In the original plot, seeing that his brother was coming back to take away his throne, Loki was furious and sent the destroyer to kill people regardless of the consequences, but helped Thor regain his divine power. Loki knew that things were impossible, so he simply carried out the final plan. He used the infernal affairs to Lilorfi, the frost giant king of Jotunheim, and killed him in the palace, in front of Odin's sleeping bed. He used this as an excuse to declare war on Jotunheim, completely destroy Jotunheim, and show his ability and authority. In this way, even if Thor comes back, Loki's contribution will be greater than Thor. He will replace Thor and become the hero of Asgard. In this time and space where Anton is, Thor has not regained his divine power. Even if he returns to Asgard, he cannot stop Loki's actions. As long as Loki kills Laufey according to the original plan, saves his father Odin, and declares war on Jotunheim and destroys Jotunheim, his contribution will be greater than the sky. Thor, who has lost his power, will not be able to take the throne back from him. I will never give you what is already in my hands. Loki's eyes sank. Loki. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded, echoing in this wide space. This is where Odin sleeps. The soldiers could only guard the door, and dared not come in at all. Moreover, Loki found an excuse to send away all the soldiers in the palace. The only people who could enter this area at this time were Odin's closest family members, Thor, Frigga, and Loki himself. This was a woman's voice, and it obviously couldn't be Thor, so there was only one possibility. It's that woman. Loki looked at the entrance of the sleeping land with cold eyes. A tall and graceful woman slowly appeared there. It was the guy who stopped his action, and whose origin was unknown, whom he saw through the destroyer's perspective. You have violated the taboo of Asgard by trespassing the palace. Loki said in a low voice. You have violated the taboo of Asgard. If I deserve to die, then you deserve to die even more. Wonder Woman held Thor's hammer in her hand, looked at Loki in front of her calmly, and said calmly, Loki, you have violated a greater taboo, playing tricks, killing brothers, deceiving the king and your mother. My offense can still be forgiven, but the fault you have committed is unforgivable. Loki. Frigga's eyes swept across Thor's hammer held by Wonder Woman, and then turned to stare at her son in front of her. As a queen, she is not a fool. When she was young, she was even an excellent warrior and a master of magic. Although she is old now, and her strength has declined seriously, it is not that she can't detect any clues. Before, because of her trust in Loki, she didn't want to think too much. Now she heard someone standing in front of her and scolding Loki, and saw Loki's expression. She showed grief. Although she was only Loki's adoptive mother, Frigga was more like Loki's biological mother. She could tell at a glance that Loki's expression was unnatural. Mother, I will explain it to you. As Loki spoke, his eyes were still fixed on Wonder Woman at the door. At the same time, he raised his scepter, and the energy rays at the tip gathered and burst out, fiercely killing Wonder Woman at the door. Boom. Wonder Woman jumped back, and the ground under her feet was cracked by the energy rays. Stone chips flew, and the whole palace shook a few times. But despite this, the god King Odin still lay on the golden bed, his eyes closed, motionless. Wonder Woman stopped in midair, her eyes swept across Odin in the palace. Seeing the appearance of this old man, she couldn't help but curl her lips. I always feel that this guy is pretending. Whoosh. Immediately afterwards, Loki flew out of the palace. He didn't rush to fight Wonder Woman to the death, because he guessed that Thor would also follow Wonder Woman back to Asgard. The most urgent task is not Wonder Woman, but to go to the Rainbow Bridge as soon as possible, send out the energy beam that will destroy the world, and destroy Jotunheim. Only in this way can he explain to his father and mother, that is, Odin and Frigga. Only in this way can he sit on the throne firmly. Humph. Loki glanced at Wonder Woman in the air, turned over and rode on the Pegasus outside the palace, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Wonder Woman did not want to give him a chance, and waved her hand to throw out the Thor's hammer in her hand. Zzzzzz. The thunder in the sky gathered on the Thor's hammer and hit Loki, who was riding on the Pegasus, rushing forward, trying to get rid of Wonder Woman. Damn it. Loki gritted his teeth and cursed, and bounced off the Pegasus. Boom. The next moment, Thor's hammer fell hard and hit the Pegasus he was riding. Woo woo. The Pegasus let out a mournful cry, and instantly broke into pieces, and blood was spilled all over the ground. What a pity. Wonder Woman looked cold, and although she said it was a pity, she did not hold back at all. She recalled Thor's hammer, pushed Thor's power to the extreme, and attracted thunder to attack Loki. Loki was not a good fighter at all. He was best at deceiving people and playing tricks, so he was named the God of Tricks. Of course, in addition to these, Loki was also very good at running away. Boom. Thunder struck down and hit Loki. Illusion? Wonder Woman's eyes condensed. Crack. Loki's illusion was destroyed by thunder, and the thunder struck the earth directly, and the ground cracked with cracks, and cracks as wide as a palm spread all the way. The buildings near the Asgard palace shook, alarming many Asgardians. They looked up at the sky, knowing that it was the power of Thor. But the figure in the sky was not the familiar Thor, but a strange woman in armor. People were stunned. Who is that? Why does she have the power of Thor? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of the God King? Asgardians are naturally brave and fearless of death. Even in the battle area, they remain calm and even chat about gossip. Of course, Wonder Woman and Loki in the battle had no intention of paying attention to these people's thoughts. Boom. Loki kept creating illusions, avoiding the thunder attacks caused by Wonder Woman, and moving step by step towards the Rainbow Bridge. He knew very well that he must not get entangled with this woman. As long as he could complete the last step of the plan, he would be the final winner. Wonder Woman stood in the air, watching the countless illusions created by Loki blocking her in front of her. She snorted coldly and threw Thor's hammer out. After destroying most of the illusions, she stretched out her hands again, and the protective silver bracelets on her two forearms collided. Boom! Exclamation mark. Under the attention of the crowd, the terrifying fluctuations of divine power shook the entire Asgard people, making them look horrified. Such a terrifying power, I'm afraid only those with the blood of the God King can possess it. Who is this woman who controls the power of Thor? Everyone's face was in shock, and question marks appeared on their foreheads one after another. Immediately afterwards, the fluctuations of the power became stronger and stronger. They no longer had time to think so much. They stared at the battle not far away, and the horror on their faces solidified. Boom. The shock wave of the power exploded, like a huge wave on the sea, surging in. The air ripples visible to the naked eye were like huge waves, rolling layer by layer, and immediately submerged the countless illusions of Loki in front of them. Zzzzzzzz. All of Loki's illusions were annihilated by the shock wave of the power. His real body was exposed to everyone. At this time, Loki looked panicked and was hit by the shock wave of the power and collapsed to the ground. The scepter in his hand also flew out, away from him. Whoosh. At this time, Thor's hammer thrown by Wonder Woman flew back to her hand. Loki fell to the ground, too late to respond or make any moves. Seeing that the unknown woman in front of him was about to attack again, he suppressed the panic on his face and turned into an extremely cold expression. Boom. Wonder Woman jumped up from not far away, and a huge circular hole was stepped on under her feet, which was enough to show how powerful the power she was urging at the moment was. Boom boom boom. The figure rushed across the sky, shaking the air, and the Thor's hammer in his hand burst out with dazzling lightning, smashing hard at the motionless Loki. Don't. Suddenly, another figure jumped out from nowhere, opened his arms, and stood in front of Loki with a firm expression. Wonder Woman, don't kill him. Chapter 207 God King Odin. A family? The figure that appeared out of nowhere was of course Thor. To be precise, he should be called the former Thor now. Boom. Wonder Woman rushed over with Thor's hammer in hand. Seeing Thor blocking in front of her, Thor's hammer deviated in direction and fell to the feet of the two men. Crack, 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 crack. Countless thunder beams fell from the sky, and the earth instantly sank, and a huge round pit appeared. The spider web-like cracks were as wide as a palm, spreading all the way, and extending to dozens of meters away. Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes, and did not pick up Thor's hammer on the ground. Just now, when she saw Thor blocking in front of Loki, she was indeed ready to stop, but before she could act, Thor's hammer took the initiative to deviate a little direction and fell to the ground. Is this to avoid backlash against the previous owner? Wonder Woman frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. Yes, Wonder Woman, you can't kill Loki. At this time, Sif, whose injuries were much lighter than those of the others, also came to the scene. She hurried to Wonder Woman and said, Loki is the son of the God King. Although he made mistakes, only the God King can judge him anyway. God King? Wonder Woman said lightly, your God King is sleeping now. If Odin continues to sleep, then Loki will always be at large. No. Thor said firmly, I will watch him. Just you? Wonder Woman looked at Thor, revealing a bit of disdain, and said, a mortal. You couldn't control Loki when you were Thor, and now you're immortal. What qualifications do you have to tell me that you can control him? Get out of the way, I don't need anyone's pity. Loki slowly stood up, pushed Thor away, and looked at Wonder Woman coldly. If you want to kill me, I'll stand here waiting for you. Loki. Thor couldn't help but dissuade him. Go away, Thor. Loki opened his eyes wide, his face twisted and full of hatred. What I need least is your sympathy. Why? Thor was extremely heartbroken and asked, why did you do this? To prove to my father that I'm a capable son, to let him know that I'm the one who can truly inherit the throne. Do you want the throne so much? No, I disdain it. I just want everyone in Asgard, and even everyone in the 9 realms, to know that I'm better than you. More suitable to inherit the throne than you. Loki showed a slightly crazy smile. Loki, it's my fault. Thor heard Loki's resentment and finally understood why he and Loki had drifted apart, and it had become like this. No matter what you did to me, I will face it calmly, but I hope you can think about yourself, Loki. Thor said in a deep voice, if you are really better than me, you should understand that everything you have done cannot prove to your father that you are more suitable for the throne than me. Bullshit. Loki roared, Laufey is dead. I was just one step away from destroying Jotunheim. Laufey is dead! Exclamation mark. Except for Wonder Woman, everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Frost Giant King Laufey, the king of Jotunheim. He is dead. It seems that Loki killed him. No wonder Loki dared to say this in front of Thor. Loki. Thor stared at his brother in front of him blankly. Laufey is your biological father. Did you kill him? He knew Loki's life experience. Although the God King blocked the news when he broke through Jotunheim and adopted Loki, this blockade was not a secret to Thor. Besides, Loki himself had already known his life experience through other channels. So what? Loki looked at Thor coldly. I only have one father. He is the king of the gods, Odin. Thor said in a trance, you not only killed Laufey, you also want to destroy Jotunheim and massacre the entire tribe. That should have been your hometown. I said. I only have one father. Loki roared. Whoosh. The scepter that was originally scattered on the ground suddenly flew back to his hand. Loki took a step forward, used the scepter as a spear, and stabbed Thor who was blocking him. Wonder Woman saw this, and had no expression on her face. She could actually stop Loki from attacking Thor, but she didn't move at this time, not because she didn't want to save him, but because she knew that Thor no longer needed her to save him. The current scene seemed to have taken a detour, making all the stories take the original trajectory. The reason for this is that she found that she could no longer control Thor's hammer. In other words, the original owner of Thor's hammer, Thor Odinson, took over the power of Thor from her again. Odin, you are so calculating. Wonder Woman murmured, thinking of the sleeping Odin she saw when she was fighting Loki inside the palace. Obviously, the change of Thor's hammer was related to Odin. No, don't. Thor. Loki, what are you doing? Sif exclaimed. The other people who had just arrived at the scene were also shocked. They couldn't believe that they would see two princes of Asgard killing each other. Frigga showed a sad look. Whoosh. The tip of Loki's scepter was about to pierce Thor's chest. Boom. Exclamation mark. At the critical moment, Thor's hammer soared into the air and fell into Thor's hands like lightning. Thunder appeared in the sky, dazzling lightning exploded on Thor's body, and a strong momentum swept over. In the light, a figure in armor was looming. Everyone was stunned. Although the scene was unfamiliar, they were familiar with the figure in the light. Thor. Sif even screamed. She knew that the invincible Thor who had fought in the 9 realms was back. No. Loki's scepter did not achieve the desired effect. The sharp blade pierced the armor and was blocked by the armor. Immediately afterwards, a force forced him back. Obviously, this was the power of Thor. You have regained your power. Loki roared. No, this is not fair. He was quite smart and his mind turned quickly. He guessed that this was the arrangement of his father, the god King Odin. Loki, I will lock you up until you are willing to admit your mistakes and apologize for what you have done. The light dissipated and Thor walked out, holding Thor's hammer, looking at Loki. Do you think I will let you catch me? Loki restrained his madness, and there was a bit of disappointment in his eyes. He looked towards the direction of the palace with a sad look. Not good. Thor realized something and stepped forward to grab Loki, but he grabbed nothing. Loki, stop him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But after looking around, Loki's figure completely disappeared in front of everyone. As far as illusions are concerned, Loki is definitely a master. Once he blends into the crowd, no one can find him. He's gone. Wonder Woman said lightly. At the moment Loki disappeared, a prompt popped up in her mind. The system believed that this crisis that originated from Asgard but affected the Earth was completely over. Kill the destroyer, defeat the evil god Loki, help Thor regain the power of Thor, and save Jotunheim, and reward 8 million justice points. Justice points balance 40 million. Obviously, Loki guessed that Odin woke up and realized Odin's bias. In this way, even if he successfully destroyed Jotunheim and proved that he was qualified to inherit the throne, it would become meaningless. In Odin's view, Thor is always the most suitable person to inherit the throne. Thor, who has returned after training, is more qualified to inherit the throne. Loki has completely lost his competitiveness. He doesn't want to stay anymore. It's over. Thor was relieved to see Loki leave. Although he didn't catch Loki in the end, even if he caught Loki, he didn't know how to deal with him. It would be better to let Loki leave. Anyway, it seems that Loki will not cause any trouble in the short term. In addition, Thor believes that Loki has a strong sense of belonging to Asgard and will not do anything to harm Asgard. As for the long term, it will be up to Odin. Father. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. His face was majestic without anger, his hair and beard were grey, and his eyes were deep. Although he was a one-eyed dragon, his dress was full of style. The air around him seemed to become heavy, and the overwhelming divine power brought a terrifying pressure, making everyone breathless. Wonder Woman's eyes fixed, and she turned her head suddenly, staring at the figure that suddenly appeared. The king of the gods, Odin. She was unaware of Odin's appearance. Disperse. Odin waved his hand. Next is family affairs. As you command. Everyone bowed their heads and turned to leave. Before leaving, Sif took a deep look at Wonder Woman and Thor, with a strong curiosity hidden deep in her eyes. Wonder Woman also planned to leave, but she found that she couldn't move. The huge pressure was like a mountain pressing down on her head, making her unable to move, and even a little breathless. Don't leave. Odin looked at Wonder Woman and smiled slightly. I said, the next thing is family matters. I have no blood relationship with you. Wonder Woman frowned. Although Wonder Woman is nominally the daughter of Zeus, there is no Zeus in the Marvel world that she understands. You have the blood of the gods flowing in your body. Odin said, in the oldest time, all gods have the same blood flowing in their bodies. Then what are you going to do? Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes. Although she was suppressed by Odin, she did not feel any malice from him. Instead, she felt that she was seen through. Your blood is the same as ours, but your life breath is different. I just want to see you. I haven't seen such an interesting little guy like you for a long time. Odin said, waving his hand. Your name is Diana Prince, Wonder Woman. You are our Asgard's benefactor. I thank you in the name of Odin, the king of the gods. If you have any instructions in the future, you can find us at any time. Asgard will do its best to help you through the difficulties. Okay, I remember. Wonder Woman nodded. Can I go? Of course. Odin nodded. Then, in Thor's astonished eyes, Wonder Woman disappeared instantly. At the same time, Earth. Anton, who was still in the small town of Panteantego in New Mexico, had a flash of eyes. Thinking of the meaningful look Odin gave Wonder Woman's clone when she was taken back, he always felt that Odin seemed to have seen something. Asgard. Father, who is she? Thor saw Wonder Woman leave and looked at Odin. He couldn't help but said, Sif and the others actually said that she was my illegitimate daughter. How is that possible? But I don't think she is your illegitimate daughter, is she? As soon as these words came out, the Queen of Heaven, Frigga, who was still beside them, looked at Odin with a stern look, as if waiting for Odin's answer. Thor's forehead was sweating. Even he could see that, as long as Odin's answer did not satisfy Frigga, she would definitely output like a storm. There is one more chapter, after 12 o'clock, no need to wait. Chapter 208 Multiverse. Trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, although Thor was worried about Odin, he was also very curious about Odin's answer. When Sif asked him a question on the Rainbow Bridge just now, he was stunned for a moment. In his memory, he definitely did not have any illegitimate daughter. Goddess becomes daughter? Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Of course she can't be my daughter. Odin rolled his eyes. Frigga, don't you know me yet? Humph. Frigga snorted and turned away. She saw that Odin was not lying, so she was too lazy to listen. Watching his mother go away, Thor looked back at Odin. Father, since she is not your daughter, nor my daughter, how can Sif and others have such a perception? Or, how can those people on Earth think that she is my daughter? Thor really couldn't figure out where this rumor came from. Maybe she is really the daughter of Zeus. Odin laughed and his figure disappeared in front of Thor in an instant. Huh? Thor was confused. I don't understand. Did he really have an illegitimate daughter? Hearing his father say this, he felt that his brain was almost shutting up. Can't you speak more directly? Thor, some things, after a long time, you will naturally understand. The last words left by Odin floated in the air. Palace. Frigga looked at her husband and hesitated for a moment. That little girl is not simple. The power in her is as pure as Thor's. It gives people a very similar feeling. I know. Odin nodded. She is indeed related to the gods, but not necessarily to Asgard. What do you mean? Frigga was stunned. But after all, she, like Odin, has lived for so long, and her vision and experience are a level higher than Thor. In a blink of an eye, she suddenly understood what Odin meant. Multiverse. Frigga was surprised. You mean, she is from the gods in the multiverse? Yes, I'm surprised too. Odin stood on the balcony of the palace, looking at the setting sun outside the window, looking into the distance, as if through countless spaces, falling on a bald head. She has an aura that doesn't belong to this universe. I didn't expect that the Supreme Sorcerer would allow people from the multiverse to enter this universe. Earth. It's all over now. Anton exhaled, found Coulson, and said that he wanted to leave immediately. Coulson did not refuse, and there was no reason to refuse. He politely sent an agent to take him to the airport. Although it only took half a day from Anton's arrival in the town of Pandion to go to his departure. But in this half day, an eye-opening and dangerous incident has ended. He said that the matter is completely over. Hawkeye watched the car Anton was in drive away from the town, looking at Coulson in confusion. He said Wonder Woman has taken care of everything, including Asgard. Coulson said, God King Odin has awakened, the culprit has escaped, and Thor has regained his strength. After a pause, he said, Anton also said that Thor might find time to appear in front of us, explain everything to us, and apologize. So, that guy's really Thor? Until now, Hawkeye was a little unbelievable. Thor is one thing, but what is even more surprising is that there are gods in this world. However, Hawkeye also understood that these so-called gods are nothing more than intelligent creatures with a higher level of civilization. It's just that these guys look very similar to humans and have stronger power, so they are regarded as gods by humans in the old times. In today's era, no one can be deified. No one is qualified to be deified. Should we stay here and wait for Thor? Hawkeye thought about it and looked around. The sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding wasteland showed several different charms against the backdrop of the sunset. No need. Coulson shook his head and said faintly, I also asked Anton about this sentence, and his answer was that when people want to find us, no matter where we are, he can find us. Oh. Hawkeye was shocked. This sentence revealed a lot of information. For example, the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. today is nothing compared to a Protoss civilization. I have to go first and rush back to headquarters immediately. Some things must be reported to the director as soon as possible, and it is best to report in person. Coulson ordered. Barton, after I leave, you will take over my command of the evacuation work. Understood. Go ahead. As he spoke, a plane came over Coulson's head, lifted its invisible state, and appeared in front of everyone. This is an internal plane of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a special number, which can be dispatched by agents of Coulson's level. It flies very fast, more than twice as fast as ordinary civil aircraft. Coulson quickly left the town of Pandion to go, and Eric Shavig went with him. This was an order from Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After Coulson briefly reported on his work, Black Egg saw the list of people on the scene and immediately locked on Eric Shavig and ordered Coulson to take Eric with him when he returned. Eric is not only an astronomer, but also an extraordinary physicist who has done in-depth research in many aspects. He even knows Bruce Banner. The friend of a genius is naturally also a genius. The speed of the plane was faster than most planes, and a few hours later, Coulson arrived in Washington. Drive Shavig, you should take a break. Coulson was very polite to Eric. Such scientific and technological talents, no matter how many there are in S.H.I.E.L.D., will never be too many. Instructing his men to take care of Eric Shavig, Coulson strode to the headquarters building and came to the office of Black Egg on the top floor. Although it was already early in the morning, Black Egg knew that Coulson was coming back and was staying up late to wait. Director. Coulson knocked on the door and walked into the office. Wonder Woman has appeared and her identity as a god has been confirmed. He paused, said his guess, and said solemnly, I think Superman may have appeared, but Superman Clark Kent is not on Earth now, but in the universe. Black Egg looked up at him, expressionless, and sighed. Coulson, put aside the matter of the Justice League for the time being, I have something else to tell you. He slowly opened his mouth and said a sentence that made Coulson unable to control his emotions and dumbfounded. S.H.I.E.L.D. is in big trouble. Black Egg said, we have been infiltrated. Moreover, those termites hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. call themselves Hydra. New York. Anton returned to his own territory, looked at the rising sun, and yawned lazily. Now to sum up yesterday's experience, one word, profit. Justice points have reached 40 million. Enough for Anton to buy a set of powerful special armor for Batman. Powerful here means, can fight with Superman. Of course, whether it can beat him is another matter. It is conceivable that in the Marvel world without kryptonite, Superman is a hero without weaknesses. Maybe only magic can make Superman move back a little, but it can't move back much. As for the communication between Wonder Woman and Odin in Asgard yesterday, Anton didn't take it seriously at all. He didn't think Odin could see through Wonder Woman's true identity and origin. Although the God King Odin is powerful enough, almost the ceiling level of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, only the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One can see through the past and the future. Of course, from another perspective, Anton has extremely strong confidence in the System Father. Maybe some people can see that the clone is unusual, but it is definitely impossible for anyone to think that all the heroes are actually the same person. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 209 Hydra is causing trouble. Anton returned to New York and spent a few days in a relatively relaxed state. Then he received a meeting request from Jim. The latter wanted to discuss with him about the next TV series. The filming of the TV series The Flash has entered its final stage. Jim wants to transfer the filming team to produce the next TV series, Smallville. At the same time, he is preparing for the filming of Batman v Superman. Since the release of the movie Cyborg, DC has no shortage of funds. Since its establishment, every project of the company has been profitable. The current DC company has long gotten rid of the predicament of lack of funds at the beginning of its establishment. Nowadays, it is effortless to promote several projects simultaneously. However, Jim still plans to divide the investment share and absorb some external funds for interest exchange to facilitate the operation of subsequent publicity and other resources. Anton is not interested in these things. Although he is the boss, the specific work content of the company is done by Jim and his assistant Betty. He is only responsible for judging the general direction of the company and controlling the content of the work. Jim determined the route for the future and said goodbye. Browning, the former gold medal screenwriter and now the head of the screenwriter department of DC, came to Anton again. What surprised Anton was that Browning was for the DC section under the Daily Bugle. In the previous meeting, the company mentioned that it was going to split the novel section under the Daily Bugle into a separate website, which would mainly include novels, comics, audiobooks, and other entertainment. In other words, it would be the kiddie.com in the Marvel world. You know, with the support of writers, cartoonists, and other content creators recruited by DC, this section has already had extremely high traffic and is quite popular. After all, superheroes such as Batman, Cyborg, and Green Arrow, as characters active in the real world, have now become much more famous and are no less than Hollywood stars. Browning volunteered to be the boss of Gideon. Anton thought about it and neither refused nor agreed. He asked Browning to prepare and wait until the next company meeting to take the initiative to bring it up. If no one has any objections, he can take office separately. After simply handling the company affairs, Anton went upstairs and paid attention to the recent work of the Daily Bugle. But Anton did not expect that he would hear a shocking news from Eddie as soon as he met him. The Electro, Maximum Dillon, disappeared from the prison. Eddie said seriously, just now, the commissioner of the New York Police Department, George Stacy, called me. He knew that we had a fight with Maximum at the expo before, and was worried that Maximum would retaliate against us, so he asked us to be vigilant recently to prevent being attacked by him. We are not the ones who should be careful. Anton waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. He asked curiously, but how could the Electro suddenly disappear from the prison? George said that there is a traitor in the prison, and the New York Police Department is investigating. Eddie said, by the way, he asked me to contact Batman and prepare to ask Batman for help when necessary. George actually asked Batman for help. Is the matter so serious? Anton was surprised. In his impression, George Stacy has always been very sensible. If it weren't for something extremely difficult that the New York Police Department could hardly handle, they wouldn't have asked Batman for help. Besides, the 4 little turtles are now working in the New York Police Department as a task force, or even the mascot of the entire New York. Their abilities should not be underestimated. What Anton is wondering now is that only Electro disappeared. Even if there is someone behind it, can't the turtles find the mastermind with their abilities? Because the person who ran away is not just Electro. Eddie touched his chin. While talking, he used the projection in the office to open the New York map and shrugged. Before I talked to George on the phone, I received a big news. There was a big riot in a prison in the suburbs of New York. The prison facilities failed, and a large-scale jailbreak occurred. If I'm not mistaken, Electro should be imprisoned in this prison. This is really big news. It seems that the crime rate in New York is going to rise sharply again recently. Anton suddenly realized. George asked us to give him some face and release the news one day later to give them some time to avoid widespread panic. Eddie said, after all, this prison is located in the suburbs of New York, close to the city. If the prisoners are allowed to flood into the city, it is likely to cause riots. You decide for yourself. Anton still didn't take it to heart. This kind of thing is not a big deal, nor a small deal. Generally speaking, some unimportant prisoners do not pose much harm to society. Anyway, the old Americans have guns in their hands, and the worst that can happen is that they shoot each other. As for some extremely harmful prisoners, such as Electro and other terrorists, the New York Police Department has to take action. Although the New York Police Department seems to be incompetent and can only cover up every incident, in fact, the police department itself is not weak, and now there are more Ninja Turtles to help. As long as they can control public opinion and prevent the public from panicking, this matter can be reduced to a small matter. After Anton and Eddie finished chatting, He looked at the sky outside the window and left the Daily Bugle. After getting home from get off work, cheap dad John Jameson was reading a newspaper. Since finishing work, John has been on vacation, but he doesn't go anywhere. He goes out for running and fitness at a fixed time and stays at home the rest of the time. However, according to what the old man said, John has the idea of resigning. The job of astronaut was once John's dream, but after the dream came true, he seemed to have lost motivation and now has a lot of ideas about running a company. In other words, John may join Wayne Company in the near future and develop the family business with the old man. Finished work. Yes, where's the old man? Anton looked around and found that the oldest person in the family was missing. John shrugged and said, "Tonight, the old man will go to Washington with Harry Osborn of Osborn. It is said that the cooperation between Wayne Company and the military has been finalized. They will go to attend the dinner held by the military." Ring ring ring. A phone ring interrupted the communication between the two. Anton took out his mobile phone and looked at it. His face was slightly surprised, and then he answered it. "Carlson?" he said helplessly. "Don't tell me you're here to ask me for help again." "No, I'm here to apologize," Carlson said seriously. "What's the matter?" Anton frowned and heard something wrong in Carlson's tone. "King Bing ran away," Carlson said in a deep voice. "We searched many times, and there is no trace of King Bing on the island called Purgatory. Someone blocked the surveillance we installed on the island and rescued him. It's really surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D. would make such a mistake," Anton said calmly. "Although King Bing ran away, it was not a big deal. King Bing was just a gangster boss. Although he was regarded as the emperor of the underworld, his territory had long been occupied by other forces due to King Bing's arrest. The one who benefited the most was the High Table, who cooperated with him quite happily. Therefore, even if this guy ran away, Anton didn't care much. What really surprised Anton was that S.H.I.E.L.D. made such a big mistake and let a little King Bing escape. This was very wrong, not like the S.H.I.E.L.D. that Anton knew. There is a big problem inside S.H.I.E.L.D. I think you and Batman should know more about this than we do," Carlson said. "For Kingpin's escape, I hope you can convey our apologies to Batman. We are doing our best to make up for it. According to the intelligence we just received, Kingpin may have returned to New York, and he will definitely take revenge on Batman. Given your relationship with Batman, you must be careful." "So, you know who rescued him?" Anton asked. "It's just a guess," Carlson said. "The force hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to know that we are alert, and, from the current situation, their target is Batman." Beep. After a brief exchange, Anton hung up the phone and frowned slightly. Carlson's call revealed a lot of information. The most critical thing is undoubtedly the force from S.H.I.E.L.D., which seems to have set its sights on Batman. So, Anton narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of what he learned from Eddie today about a large-scale jailbreak in a prison outside New York and the disappearance of Electro. "It's Hydra that's causing trouble. Because I rejected the previous plot outline and was thinking about the new plot, I decided to let Hydra come out and get beaten early. It's almost 12 o'clock, so I wrote this much. Please forgive me." Chapter 210. The arrangements are clear. Hydra has set its sights on Batman. Actually, it is understandable. After careful consideration, Anton did not think that this incident happened suddenly. You know, a few months ago, under Batman's reminder, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, discovered the problems within S.H.I.E.L.D. in advance. In other words, Hydra is at risk of being exposed, or even has been exposed. Although the conversation between Black Egg and Batman did not reach the ears of people outside the Avengers, with Hydra's intelligence gathering capabilities, it is easy to find that Black Egg strengthened the supervision of S.H.I.E.L.D. after Batman appeared and went to New York to talk with Batman. It can be seen that what Black Egg did is most likely related to Batman. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The difference between what bad people do and what good people do is that one side only talks about logic and the other side is limited by rules. Only talking about logic represents simplicity and brutality. Kill if there is a suspicion. Killing all the suspects can at least guarantee that there will be an effect. As long as there is an effect, it is worth it. Moreover, as a superhero, Batman has also established a superhero team, and his position is naturally opposed to that of Hydra. There is no such thing as Hydra solicitation. Infiltration? It is even more impossible. Batman has been shrouded in a mysterious veil since his appearance, and the Justice League he established later has no trace at all. After the current members of the Justice League, or in other words, the first generation of members were determined, no one else has joined the Justice League. Even if Hydra wants to infiltrate the Justice League, it has no way to start. No solicitation, no infiltration. So are you going to fight hard? Anton pondered for a moment, suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes turned cold, and he sighed to himself. Although Batman himself is mysterious, it is well known that Anton and Batman have a good relationship. Because of Anton's relationship, the Jameson family and Batman seem to have an unusual cooperation. Wayne Company is the evidence. Since Hydra wants to take action against Batman, the first thing to do is naturally to cut off Batman's henchmen. That is, Anton and the Jameson family where Anton is. Perhaps we can get more information about Batman from Anton and others. Anton's face was calm, but his eyes were a little cold. He immediately thought about the current situation. Hydra is offering experience to him. I wonder if 9 heads can continue to grow after being cut off. Anton sneered in his heart. Anton, seeing Anton's expression change, John, his cheap father, was a little worried. Did something happen? There are indeed some minor problems. Anton looked at John. The old man should not have left yet. John, I suggest you familiarize yourself with the company's affairs in advance and go to Washington tonight with the old man to attend the banquet organized by the military. Is the situation so serious? What happened? John's face changed, realizing that Anton wanted to send him away. Washington, military dinner. Needless to say, the security of this kind of place is safe. Since it is a banquet organized by the military, it must have sufficient protection. He and others are in the military's protection area, so Anton can also free up his hands and feet to do things. Will you be in danger? John frowned. Don't worry about me, I'm much safer than you. Anton smiled and said, as an official member of the Justice League, my safety is well protected. Moreover, my biggest secret, the old man seems to have not told you yet. What secret? John was curious. He did have many questions in his heart when he came back this time. His son, who was originally willful and rebellious, suddenly became a world-renowned director and even had a close relationship with the amazingly famous superhero. He was also a formal member of the superhero team, the Justice League. His identity changed dramatically, from a simple rich boy to a big man in all senses. What exactly caused Anton to change? He felt that the truth of all this was in the secret that Anton said. Go ask the old man, maybe he will tell you. Anton saw the curiosity in John's heart. Although he was not afraid to reveal his true identity to the closest people around him, he hid it from John out of a bad taste. He laughed immediately, took out his mobile phone again, and called Phil. Hi, boss, this is Phil. What can I do for you? Phil on the other end of the phone was refreshed, always feeling that this call was of extraordinary significance. Anton rarely called him. Once he called, it meant that there was a special situation. Since his debut as a superhero, Phil's entire temperament has changed. He always felt that he could do much more than that. I'll give you a task, help me protect someone. Who? My father, John Jameson. Anton explained the current situation. The general meaning was that a villain force had set its sights on the Justice League and might attack him. Worried about his family getting hurt, he asked Phil to be a bodyguard for a while. The old man had John Wick, so safety was guaranteed to a certain extent, but John's side was bound to make mistakes, and there must be no hidden dangers. No problem, leave it to me. Phil was extremely excited and agreed without hesitation. This was trust from Batman. Then I'll leave it to you, Anton said with a smile. I'll give you a bonus when you come back. By the way, it's time to upgrade your equipment. Wayne Company has recently produced some new weapons. You can go and choose whatever you want. Great, thank you, boss. Phil was overjoyed. After he and Anton agreed, he immediately went to Wayne Company. John. After hanging up the phone, Anton turned his head and looked at John. I found a bodyguard for you. Let's go. I'll take you to the company, and you and the old man will go to Washington tonight. It seems that you have arranged everything for me. John sighed, suppressed his curiosity, and followed Anton out of the house. Then, a car drove out of the rich area. New York. A safe house with only a blue-skinned weirdo in it. Don't act yet. He came out of the house. At this time, this weird man was staring at the two display screens in front of him with extremely resentful eyes. Two display screens, one of which was a surveillance screen, and the other was a dialogue window. The dialogue window showed a sentence. Anton just made a few phone calls, and may have received some intelligence. He is on the move. His father, John Jameson, is also in the car. When can we take action? I can't wait. The weirdo asked with gritted teeth. His resentful eyes turned to stare at the screen showing the surveillance. That was the scene of Anton driving away from the rich area. Soon the hacker on the other side of the dialogue window matched the map route and got the result. He seems to be planning to go to Wayne Company. Don't worry, the venue where Wayne Company is located is more suitable for your performance. There is more today, still writing, and it will be updated around 11 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 211 A Sudden Attack. Wayne Company. At the main entrance, Anton led John into the company, met with the old man, and informed him of the current situation. The old man had a blank expression on his face, and there was no sign of panic. Some people are more afraid of danger the longer they live, but some people are more numb to danger the longer they live. The old man belongs to the latter. He has offended many people in his life, but he has lived comfortably until now, and there are few things that can make him feel afraid. After he understood the situation, he asked Anton, "So, it's better for John and I to stay in Washington for a while, under the protection of the military, and wait for this incident to end?" "Yes." Anton's words were slightly murderous, and he said solemnly, "I will get it done as soon as possible, and won't delay you too long." "Okay, I will communicate with Minister Keller and try to stay longer." The old man nodded. "I will send an email to Minister Keller in the name of Batman, which should allow you to stay until the incident is over." Anton said, looking around, and said, "By the way, where is Phil?" "He is in the weapons display room." Wayne Company. Inside. Weapons display room. Phil is selecting the latest high-tech weapons developed by Wayne Company. As a formal member of the Justice League, he knows a lot of inside information. For example, the advanced technology used by Wayne Company actually all comes from another starry sky, that is, the planet Cybertron where the Transformers belong. As mechanical life, the weapons technology provided by Transformers is several levels higher than the level of Earth's technology. Even the ones Phil saw at this time are mostly the technology eliminated by Transformers. After all, taking out technology that surpasses hundreds of years at once is not called technology, it is called magic. The right one is the best. Phil chose a laser sword to put on his armor and found a special energy gun. This kind of special energy gun can fire hundreds of energy bullets with one energy magazine, and there is almost no need to worry about running out of bullets in battle. In this way, including the original evil ghost suit and the special freezing gun given to him by Donatello, Phil has reached a very high level in terms of technological equipment, which is not inferior to Harry Osborn of Oscorp. Of course, Harry's advantage lies in the biological armor made of symbiotes. The biological armor is very ductile and can change with the wearer's thoughts. It is much more powerful than the evil ghost armor transformed from the Green Goblin armor. Zzzzzzzzzzzz. Just after choosing the equipment, Phil suddenly heard a burst of electric current in his ears. He turned his head and saw that a dazzling electric light suddenly exploded at a power interface. Is it leaking electricity? Phil was startled and stared at the electric light. An ominous premonition flashed through his mind. Boom! Exclamation mark. The next moment, all the plug-in interfaces exploded with electric light. The terrifying electric current gathered into a human figure in the air like a real river. Phil was stunned. Looking at the figure formed by the current in the air, he instantly recognized this person. Electric Man. As an employee of the Daily Bugle and Eddie's apprentice, he would not miss anything Eddie knew. Electro, Maximum Dylan, it's you. Phil's face was solemn, and he quickly ran to the side, picked up the box he carried with him, and confirmed his outfit. Click, click, click. The box unfolded, and the skateboard inside was suspended in front of him. At the same time, the box attached to his body, extending all the way, and turned into his devil armor. It turned out to be you. Although Electro was in prison, he had obviously seen the news and recognized Phil after his transformation. Superhero, devil. Electro's eyes were cold, locking onto Phil in front of him. The whole person was suspended in the air under the effect of the electric current, high above, but his blue skin made him look quite weird. You superheroes, you are all the same. The anger accumulated in Electro's heart made him more cynical. Whoosh. He waved his hand and sent out a lightning-like electric shockwave. Boom! Exclamation mark. Phil dodged and the wall behind him was damaged by the shockwave, shattered and cracked instantly, with spider-web-like patterns spreading to the corners. If the outer wall of the space, where the weapons display room is located, had not been specially hardened, this electric shockwave would have been enough to blow a big hole. But then, the electric man kept waving his hands, and one electric shock wave after another exploded. The whole room shook violently, and the whole building trembled slightly. Damn it. Phil dodged continuously, and drew his gun to fight back. The electric man rushed into the wires in the room, and Phil lost his target instantly. Oh no. Phil's face changed drastically, thinking of Anton's purpose for him to come to Wayne Company. The whole family is in the company, don't let the bad guys catch them all. After waiting for a few seconds with a serious expression, Phil didn't see the figure of the electric man. He realized that the electric man had gone out of the room, and his face became even uglier. He quickly took out the communicator. Buzz buzz buzz. The whole building where Wayne Company is located began to tremble slightly. At this time, people who were still inside the building and had not yet left work felt that an earthquake had come, and they all showed panic expressions. Beep, beep. The old man suddenly received a call. The voltage in the weapons and equipment room is abnormal. He frowned and said to Anton, Phil is still in there. Ring, ring, ring. Anton's phone rang. It was Phil. Boss, it's the electric man. He attacked me, and he is in this building. After the call was connected, Phil breathed rapidly and reported the situation. Got it. You be careful. Come over immediately and join us. Anton hung up the phone, looked at the office, walked straight to the fire alarm, and punched it. Bang! Exclamation mark. The glass cover on the alarm shattered. Beep, beep. The sharp alarm sounded throughout the building in an instant, causing complete panic among the people who were still in the building. Zizzy, zizzy, zizzy. Water began to spray from the ceiling above, and the whole building was quickly filled with water mist. Although this water mist could not subdue the electric man, it could at least have some restrictive effect on him. Bang! The old man's bodyguard, John Wick, the assassin king of New York, who shares the same name as John, rushed into the office. Something happened. He judged that the situation had changed, frowned, and held Wayne Company's latest weapon, the energy gun, with a vigilant face. You stay here and protect the two of them. Phil will come over in a while. Leave the rest to me. After Anton gave his instructions, he strode out of the office. Anton. Before the old man said anything, Anton's cheap father, John, couldn't help it. He looked at Anton's back worriedly, and when Anton turned his head, he could only say one sentence after countless words. Be careful. I know. Anton chuckled, and then said, John, remember, the people who should be afraid are never us. After that, he walked out of the office and passed by. From the elevator to the gate of Wayne Company, and then to the opposite side of the street, he turned around and looked at the brightly lit but chaotic building, his face calm. Around him, countless people ran out of the building in fear and passed by him. Maximum Dylan, I guess you can hear me. If you are looking at me now, then come on, I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Anton said calmly. At this moment, he stood there, motionless. But people passing by him could feel a murderous aura, as if the temperature around them dropped a lot, and they shuddered subconsciously. Chapter 212 Citizens are shocked. Familiar outfit. Ha 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 ha. A deep laugh suddenly resounded throughout the street. Countless people who were coming and going and fleeing in a hurry were all stunned when they heard the sound. They found that this exaggerated laughter came from all directions and was boundless. It seemed to have magic and contained deep madness. In short, it was not a sound that a good person could make. Anton, do you think you can still beat me with the trick you used last time? The voice continued, still crazy. People noticed the name mentioned by the unknown voice, Someone immediately recognized that the person standing opposite the gate was the most famous Anton in the public sense. Anton Jameson. A rich kid, a famous Hollywood director, a New York entrepreneur, the boss of Wayne Company, and a member of the Jameson family. Of course, Anton's most important identity, and the one that can provoke the most enemies, should be Batman's comrade in arms and a formal member of the Justice League. So, a supervillain has set his sights on Anton. Gudang. Oh my god, where is Batman? Is this revenge? Batman's enemies can't find Batman, so they are looking for Anton for revenge? Countless thoughts flashed through people's minds. At the same time, they kept walking away from the scene, fearing that they would be injured by mistake if they were too close. As Batman's comrade in arms and the boss of Wayne Company, which runs an arms business, Anton must have a trump card to use, but they are 100% ordinary people, and have no capital to participate. In the building, in the office of the chairman of Wayne Company, a group of people stood in front of the French window, staring at the scene downstairs. Among them was Phil, who had rushed to the office. Among the few people, Anton's cheap dad, John, who knew the least about the changed Anton, looked worried. Will he really be fine? John couldn't help asking the few people around him. If something happens to him, New York will be finished. Don't worry, John. If something happens to you, nothing will happen to him. The others all showed expressions of watching the fun, and the old man even smiled and rolled his eyes at him. John saw this, and his curiosity reappeared. He saw that Anton must have a trump card to subdue this so-called electric man. Maybe this was Anton's secret. However, it seemed a bit inappropriate to call it a secret here. Because, obviously, among the few people present, everyone knew Anton's secret except himself. Below the building, on the empty street made way by countless passers-by, only Anton was left standing in the center. Looking around, even the crowd closest to him was nearly 100 meters away. At the same time, the mysterious man who was hiding somewhere and laughing crazily finally showed his extraordinary ability. Boom! Exclamation mark. The bottoms of several street lamps on the street exploded, and they flew out and hit the roadside heavily. Under the force of the explosion, one street lamp even flew towards the crowd nearly 100 meters away, almost hitting someone, causing a scream of horror. Kai kai. After the street lamp hit the ground, there was a moment of friction. Stone chips flew, and sparks exploded. The atmosphere became more tense. Zzz. Then, the sound of electricity was heard everywhere. The billboards on the street began to flicker, and many of the poor quality ones were short-circuited and lost their light. Under the attention of the crowd, a substantial electric current flashed out from the base of the street lamp, gathering in the air like a river, forming the shape of a person. People were stunned when they saw this miraculous scene. Although New York citizens have seen everything, this situation, to be honest, is really the first time. Is this really a person? At this time, all the citizens who saw this scene had question marks in their minds. Previously, the electric man appeared late at the expo, and people did not really see his existence. Even in the subsequent news reports, at the request of the New York Police Department, the media, mainly the Daily Bugle, only mentioned it briefly without detailed explanation. Therefore, everyone may have seen the name Electric Man, Maximum Dylan, but they have not formed any concept of the specific image of the Electric Man. However, at this time, the Electric Man made such a cool appearance, and those who experienced it will definitely remember it for a lifetime. Gudang. He's Electro. I remember I just heard Anton call his name, Maximum Dylan, the Electro who appeared at the Stark Expo, and was finally arrested. He was actually arrested. Who arrested such a powerful guy? It's Anton Jameson in front of you. What? Isn't Anton Jameson an ordinary person? Although he is a member of the Justice League, he is not a superhero, just a logistics person, right? A logistics person is so powerful? People in the crowd far away whispered from time to time. After someone recognized Electro, these whispers and discussions immediately boiled up. Zzz. At this time, the electric current in the air completely condensed into a substantial human figure. Electro, Maximum Dylan, really appeared in everyone's sight. With the help of the magnetic field generated by the electric current, He floated in the air like a god, standing more than 3 meters above the ground, looking down at Anton, with electric current flashing on his blue skin. "This time, you don't stand a chance." The electric man sneered at Anton, slowly raised his hand, and a ball of electric light gathered in his palm. "I'm not curious at all that you came to seek revenge on me." Anton looked at the electric man calmly, and said in a calm tone, "I'm just curious, who ordered you to do it?" The electric man's face changed slightly, but his movements did not change. He suddenly swung out the electric current in his hand, and growled at the same time, "No matter who it is, you don't have a chance to know." Boom. The terrifying electric shock wave came out. "So, there is someone behind you." Anton looked at the electric current calmly, motionless, and even with a slight disdain on his face. In the eyes of others, he was scared silly by this attack. No way. Anton Jameson won't die just like that. Why is he standing there? Some people were terrified, some sneered, some were worried, and some couldn't bear to open their eyes to watch. On the building, the office of the chairman of Wayne Company. "It's bad." John's eyes were about to burst, and he turned his head to glare at the people around him. Why didn't he dodge? "Didn't you say that Anton couldn't get into trouble? What's the hurry?" Although the old man was also a little worried, he kept his composure and scolded, "Watch it, my grandson won't die so easily." What's more, he arrested Electro once, so he can arrest Electro a second time. "Do you have so little confidence in your son?" Phil and Wick said nothing. Their confidence in Anton was probably the strongest among the people present. They both knew how powerful Anton was. The former was a member of the Justice League and watched Anton become Batman and become famous. The latter was beaten and his dog was almost gone. The psychological shadow magnified Anton's power infinitely. "Look." Suddenly, Phil exclaimed. Someone appeared. As soon as these words came out, John, who was extremely worried, immediately cast his eyes back. Boom! Exclamation mark. In a flash, a tall, slender figure with long hair, wearing revealing armor, descended from the sky, and her whole body seemed to emit golden holy light. Clang! Exclamation mark. The figure stood in front of Anton, crossed his hands, and created an invisible air shield that completely blocked the electric shockwave. Who is she? Wait, why does this woman look so familiar? Chapter 213 The Powerful Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Diana Prince. That's Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman really appeared. Oh my god, it's really Wonder Woman. I knew it. I knew Wonder Woman is real. She's so beautiful. The crowd was boiling instantly. When they recognized Wonder Woman, everyone forgot the shock brought by Electro and the danger at the moment, and stamped their feet in excitement. That's Wonder Woman. If Anton took the time to look at the fan value inside the system now, he would find that the fan value representing Wonder Woman had increased by hundreds in an instant, and this number was still rising. Because some people in the crowd had taken out their mobile phones to take crazy photos and posted these photos or videos on major websites and forums. In the building, the office of the chairman of Wayne Company. Is that Wonder Woman? It's really Wonder Woman. I knew it. I knew Anton would not want to shoot Wonder Woman for no reason. Is it really an autobiographical movie? When can I have my own personal autobiographical movie? The old man and John were shocked. Phil was envious. As for Wick next to them, as the former king of assassins in New York, he remained calm on the surface, but his rolling Adam's apple and stunned eyes were enough to show his shock. Wick knew more about the underground world than the others. He knew that in this world, there were indeed people like Electro who had special superpowers. But he had seen the Wonder Woman movie, and knew that Wonder Woman was set up as the daughter of Zeus, a god from Paradise Island. Does this ancient myth really exist? Thinking of his past experiences and some ancient covenants and rules inherited by the High Table, Wick's heart suddenly beat faster. He looked past Wonder Woman, and fell on Anton behind Wonder Woman. He was somewhat glad that he joined Anton's camp. Who are you? Electro obviously had not seen the movie, let alone the works of DC Company, so he didn't know Wonder Woman. But the cheers of the crowd around him made him realize that this was a powerful person. In addition to Wonder Woman's shocking appearance, especially at this time, when her hands were crossed, the invisible shield that appeared in front of her easily blocked his attack. This made him completely realize that he had ushered in a strong enemy. Looks like another superhero. Electro looked Wonder Woman up and down, and seeing the faint golden glow emanating from her, he clenched his fists, and a terrifying electric current exploded in his palm, condensing into a spear made of lightning, with dazzling blue electric light bursting out. "Whoever you are, go to hell," Electro shouted angrily, and threw the lightning spear in his hand. Whoosh! The lightning spear quickly swept through the air, and killed Wonder Woman and Anton. However, under the horrified eyes of everyone, the lightning spear seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force while moving, and its speed became slower and slower, and finally stopped in the air, and after a few blinks, it was directly shattered and dissipated into dots of fluorescence. What? Electro opened his eyes wide, with an unbelievable look on his face. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. It seemed that his ability had encountered a powerful natural enemy. In fact, this was just Wonder Woman's use of her divine power, a tricky trick. Wonder Woman released her divine power, and the powerful divine power spread out, eliminating the magnetic field brought by the surrounding Electro, which was equivalent to changing the world in a small range. Under the coverage of Wonder Woman's divine power, Electro's ability was infinitely compressed. But this method can only be used when facing Electro, because Electro's power bank ability has a slight magnetic field effect, which is why he can float in the air and be high above. Now, Wonder Woman's divine power offsets part of Electro's ability, which is equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. Electro, who was not a big threat to Wonder Woman, has become a turtle in a jar. Then, while everyone was shocked, Wonder Woman took a step forward. Boom. The ground under her feet shattered, the air shook, and transparent air ripples swept out, and sand and rocks flew in an instant. Bang! Before Electro could react, he was punched in the chest by Wonder Woman. Crack! His chest instantly caved in, and Electro flew backwards like a rag doll, crashing through the wall behind him, and disappearing from everyone's sight. After this scene happened, the whole place fell silent. Everyone felt that they only saw Wonder Woman move and change her position, and Electro immediately flew backwards, as if he was hit hard. This is too strong. God. She is really God. New York citizens cheered wildly, and they didn't even notice their voices were hoarse. Although Wonder Woman only appeared in front of the public for the first time, after experiencing Batman, Cyborg, and even Green Arrow, who didn't have an autobiographical movie, they had already become accustomed to it after these three people appeared one after another. Even many fans of heroes and other DC works still hoped that they could see their favorite heroes become real characters as soon as possible. Secondly, the Wonder Woman movie was released recently, and most people knew a lot about Wonder Woman's background. It was the setting and origin of Wonder Woman herself. At this time, Wonder Woman's performance did not disappoint them at all. On the other side, Anton stood there, looking at the cheering crowd in the distance. His face was strange and satisfied. It was the first time he saw Wonder Woman's clone fighting in front of him. In one word, cool. Although Wonder Woman has top looks, the sharp temperament she exudes does not make people focus only on her looks. From the current performance, Anton believes that looks are only Wonder Woman's most insignificant advantage. As a female superhero, Wonder Woman is different from Batman, Cyborg and Green Arrow. Even if the latter three appear as clones, they will not give him the feeling he has now. It's quite amazing. Boom! Exclamation mark. Anton was thinking. In front of him, the wall with a hole smashed by the electric man was instantly shattered by countless electric currents. Pieces of white powder floated out. Boom boom boom. Electric shock waves shot out from the hole in front of him and killed Wonder Woman, who was heroic and had long hair flying. Clang. Wonder Woman was not in a hurry. She crossed her arms and cast another divine shield to block all the attacks of the electric shock waves. Then, she swung her hand and a golden whip appeared in her hand. The lasso of truth. This lasso, or whip, is unbreakable, and the person tied up can only tell the truth. Seeing this, Anton crossed his arms. He was in the range of the battle between the two sides, and he was more relaxed than anyone else, because he knew that the battle was over. Whoosh! At this time, after Electro threw out the electric current, he just emerged and saw the thin whip coming towards him. In less than a blink of an eye, it was wrapped around him several times. He was horrified and activated his ability. He struggled for a moment, but found that it was useless. This whip blocked part of his ability. How is it possible? Electro was shocked. Alright. Wonder Woman pulled him close and threw him in front of Anton without even looking at him. However, Anton understood Wonder Woman's meaning very well. Wonder Woman is Anton's clone. They share memories and have an innate super tacit understanding, which is not even tacit understanding. Each of Anton's clones is actually himself. Tell me. Coming back to his senses, Anton looked at the Electro who was bound by the lasso of truth, kneeling on the ground, looking up at him with resentment, and said in a flat tone, "How did you get out of prison, and where is the person behind you?" Chapter 214 The Real Boss in New York. Facing Anton's questioning, Electro sneered. Just as he was about to die, his mouth was out of control, and he uttered another sentence strangely. "They put drugs in the food. I was knocked unconscious in the prison room. After I opened my eyes, I left the prison and appeared in a strange house. I had never seen them from beginning to end." As soon as he said this, Electro was stunned. He stared at Anton in front of him blankly and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How did you do it? Now is not the time for you to ask questions." Anton was not surprised either. He sneered, "Tell me what you know." Electro still uncontrollably revealed the truth and said, "The person who contacted me is a hacker who has never shown his face, but has very sophisticated means. He controls the surveillance cameras throughout New York to track your itinerary." Hacker? Anton frowned slightly. "Where is the room where you woke up?" "Brooklyn." Under the effect of the lasso of truth, Electro had no room to be stubborn and answered any questions obediently. Anton also thoroughly understood the situation. When it comes to hackers in Hydra, no representative characters come to mind. But from another perspective, if hackers are replaced by artificial intelligence, no, to be more precise, network life, then there is only one choice. Drive Zala. Anton quickly locked onto his opponent, pondered for a moment, and waved to Wonder Woman. In fact, there was no need to do this action. As Anton's clone, Wonder Woman also knew what Anton wanted to do. Whoosh. Wonder Woman imprisoned Electro with the lasso of truth, bent her feet and bounced, and instantly took off like a rocket, flying away with Electro. "Hey." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Anton's ears. Beep beep. The truck driven by the Turtles and the police car carrying George Stacy arrived late and drove quickly from the corner of the street. "Anton, where did she take Electro?" "That's Wonder Woman." "Shit, I'm only 1 minute late. What did I miss?" The Turtles looked at Wonder Woman who had already flown to the end of the sky. Their green faces were a little surprised. Michelangelo, in particular, was extremely sad. But then he thought of something and became happy again and asked quickly, "Anton, Wonder Woman is also one of us, so we can see her again in the future, right?" "There will be many opportunities in the future," Anton replied. "Anton, where did Wonder Woman take Electro?" George hurriedly walked out of the police car and hurried to Anton, his face quite helpless. He thought he could take Electro back to prison. "Chief Stacy, the situation is different now. Someone has declared war on us." Anton meant something. His tone was calm, but revealed a bit of murderous intent, which made George Stacy feel cold in his heart. "We found a place more suitable for dealing with Electro." He paused and said, "I can assure you that he will never appear again." "This?" George was shocked again. Seeing Anton turned and walked into the Wayne Company building, he turned his head and looked at the 4 turtles who pretended not to hear and sighed. "Okay." He was quite helpless. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple. New York is next to an endless sea." At this time, a slender and tall figure dragged another blue figure with a golden rope, flashed across the sky like lightning, and arrived above the turbulent sea. Electro was suspended in the air by the golden rope. Looking at the beautiful and calm face in front of him, he felt unprecedented panic in his heart. He roared and asked, "Are you going to kill me? You should have expected this to happen today." Wonder Woman replied calmly and released the lasso of truth. Whoosh. Electro fell straight down from the air and fell into the surging waves and the endless sea. Zizzy. When a power bank or battery falls into water, the only outcome is that it will be scrapped. For Electro, water is his natural enemy. Facing endless seawater, even if he has superpowers, he has no way to survive. Wonder Woman was suspended in mid-air, watching Electro struggle in the sea coldly, and finally gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea to an unknown depth, and then she flashed, and was taken back by Anton. On the other side, Anton came to the inside of Wayne Company, outside the chairman's office. He saw the old man and others standing in the room waiting for him. That Wonder Woman. John couldn't help asking, is she also a member of the Justice League? Anton said unhappily, John, you must have never seen any work by DC. How dare you ask such a question? Boss, you are so handsome. Phil gave a thumbs up and flattered him. I have seen a lot of the videos and photos just now on the internet. You will definitely be popular again. I'm already popular enough. After a short exchange, Anton saw the police officers from the New York Police Department behind him walking into Wayne Company, and said to the old man and others, it's almost time. You should immediately meet up with Oscorp and go to Washington. The militarist territory is safer. Okay. The old man nodded. You have to be careful. After that, they left Wayne Company. George Stacy was very considerate and did not intend to keep them to take notes. The course of events was very clear. The main target of Electro's attack on Wayne Company was Anton. The reason was also very clear. At the previous Stark Expo, Anton subdued Electro, which was an act of revenge. Anton. George went to Anton again, because he knew from the confessions of the onlookers that Anton had interrogated Electro with the help of Wonder Woman. Anton's public identity is not only a famous director and entrepreneur, but also a comrade in arms and colleague of Batman. Therefore, George did not dare to show his displeasure and asked politely, did you get anything out of Electro? Who is the mastermind behind the large-scale prison escape and the prison? This is very important to the New York Police Department. I hope you can answer us. He is very stubborn. Anton shook his head and did not tell George the truth. The New York Police Department has no right to intervene in this matter. However, there is one thing that George can help with. Chief Stacy. Anton paused, and before George showed his disappointment, he said, I just received a message, which is very important to you and me. What news? George was curious. King Kong escaped from the prison of S.H.I.E.L.D. Anton said lightly, he seems to have returned to New York through some channels. What? George opened his eyes wide, was suddenly shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. King Bing is back. He was speechless for a moment. The surrounding police officers heard this, and showed the same stunned expression as George. Don't worry. Anton's sharp eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the audience. King Bing is not a threat, but the force that helped King Bing escapees. However, since those guys think that King Bing will bring us trouble, why not let them see that, even if King Bing escapes now, he is just a loser who has been beaten by us, and there is no threat at all. George, you lead the New York Police Department to mobilize the city's police force to track down King Bing's whereabouts. I will call Winston and let the Continental Hotel and the High Table fully cooperate with the police department's actions. Now, everyone in New York may be our eyes. In addition, the Justice League will cooperate with your actions. After Anton finished speaking, the whole audience was silent for a few seconds. George stood there and found that he had nothing to say. It seemed that he could only do what Anton told him to do. At this moment, Anton was more like the director of the New York Police Department than George. Did you hear everything? George was speechless and turned to look at the police officers around him. Why don't you do it quickly? Yes. The police officers nodded and took action. George, don't worry, this is our chance. Anton casually took out a cigar from the drawer of the old man's desk, then walked to the window and looked at the sunset outside the window. He held the cigar in his mouth, turned his head, and looked at George. His eyes were calm, but there was a fire hidden in them. We will let everyone know who is in charge in New York. Okay. George swallowed his saliva and actually saw the shadow of Kingpin in Anton. There is no doubt that compared with Anton now, Kingpin is nothing. Anton is the real boss in New York. Usually he doesn't show off, but at critical moments, even the police must obey and have to do it. In order not to disturb everyone's sleep, I will not update in the early morning in the future. I will try my best to save some manuscripts in the next 2 days and fix the update time. Chapter 215 I Found You. Anton seems to be just an ordinary person, but the power behind him cannot be ignored. Although he has no right to interfere with the New York Police Department, the good relationship established between the Justice League and George and Anton has been involved in this incident. George and others do not mind listening to Anton's friendly advice. To be honest, if there is no Anton, there may be no way to establish a deeper connection between the New York Police Department and the Continental Hotel. As Anton said, this is an opportunity to completely clean up New York and establish order. George pondered for a moment and led the New York Police Department to act quickly. The news of Kingpin's return brought him a great sense of urgency. He always felt that New York would set off a storm again. Watching George leave, Anton drove away from Wayne Company. On the way, while driving, he took out his mobile phone and called Winston at the Continental Hotel. Anton. Winston was a little nervous and said, "I just heard that you were attacked. I can assure you that this has nothing to do with the Continental Hotel." "I know," Anton said. "I called to tell you that Kingpin is back. You have to cooperate with the New York Police Department to find Kingpin." "What?" Winston was surprised. This sudden news made an old fox like Winston speechless. "Kingpin? How did he escape?" Winston frowned. "How could S.H.I.E.L.D. let him escape?" "It's not that simple," Anton said. "You just need to work with the New York Police Department to find Kingpin's location, and you don't have to intervene in the rest. Don't worry." Winston understood the meaning of this call and solemnly promised the Continental Hotel will do its best. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Anton came to a certain location in Brooklyn. This is the location of the safe house mentioned by the electric people. Creak. Anton pushed the door and walked in. Before entering the door, he looked up at the surveillance camera at the door and sneered at the camera, as if to say, "I have found you." This is an empty room with 2 monitors hanging on the wall, which are now in standby mode. "I know you are here." Anton stood in the middle of the safe house, looking at the monitor in front of him, and said lightly, "Since you can hack into the cameras in the whole city and deduce my route map, then you must know my purpose on my way to the safe house. As a network life, Dr. Zora can theoretically connect to any computer. However, network life is slightly different from artificial intelligence after all, and he may not dare to appear at will. Dr. Zora will only show up in a place he thinks is safe. This safe house is the territory of Hydra. Taking this opportunity, Dr. Zora should not miss the opportunity to communicate with Anton. "Hello, Anton Jameson." Click. Suddenly, the monitor in front of Anton lit up, and a dialogue window popped up. "Hello." Seeing this, Anton was not surprised. "This time you want to deal with me. It shouldn't be a sudden idea, right, Dr. Zora?" After saying this, the figure on the monitor, Dr. Zora, was silent for a long time. Until Anton was getting impatient, another line of text appeared in the dialogue window on the screen. "You really know us very well." Obviously, Dr. Zora was quite surprised. He didn't expect Anton to know his identity so well, and blurted out, "Humph." Anton snorted coldly, "I have known the secret of Hydra for a long time. I didn't intend to pay attention to your entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D., but you chose to take the initiative to attack me. Hydra has been exposed. It was Batman who reminded S.H.I.E.L.D. The person who crossed the line was Batman. Since it was Batman who did it, you should certainly go find Batman." Anton said, "It seems that you can't find Batman, so you let me be the scapegoat. Are you stalling for time?" Cyborg. It's Cyborg. At @&%#. Suddenly, a large piece of garbled characters appeared on the screen. Anton raised his lips. "Just found out." He was a little disdainful. "It seems that your network life is nothing more than this." At this time, on the rooftop of the Brooklyn residential building where Anton was, Cyborg was facing the evening breeze from above, his face calm, his electronic eye flickering slightly, and countless electronic information passing through his brain. Cyborg had immersed himself in the online world, cracked Dr. Zora's firewall, and controlled Dr. Zora. Suddenly, Cyborg frowned. "Copy code. It's a replica. No wonder he has lived for so many years. He is really careful." Cyborg's memory is shared with Anton. Anton knew Cyborg's achievement at the first time. Dr. Zora, who was talking to him, was just a small program with intelligence, equivalent to the clone left by Dr. Zora. The clone does not share data with the main body. The main body will periodically take back the clone, check the data, and then launch a new clone. Therefore, erasing this clone will not affect Dr. Zora. According to Anton, Dr. Zora's main body should be a computer from the last century. All his brain data is in that giant computer. To kill Dr. Zora, we must first find Dr. Zora's main body and prevent Dr. Zora from resurrecting by transferring his own brain data. This is actually a very troublesome thing. However, fortunately, Dr. Zora is just a network life, not a real artificial intelligence. With Dr. Zora's characteristics, he can never become Ultron. With the help of Cyborg, it is not impossible to completely block Dr. Zora. The old man and his men are already on the plane, with military escort, so there is no need to worry about their safety for the time being. Hydra's main target is me, and they will not provoke the army for nothing. Fighting multiple parties is also a big burden for them. Hydra is not that stupid. Anton in the room observed the real-time status of the old man and others through the perspective of Cyborg. Then, after a moment of silence, he left the safe house and drove home. On the way, he frowned slightly. Although the whole incident is basically clear, there is still a key question that Anton has not got the answer to. In the final analysis, the person Hydra wants to deal with is not Anton, but Batman, who is hiding in the dark and no one can find. Anton has separated his superficial identity from Batman. Relying on the clone skill, he has basically cleared his suspicion of being Batman. Batman has completely retreated into mystery. Obviously, it was because Hydra had tried so hard to find Batman that they wanted to lure out Batman by dealing with Anton. Batman's Spokesperson. Unexpectedly, they hit a wall and let out Wonder Woman. The problem is, with Batman's record, how can Hydra be sure that they can defeat and kill Batman? Where does Hydra get its confidence from? Rooftop. Cyborg roamed the internet world, searched for internal channels of all parties, and even quietly invaded the databases of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. Soon, Cyborg stopped this needle in a haystack behavior. He went directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and controlled Alexander Pierce's computer. Alexander Pierce, this guy is the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now the Secretary General of S.H.I.E.L.D. As a big man in S.H.I.E.L.D., who is only inferior to the veteran level, his current power is comparable to that of Nick Fury, and even Nick Fury is just a cover he pushed out to cover up his true identity. You know, most of the time, Nick Fury has to communicate with his superior department, the World Security Council, through Pierce. No one would have thought that Pierce would be the leader of Hydra. A few minutes later, Cyborg found an interesting confidential document from Pierce's computer. Nanoarm technology. The confidential document described that nanoarms were originally used for medical treatment and could destroy the structure of all viruses in the human body. Later, someone had an idea to use it for weapons development and persuaded the military to spend tens of billions of dollars to develop 4 nanoarm warheads. The status of these 4 nanoarm warheads is equivalent to a large-yield nuclear bomb and is stored in the world's most stringent arsenal. Of course, in addition to the dangerous nanoarm warheads, some people have also made nanoarm bullets. These bullets are expensive, so there are not many of them. In the test video, a small nanoarm bullet can easily devour a tank and completely decompose it. This kind of bullet has a fatal lethality to technological civilization. Batman is a man in armor. Hydra obviously thinks that nanoarm bullets are Batman's nemesis and are most likely to defeat and kill Batman. According to the military's information, nanoarm warheads and nanoarm bullets were hijacked by a group of terrorists about 3 days ago. After investigation, the military found some information about this terrorist force. They call themselves Cobra. It seems that this is your confidence, nanoarm bullets, nanoarm warheads, and the Cobra organization. Anton recalled this information after returning home. Cobra. Hydra. I didn't expect these two to be mixed together. Anton was not surprised, but just felt a little surprised. This is obviously a plot of the special forces in the previous Life movie. The Cobra organization wants to use nanoarm warheads to carry out terrorist attacks on various major countries. But in this world, the so-called Cobra organization seems to have been incorporated by Hydra and became one of the heads of Hydra. Therefore, the plan to attack the capitals of various countries with nanoarm warheads has become an action against Batman. Things are much simpler than I thought. Anton's eyes were cold. In that case, let's chop off one of your heads first and see what tricks you have. Washington, SHIELD headquarters. Creak. Alexander Pierce's office door was suddenly pushed open. The man who walked into the room was naturally Pierce himself. He had just received news from New York and a secret communication from Dr. Zala, knowing that the safe house in New York had been discovered and the enemy had new movements, and his brows were slightly frowned. The plan to lead Batman out through Anton failed. Stuck at the first step. Pierce didn't care much. He had expected this scene and had made a follow-up plan. In short, Batman, this scourge, must be solved. No one knows how much Batman knows about Hydra. As a superhero, relying on the analysis of Batman's behavior, Hydra has reached a consensus that this person cannot be won over, and the only way left is to eliminate him. Da. While Pierce was thinking, he came to the computer, inadvertently glanced at the screen in front of him. His face suddenly sank, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. At this moment, there was a Batman logo on his computer screen. There was also a sentence, "I found you." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 216, Plan for the Fall of New York. I found you. Seeing this sentence, Pierce's face changed drastically. Just one sentence alone could not make Pierce so frightened. The most important thing was another piece of information on the computer screen. The Bat logo. Batman. Pierce's face was gloomy. As the leader of this generation of Hydra, his identity was undoubtedly top secret. Those who knew his identity were all brainwashed and loyal to Hydra. Even if these people committed suicide, they would not reveal a word. In this regard, Pierce was absolutely confident, and he hid himself very well. Even if Hydra was basically exposed to Nick Fury and others at this time, he would never be included in the list of suspects. But now, Batman actually came to him. Where did Batman find it? Is it a trick? Batman, I don't know what you are talking about. Pierce panicked for a moment, but he remained calm on the surface. He just took a deep breath and looked furious. He slammed the table, stood up immediately, looked at the computer in front of him, and shouted coldly, "There is indeed something fishy inside SHIELD. If you continue to slander and defame me, I will immediately let SHIELD take action against you." Humph. Across the computer, Cyborg and Anton sneered, pretty cautious. However, Anton never expected that it would be so easy to get evidence of Pierce's true identity. In other words, the struggle between him and Pierce has just begun. SHIELD headquarters. The computer in front of Pierce returned to normal, restrained his anger, but still serious. His eyes became more gloomy. He didn't know at all, and couldn't be sure whether Batman really left his computer, so he turned his head and walked out of the office with a gloomy face and took the elevator to a certain underground base of SHIELD headquarters. This is isolated from the signal and has an absolutely safe secret room. In the secret room, there is a round table and a chair is placed in front of each seat. Pierce sat in his seat and activated the emergency call button. Swish. Several virtual projections appeared in front of him. They were the current leaders of Hydra, Daniel Whitehall, Baron Strucker, and Dr. Zora. Pierce, what happened? I heard that the operation in New York failed. It seems that we have to start another plan. The nano warheads have been transferred to New York and can be launched at any time. We must lock Batman's location in advance, otherwise it will be in vain and will alert the enemy and expose him completely. Daniel and Baron Strucker talked back and forth. Dr. Zora said nothing. He just learned that a small program clone of his was destroyed in New York, which was obviously related to Batman. As an enemy of Hydra, Dr. Zora knew a lot about Batman and the Justice League created by Batman. He knew that the Justice League had a superhero named Cyborg. Cyborg had special abilities and could be regarded as an artificial intelligence, which was only stronger than himself. Facing Cyborg, Dr. Zora did not think he could gain the upper hand. His role was infinitely reduced in front of Cyborg. That's enough. Several people had their own thoughts. Pierce was impatient. Seeing that Daniel Whitehall and Baron Strucker were still arguing, He slammed the table and said, "Shut up and listen to me." Swish. The scene was silent. Daniel and Baron Strucker turned their heads to look at Pierce, their eyes cold, waiting for Pierce to speak. The relationship between them was not harmonious. Pierce seemed to be the current leader of Hydra, but Daniel and Baron Strucker, as the elders of Hydra, did not accept being bullied by a latecomer and had been in a state of listening to orders, but not announcements for a long time. Only Dr. Zora, who had become a network life, did not care about seniority or status. Dr. Zora believed that the way to achieve immortality was nothing but clouds, except the mission of Hydra. Batman has found me. Pierce's face was gloomy, and he stared fiercely at the projections in front of him, and said word by word, "He came to me, and showed off his power in front of me." What? Daniel Whitehall and Baron Strucker's faces changed. Dr. Zora also showed a surprised expression. There is no doubt that among them, Alexander Pierce is the one who is absolutely the least likely to be exposed. But Pierce said that he was exposed, and Batman came to him? How is it possible? I won't joke about such things. Pierce said coldly, "Now accelerate all plans, and we must kill Batman and disintegrate the Justice League. Let Cobra arrange, as soon as possible, to transfer all 4 Nanoom warheads to New York. At worst, let New York fall and announce the return of Hydra. Isn't he a superhero? I want to see if the fall of New York can force him out." The whole audience was silent. Second, Dr. Zora was the first to voice his support, making an emotionless mechanical sound. "Agree. I agree too." Passed unanimously. "Okay." Pierce snorted, opened the map in front of him, marked the area where New York was located in red, and said in a cold tone, the name of the plan, New York Falls. The secret room was sealed well, and this meeting used the internal communication channel of Hydra, so it could not be captured by the outside world. Although Anton asked Cyborg to search the entire network, he could guess that Pierce would definitely take action, but it was impossible for him to see this meeting. However, he knew that the enemy would not give up, so he would not let down his guard. Nanoom warhead. Since Hydra wants to deal with Batman, it is likely that the Nanoom warhead has been transferred to New York. This thing is indeed a bit dangerous. Anton touched his chin and recalled the plot of the Special Forces. He found that it was nothing more than a routine plot in which the Cobra organization wanted to bomb here and there, and the Special Forces members tried their best to stop it, and finally won. Now that the Cobra organization has been incorporated by Hydra, the person to be dealt with has become Batman under the order of Hydra. The plot is completely messed up, and it will definitely not follow the original process. He thought about the information he had now. The only thing he was sure of was that the members of the Cobra organization were most likely hiding in New York with the Nanoom warheads. New York. Anton straightened his face. If Cobra directly dropped Nanoom warheads in New York, relying on the power of Nanoom warheads, the entire New York would be razed to the ground in a short period of time. Of course, this raze to the ground does not mean being blown up, but that the entire New York buildings, facilities, street lights and billboards, large and small, all objects, were devoured and decomposed by nanooms. The consequences can be imagined. After all, New York is where Batman is active, and it is also an international metropolis. The Hydra people came to New York for Batman. If New York falls, it would be a slap in Batman's face. Fortunately, the people responsible for implementing this task are members of the Cobra organization. Anton has a good memory. He doesn't know all the members of the Cobra organization, but he still knows a few key figures. Coincidentally, these key figures are easy to find. Soon, the New York Police Department and the Continental Hotel received another email message from Anton. There are 2 names on it. Anna D. Cobb, Baroness Distro. At the Continental Hotel, Winston looked at the 2 names on the screen in front of him expressionlessly, and immediately matched the intelligence system inside the high table, and got the result. Anna D. Cobb, Baroness, Daniel D. Cobb's wife. Distro, born into a Scottish noble family, CEO of the arms company Mars, a war-loving arms dealer. His family has been in the arms business for generations. Winston sent the information to Anton, and gave orders at the same time. Send someone to keep an eye on the Decaber couple. Be careful not to alert them. Report immediately if anything happens. Understood. Daniel Decaber, Baron. His wife is an Adekaba, a top French scientist. The Destro family was born into a Scottish aristocratic family. The family has provided weapon support to those in power for generations. In the English Civil War in the 17th century, the Destro family provided arms to both sides of the war. After the incident was exposed, the Destro family was sentenced to wear iron masks that symbolized shame for generations. Now it is a very famous international arms dealer. In the international market, it is a strong competitor of Stark Industries and Oscorp. As an international arms giant, most of the information known to the public is easy to investigate. But in fact, this is not what Anton wants to see. Fortunately, as the strongest underground force in New York, the Continental Hotel quickly attached the information he needed after a simple introduction of the characters. Columbia University, Cutting Edge Technology Exchange Conference. Sponsor, Destro. Participants, the Dekaba couple. The conference ends today, and the dinner will start at 8 p.m. Sponsors and participants will be present. Anton muttered to himself, and raised the corner of his lips, thinking about it carefully. I haven't attended any banquets for a long time. Columbia University should not refuse an entrepreneur's an invited visit. He looked at the time, 8:10. TSK, the banquet has already started. It seems that I'm late, but people with status always have to be late to show their status. Anton changed his clothes, tidied his clothes, drove his sports car, and rushed towards Columbia University with a bang. Columbia University is located in Manhattan, New York. It is a world-class private research university. It is one of the 14 founding schools of the American Association of Universities, and one of the Ivy League schools. The location is quite easy to find. Starting from Anton's residence, it took about 10 minutes to arrive at the university. He parked the car at the door of the banquet hall. Just as he was about to walk in, the security guard at the door stopped him. Hey, don't you know me? Anton faced the security guard and threw the sports car keys to him. Please park the car for me. I'm needed for this party. Today I will update these 6,000 words. But I will continue to write in the evening and save some manuscripts in the next 2 days. When I have more manuscripts on hand, I will set a fixed update time. Chapter 217. Anton shows off his skills for the first time. Anton's face is indeed quite well known. Especially in New York, where Batman is more famous than the president. Anton is the spokesperson for Batman, and everyone loves him. Few people don't know Anton. Therefore, DC fans and works are most popular in New York. In major schools in New York, people fantasize about becoming superheroes and doing justice every day, and even the number of school violence has decreased by more than half compared to before. When the security guard saw Anton, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Can you sign for me? The security guard quickly took out a pen from his body and then pulled the hem of his clothes. There was no wrinkle, smooth as paper, and he couldn't wait to say, just sign on the clothes. I'm your fan. Your movies are great. You have good taste. Anton gave the security guard a thumbs up, and after signing, he walked into the banquet hall aggressively. At this time, the people who were singing and laughing in the hall did not notice the door being opened. Only a few people saw a person walking in the door. And among these few people, it happened to be the Baroness of the Cobra organization, Anna Dekaba. Her eyes lit up, and she locked onto Anton at a glance. As soon as Anton walked to the side of the crowd, Baroness Anna came over, with a smile on her beautiful face. She twisted her slender waist and leaned over, holding Anton with one hand, and the two round hemispheres of her chest pressed against his arm. Anton narrowed his eyes slightly, and could even feel the other's heartbeat. Hey, big director, do you mind having a drink with me? Anna winked at Anton. Oh. Anton looked down at this woman who exuded amazing charm and smiled. Since you took the initiative to come to my door, I won't be polite. Miss, what's your name? Anton pretended not to know her, took a glass of wine from the table next to him, clinked glasses with Anna, and said with a smile, I don't think I've ever seen you in New York. Anna Dekaba. Anna took a sip of the wine and exhaled sweetly. I have known you for a long time, Mr. Jameson Jr. Your works are now very famous. You can call me Anton. While Anton was talking, his eyes seemed to be locked on Anna, but he was actually searching for another important person with the corner of his eye. Destro. but after looking for a long time, he didn't see the figure of Distro. "Mr. Jameson Jr., you seem to be a little impolite." Anna pretended to be dissatisfied. "I'm talking to you, but you're distracted." "Sorry," Anton said. "I suddenly remembered that your last name is very similar to a French scientist I know. His name is Daniel Decaber. He is my husband." Anna was shocked, but her face remained calm. "Really?" Anton laughed, leaned close to Anna's ear, and exhaled softly. "A married lady like you always has a unique charm in my eyes. I didn't expect you like married women." Anna smiled slightly, full of charm, and gave a look. "I remember that there is no one on the balcony over there. Do you want to accompany me to blow the wind?" "Of course." Anton accepted it happily, and followed Anna into the balcony in the corner. After a while, he walked out of the balcony with a gloomy face and spit on the ground. Anna may want to confuse him, and she kissed him on the mouth as soon as she entered the balcony. Fortunately, Anton closed his mouth quickly, which saved his innocence. Although Anton did not have any idea of keeping his virginity, he was not so averse to meat and vegetables. According to the information he collected, this Anna de Kebiel, the so-called Baroness, was not a person who was loyal to her feelings. When performing various tasks for the Cobra organization, she used her body as a weapon, and I don't know how many times she had cheated on her barren husband. Of course, the description in the movie is not so exaggerated. Anna was controlled by the bad guys, and is actually a good person. But this kind of argument is really bitchy. In this real world, Anton only looks at real information. "I almost got taken advantage of." Anton came out with a gloomy face. However, thinking of the interrogation on the balcony just now, his face became a little ugly again. Distro, this guy, actually left the scene less than 5 minutes after the banquet started. The reason why Anna stayed was because her husband, who didn't know how green his head was, wanted to continue discussing related issues in the field of high energy physics with others at the dinner party, so he didn't miss Anton's arrival. As for the hiding place of the Nanaum warhead, it is highly confidential and only Distro knows it. It seems that we have to end tonight's banquet as soon as possible. Anton swept his eyes across the audience. At this time, the other people in the Cobra organization, who had been paying attention to the movements of Anton and Anna, found something wrong and frowned. Only Anton came out. "Something is wrong." Their faces changed slightly. They guessed that they might be exposed. They immediately took out their guns, aimed at Anton, and fired several shots in succession without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted, and bullets the size of peanuts flew out of the chambers and shot at Anton like lightning. However, Anton looked around, and had already noticed the movements of these people. He stepped and dodged behind a pillar. Clang, crash. The decorations on the banquet hall were scratched by bullets. Some unlucky people were even shot directly and fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Our terrorist attack. There is a gunman. Damn, this is a school. Where did the gunman come from? People screamed in fear. Call the police. Call the police. Quick. People were lying on the ground and squirming in a panic. Most people know that when facing a gunfight, they should squat or lie down. Find a safe place with cover and never run around randomly, otherwise it is easy to be hit by stray bullets on the spot like the unlucky guy lying on the ground and then fall to the street. Bang, 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 bang. The gunmen from the Cobra organization locked onto Anton behind the pillar and slowly moved their steps, intending to surround Anton. Daniel Decaber, who was beside the gunman, was stunned. These gunmen were actually his bodyguards. How come in the blink of an eye, his wife had disappeared, and even his bodyguards had suddenly turned into killers and started attacking strangers? What happened to this world? Daniel Decaber hadn't figured out the situation yet, but the situation in front of him was reversed in an instant. Whoosh! Anton behind the column took off his coat, tore off his tie, and threw it at the pillar next to him. Bang, 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 bang. The Cobra gunmen who had been nervously watching the pillar were attracted by the clothes and pulled the trigger repeatedly. This valuable handmade custom suit was instantly beaten into rags. Anton took this opportunity to move. He jumped up and dodged behind a glass curtain wall, smashed the wine glass he had just held in his hand, and threw out the sharp cup holder. As soon as he emerged, kai kai kai, the sharp corner of the goblet pierced into the throat of a gunman. Hehehe. The gunman couldn't breathe, opened his eyes wide, spit out blood foam, and fell to the ground struggling. His accomplices changed their faces and raised their guns to shoot. The glass curtain wall shattered immediately. However, Anton's whereabouts were lost behind the curtain wall. How is it possible? Where did he go? Whoosh. When the gunman was shocked, 2 more pieces of broken glass came and pierced directly into the eyes of 2 gunmen. I can't see. I can't see. My eyes. They howled in pain. Only a few blinks of time passed, and everyone saw that there were a total of 4 gunmen, and now 3 of them had been killed. The only one left was trembling, more nervous than ever, with beads of sweat on his forehead and running down his face. This man even felt that he was not attacking Anton, but Anton was hunting him. Attack and defense switched. What kind of opponent is this? It's not that they haven't collected information about Anton. As far as they know, Anton has never shown such a terrifying skill. Could it be that is the Spider-Gwen of Batman? This guy has also been trained to have a lot of skills. The 2 sides were deadlocked for more than 10 seconds. The last remaining gunman had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his spirit was about to reach a critical point. He gritted his teeth. Come out and raise your hands, otherwise, I will kill everyone here. Aren't you Batman's comrade in arms? Are you going to watch us die without helping? The gunman fell into madness. No. Don't kill us. The people lying on the ground showed horrified expressions, and many guys with extremely poor psychological quality couldn't help crying and howling. The gunman was about to be unable to bear this situation. The enemy didn't show up. He kept his gun raised, and there was no place to use it. With a fierce look in his eyes, he moved the muzzle of the gun without hesitation, and pointed it at a woman next to him. The woman collapsed on the ground, her lower body incontinence, and the smelly liquid wet the corner of her skirt, and flowed down her cuffs to the ground. Just when the gunman was about to pull the trigger, HMPH. A snort of disdain came from the nose and reached everyone's ears. Whoosh. A golden business card flew out suddenly, drawing a curved arc, like a bullet that can turn, passing through the throat of the last gunman, and cutting off his trachea. Hehehehe. His fate was the same as the guy, whose throat was pierced by the broken goblet at the beginning. He spit out blood and foam, his face quickly turned purple, and finally died. Anton walked forward with a cold face, picked up the gun in the man's hand, aimed at the 2 killers who were stabbed in the eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, both of them were shot in the head. It's over. Anton looked around, and said in a low and calm tone, the police are here. No one is allowed to leave now, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. It's a special time, I hope everyone understands. In the banquet hall, everyone was only happy to survive the disaster, so they didn't care about leaving. They collapsed on the ground one by one and let out a long breath. At this time, someone noticed Anton's identity. Anton, it's you. Someone exclaimed. Anton turned his head and found that this person was actually his former friend. Anton. He is Anton Jameson, the director. Not only a director, he is also Batman's comrade in arms and a formal member of the Justice League. It turns out that he is so powerful, no wonder he can join the Justice League. Damn terrorist. People let out a long breath and whispered. Another moment passed. Beep beep. The New York Police Department's vehicles quickly arrived at the door. George Stacy led the police team into the hall. Seeing the mess on the ground and several corpses, his face changed slightly, and he hurried to Anton. Seeing that Anton was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 sides exchanged a few words. Anton said, the woman is on the balcony. She knows something. After you interrogate her, let the turtles put her in a temporary prison in the sewer. And Daniel D. Cobre, this is a poor guy. Maybe he doesn't know much. You can try to interrogate him. Then he walked towards the door, which was the exit. Wait, where are you going? George was stunned. He saw that Anton seemed to be going to continue the action, so he persuaded him earnestly. Anton, I'm not trying to stop you. What I mean is that the New York Police Department can help you. This is New York after all, do you understand? No, you have no right to intervene in this matter. He paused and said in a cold tone, the enemy is very dangerous, and they are coming for Batman. What? George was shocked. Coming for Batman? In front of him, Anton said a few words and walked towards his car. "Do you really not need us to help you?" George couldn't help shouting. "No, you don't have to come later. We will take care of it." Anton waved his hand and drove away. Boom boom boom. The roar of the car sounded. In front of George, Anton drove a sports car away from the Columbia University campus. With a beautiful drift, he couldn't even see the taillights of the car. Chapter 218. Let me see your courage. Destro lived in the Destro Hotel in Manhattan. Yes, this hotel was Destro's property. Anton knew that, although Destro was just an ordinary person, the key point was that he was a wealthy ordinary person. At this time, the interior of the hotel named Destro had been emptied by the people of the Cobra organization, and the remaining people inside were all people of the Cobra organization. In name, these people were Destro's security team. As an internationally renowned arms dealer, he had enemies everywhere, and the reason was irrefutable. Boom. Anton drove over. He didn't intend to entangle with the other party, but to resolve the battle quickly and neatly. So he had an idea. Swish. Suddenly, after passing a dark alley, Anton turned into Batman, and the sports car turned into a Batmobile. Anton drove the Batmobile straight into the hotel lobby. Caca! Exclamation mark. The revolving door at the entrance of the hotel lobby shattered, ignoring the glass fragments that flew out, scaring the scattered citizens passing by at night, and shaking their bodies, and then their faces were stunned. That was Batman. The passers-by looked at each other, showing excitement as they ran. Batman appeared again. After Anton rushed into the hotel, he did not intend to give Destro's thugs, or the members of the Cobra organization, any chance to resist. At this moment, he summoned Green Arrow, Cyborg and Wonder Woman. The main body turned into Batman, plus the 3 clones. The 4 heroes acted together. Any enemy would have to retreat. Not to mention Destro and the Cobra organization. Bang 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 bang. The thugs of the Cobra organization pulled the trigger, and some even rushed towards Anton and others fearlessly before their companions stopped shooting. These people had dull faces, and there was no emotion in their eyes, like a dead person who could move. VIP soldiers. Anton suddenly realized, as the VIP soldiers created by the Cobra organization, these guys are not much different, even if they are not dead. VIP soldiers are all products of Nanoom Solution. Nanoom Solution is also a technology developed using Nanoom technology. Injecting the Nanoom solution into the human body can strengthen the human body to a certain extent and make the cerebral cortex lose its self-defense function. In short, it means that the person does not know fear, cannot feel pain, and the nerve groups in the cerebral cortex completely lose their functions. They cannot distinguish between good and evil, are easily controlled, and absolutely obey the orders of their superiors. In addition, the nanooms in the bodies of the VIP soldiers can quickly assemble into effective combat units, which can block any harmful substances in the body, are immune to all poisons, and can also quickly heal wounds with the help of nanooms. However, the VIP soldiers are not super soldiers, and the abilities they have acquired do not make them exceed the limits of ordinary people. Moreover, because the cost of the nanoom solution is too expensive, there are probably only a few dozen VIP soldiers even within the Cobra organization. At present, these dozens of VIP soldiers are probably here. It seems that we are going to wipe you out. Anton turned into Batman, with his cape flying behind him. Looking at these soldiers who were attacking and holding guns, a cold smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Move out. He waved his hand gently. Whoosh. Behind him, Cyborg, Green Arrow and Wonder Woman stepped forward in unison, their bodies like lightning, and rushed out fiercely. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Green Arrow shot several arrows, piercing the hearts of the VIP soldiers. But these VIP soldiers have extremely strong vitality, and they can still move, even if their hearts are pierced, but their movements become stiff and their bodies quickly lose temperature. Oh. Anton's face sank, not because of fear, but because of emotion. These soldiers have been dead for a long time. It is equivalent to brain death in a sense. After being injected with nanoom solution, these VIP soldiers are already in a state of brain death, and have lost their personal consciousness. The reason why they can move at this time is purely because they are controlled by the Cobra organization. These guys are more like tools than people. To be honest, Cobra's attitude of playing with life makes Anton a little disgusted. Send you on your way as soon as possible. This thought just flashed through Anton's mind. The three clones, Green Arrow, Cyborg and Wonder Woman, looked at each other and took a wrong step. Boom. Green Arrow used explosive arrows. Cyborg transformed into an energy shell with amazing power. Wonder Woman was about to activate the divine power shockwave. Boom boom boom. In just a few blinks of an eye, the threatening flames, energy fluctuations, and divine power shocks intertwined into a large net, killing the attacking VIP soldiers. All the enemies in front of them had no chance to dodge, and were instantly turned into ashes. To these VIP soldiers, they were already dead. At this time, Anton and his clones only destroyed their bodies. Oh. Cyborg's electronic eyes suddenly flashed. Destro is going to run. He's in the helicopter on the rooftop. Rooftop? Anton sneered and strode out the door. Let's go meet this Cobra arms dealer. Whoosh, whoosh. Cyborg and Wonder Woman's movements were much faster than Anton and Green Arrow. They flew into the sky in the room, directly breaking through dozens of floors of ceiling above their heads, and arrived at the helicopter pad on the rooftop in just a few seconds. At this time, Destro had just stepped on the helicopter with one foot, holding a box in his hand. Hello. Cyborg looked at the man in front of him with a calm face. It's our first meeting, but we should not introduce ourselves again. Mr. Destro. You have no chance. Wonder Woman's face was cold, and her eyes were fixed on the other person. Bang. Suddenly, the helicopter pilot drew his gun and fired. The pulse bullet came like lightning, and Cyborg and Wonder Woman did not move. Boom. Suddenly, the pulse bullet exploded 1 meter in front of the two. A layer of transparent energy shield blocked them. Not even a trace of airwave could blow in, let alone any fire and shockwaves. The pulse bullet did not cause any effect on them. The Cobra organization has been researching and transforming soldiers and weapons and equipment for many years. Facing several non-humans, there is no room for fighting back. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, behind Cyborg and Wonder Woman, Anton and Green Arrow flew up from the facade of the hotel with steel wires. Anton stepped on the tarmac, looking at the fire that had just dissipated in front of him, and sneered. You seem to underestimate us. He's holding a nanoarm warhead. Cyborg suddenly spoke. Nanoarm warhead. Destro took a deep breath, suppressed the panic that kept rising in his heart, and suddenly raised the box in his hand. I advise you not to come over. Otherwise, I will open the box and activate the nanoarm warhead. By then, the whole of New York will be finished. Destro said. His face was ferocious and gradually crazy. When the men around him heard him say this, they all showed terrified expressions, but they also knew that they had no way out. Facing the four superheroes with extraordinary abilities, even the many venomous snake soldiers they brought with them could not stop their steps, let alone them. Swish 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 swish. At the same time, as soon as this sentence came out, Anton's original incarnation of Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow and Wonder Woman's three clones, the four of them instantly focused their eyes on Destro. Then, the four of them moved their eyes upwards and fixed on the box containing the nanoarm warhead. If you want to do that, then start it. Batman said lightly. Let me see your courage, Destro. There is still one chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 219. Kill on the spot. The Winter Soldier on the plane. Let me see your courage. Batman's words were completely beyond the cognition of Destro and others. They all widened their eyes. They didn't expect that they would hear such words from a superhero. Is this a provocation? This is a provocation. As a superhero, do you no longer care about the safety of citizens and the survival of a city? Destro stared at the man in armor in front of him with an incredible face. You. He swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth. Do you think I dare not? Batman, don't force me. If you make me angry, I can do anything. Then do it. Activate the nanoarm warhead, Destro. Anton's eyes were cold, his tone was low, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. You. Destro was speechless for a moment. Activating the nanoarm warhead, even if New York fell, he would definitely die. He wanted to live, not die. But if this goes on, he will definitely die. Tangled. Destro's body trembled. Batman's aggressiveness made him face a cliff, and below the cliff was a turbulent river. Either he would be killed on the cliff or fall into the river to seek survival. Okay. Destro laughed bitterly. You force me to do it. He smashed the box hard on the ground. Bang! Exclamation mark. The box immediately bounced up, and the nanoarm warhead inside was activated. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, Green Arrow shot several arrows and inserted them into the hearts of several men around Destro, taking their lives immediately. Destro collapsed to the ground in fear, his face pale. Cyborg stepped forward and transformed into an interface in front of Destro, inserting the internal system of the box, where the nanoarm warhead was located. It's useless. Once the program is started, it is irreversible. You can't stop the system. Destro showed sarcasm. He chose to accept reality. Anyway, he was going to die, so he might as well make the enemy despair. The nanoarm warhead was a weapon developed by Destro's arms company. As one of the investors who made this weapon and the boss of the research team, he knew the power of the nanoarm warhead better than anyone else. Crack, crack, crack. However, Destro soon showed an incredible expression. No. Destro's eyes widened. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. How did you do it? I saw that Cyborg instantly took over the startup program of the nanoarm warhead, forcibly erased most of the programs, and caused the nanoarm warhead to enter a system downtime state. Destro did not expect that it was not the opponent who felt desperate, but himself. No wonder Batman is so confident. Cyborg among them actually has such a strong hacking ability. It can actually stop the startup of the nanoarm warhead. Seeing this, Anton's sneer on his face became more and more intense. Cyborg had previously hacked into Alexander Pierce's computer and had a deep understanding of the information about the nanoarm warhead. He knew that it was not easy to start the nanoarm warhead, and it would take a certain amount of time. As long as there was enough time, Cyborg would have the ability to pause it. Okay. Wonder Woman stepped forward. It's my turn next. She summoned the lasso of truth and tied it to Destro, preparing to torture this guy for some information about Hydra. After a moment, their faces suddenly became ugly, and then they sneered. 3 more nanoarm warheads are coming. Hydra regards Batman as a thorn in its side and will not give up until it achieves its goal. Anton's face sank slightly, and there was a strong murderous look in his eyes. He underestimated Hydra's determination. This was to make Batman pay the price, even if it did not hesitate to expose Hydra's existence. It seems that the words left by Batman when Cyborg invaded Alexander Pierce's computer before made Pierce and others feel a huge threat. However, making Hydra afraid is also what Anton likes to see. The contradiction between the two sides is fundamentally irreconcilable. Now it's a state of war again. Why not let Hydra see whose fist is harder? Keep going. Anton turned his head and looked at the 3 clones in front of him. Even though the clones and his original body have mutual memories and a common thinking mode, he still habitually communicates with words. This time, let the Hydra people see whose territory New York is. As soon as the voice fell, Anton waved his hand, and a huge fighter plane floated in front of the 4. The developer of the Bat Fighter is Bruce Wayne's old comrade, Lucius Fox, the head of the technology department of Wayne Company. This is the first time Anton summoned the Bat Fighter. Previously, it was because Batman's fighter plane was too big and he was alone, so only the Batmobile was enough. At this time, all the clones and the original body were moving together, and a Batmobile could not fit. Naturally, it was time for the Bat Fighter to show up. This is. Destro collapsed on the ground. The lasso of truth just now had made him miserable. His mouth seemed to be out of control, and could only speak the truth. Now the sudden appearance of the fighter plane made him terrified again. In his opinion, this fighter plane could not have appeared suddenly. It must have arrived at the scene a long time ago, but it was always in stealth mode. This kind of stealth technology is not uncommon. Similar technologies have already appeared in the world today. What shocked Destro was that the appearance of the Bat Fighter and the 4 members of the Justice League seemed to mean that they had already captured the actions of the Cobra organization, just like catching a turtle in a jar, waiting for the Cobra organization to step into the trap early. How could this happen? Destro was extremely depressed. He didn't believe that the powerful organization he had always believed in was actually like a dog being led by the nose. Hydra. He was full of fear. What kind of opponent did you provoke? Take him away, he can't die now. Anton looked behind him, looking at Destro, who was depressed and desperate. Then, Destro was taken into the bat fighter by Green Arrow. The reason why he didn't kill this guy was because he was the boss of a large-scale arms company. Wayne Company is doing arms business. Now it has just rolled out its business through the military channels in China. With the production line purchased at a low price from Hammer Company, the business is still quite impressive. After all, Wayne Company has only been established for a few months. Mars, where Destro works, has a lot of business abroad. As the helmsman of this company, Destro is very useful to Wayne Company. For example, according to Anton, Destro personally controls a confidential production line called Air's Factory. The weapons mass-produced on this production line are all provided to the Cobra organization. Anton plans to find a way to take over this production line from Destro and expand the scale of Wayne Company. After Destro's accident, his arms company, Mars, will inevitably be affected. At that time, the foreign arms business market will be vacant, which is a good opportunity for Wayne Company to enter the overseas arms market. The thought flashed through his mind. Under Anton's control, the fighter plane took off and flew to the New York airport without any concealment. If Destro's confession is correct, then at this time, Hydra is asking other members of the Cobra organization to cooperate with a senior executive sent by Hydra to transport the remaining 3 nanoarm warheads into the New York area. Anton's purpose, of course, is not to give a chance and to kill them on the spot. On a private transport plane numbered Mars 1. Several people were sitting in the plane, waiting for the plane to reach its destination. Their faces were calm, but their eyes would occasionally glance at a person in the corner not far away. This person was muscular, with slightly long hair, and one arm made of pure metal. He sat on a chair, and had not moved, since he got on the plane, with his eyes closed. Do you know who he is? Someone asked in a low voice. He is a ghost, a real ghost. Suddenly, a man dressed in a white battle suit spoke in a low voice. Many intelligence agencies do not believe in his existence, but those who believe in him call him the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier? At this time, except for the man they called Winter Soldier, who was still motionless in place, the others looked at each other. Obviously, they had all heard of this name. I thought this was really a legend. Is it true? White Ghost, are you sure he is the Winter Soldier? Several people were a little horrified. In the past 50 years, he is considered the murderer of more than 20 assassinations. At this time, the man wearing a white battlesuit, with 2 samurai swords on his back, known as the White Ghost, spoke slowly again. 50 years ago, he appeared and committed an assassination that shocked the world. Now he appears again. He is more qualified to be called a ghost than me. 50 years ago. Someone questioned, if he started killing people 50 years ago, he would be at least in his 60s now. I feel he is at most in his 30s. Maybe Winter Soldier is just a nickname, an inherited nickname. No. White Ghost glanced at the man and said coldly, a few years ago, when I first came to the United States, I borrowed an assassination mission, but after I sneaked into the target's home, he was already dead. He was shot in the head. Later, someone attacked me, and I fought with him. I was no match at all. I was beaten half to death by him, and fell into the river. I survived by chance. After a pause, he glanced at the Winter Soldier not far away, and was extremely fearful. Afterwards, I searched for a long time, before I vaguely confirmed his identity. The person who fought with me was him. Winter Soldier. He was exactly the same as he is now. Swish. As he spoke, the Winter Soldier in the corner opened his eyes. His eyes were full of coldness, without any human emotion. The temperature in the plane seemed to have dropped a lot. Everyone felt a chill on their backs, as if they were stared at by a beast, especially the White Ghost who was speaking. He subconsciously reached for the hilt of the knife behind him, and looked at the Winter Soldier with great fear. Swish. The Winter Soldier closed his eyes. The plane gradually returned to a calm state. But now, no one dared to discuss the topic of the Winter Soldier. A long time passed. Everyone, we are almost there. A man stood up with a smile on his face. He was the temporary captain of this team. Of course, others might not recognize him as the captain. He is the disguise master of the Cobra organization. Zaton. Chapter 220 Winter Soldier, the hope of the whole village. Zaten is not good at fighting, but as a master of disguise, he is extremely good at disguise and good at understanding people's hearts. He can completely transform into another person, restore the target person's every move, speaking style, and even life details. In the original movie, Zaten disguised himself as the president and successfully replaced the president, standing at the peak of power to make trouble. Of course, as a bad guy, he ended up miserably. In short, in this temporary Cobra team, excluding the uncontrollable Winter Soldier, the others are temporarily under Zaten's command. Our mission is very simple. First, we will meet up with Destro, then disperse the 4 Nanaum warheads, and release the news to force Batman out, and then activate the Nanaum warheads, to destroy New York and kill Batman. Zaten spoke calmly and slowly, telling the purpose of their trip. No, our enemy is not just Batman. At this time, another team member spoke up, and he said in a deep voice, Zaten, there are more than a dozen superheroes hidden in New York City. If we want to activate the Nanaum warhead, we must avoid their eyes. Otherwise, we will suffer if we fail. This person is Firefly, a demolition expert of the Cobra organization. In addition to having a good martial arts foundation, he is also good at using various firearms, combining the dual attributes of a soldier and a ninja. In the entire plane, excluding the Winter Soldier who does not belong to the Cobra organization, Firefly and White Ghost should be the 2 most powerful people on the entire plane. Zaten, White Ghost, and Firefly are the authentic members of the Cobra organization, and the others can only be regarded as miscellaneous soldiers. Winter Soldier cannot be counted as a member of the Cobra organization. Everyone knows that Winter Soldier is the commander of the Cobra organization and a killer invited from another organization. And this organization is a behemoth that the Cobra organization looks up to, rooted in the dark world, and hidden for decades. In other words, the authority and level of Winter Soldier are much higher than this. So we have to be fast, so fast that no one can react in time. Zaten said confidently, after getting off the plane, we will split up immediately, each carrying a Nanaum warhead, and scattering them in New York City. Then, we will meet at the Destro Hotel and spread the news, to cause panic in the city, so as to lure out Batman. He paused and said, by then, even if it's not just Batman that's lured out, we will have the capital to compete with him. Okay. Firefly and White Ghost looked at each other and nodded. They both have great confidence in the Nanaum warhead. As members of the Cobra organization, they have seen the power of the Nanaum warhead with their own eyes. The experimental site at that time was destroyed in a short time. The achievements of a civilization cannot withstand the attack of a few Nanaum warheads. It can be said that the invention of the Nanaum warhead is the strongest weapon used to destroy a civilization. After confirming the plan, Zaten suddenly looked out the glass window. The whole city was flashing neon lights, and his eyes fixed. We are here. New York Airport. A plane circled in the sky and then landed slowly. During the process, the figure in the plane looked at the whole city, and suddenly his eyes froze, and a look of suspicion emerged. Why is there a plane landing with us? Something is wrong. It looks like a fighter plane. Do you think that plane looks like a giant bat? But the faces of Firefly and White Ghost changed instantly. Zaten looked out the window at the bat fighter plane that landed synchronously with the plane he and others were on, and his heart sank. Oh no, that's Batman. He has studied Batman and made a character profile of him, and he can roughly guess a little bit of Batman's personality. At this time, the huge uneasiness in his heart made him extremely sure that this fighter plane belonged to Batman. It's the enemy. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as the voice fell, several gun barrels rose from the wings of the bat fighter plane. The powerful shells flew out of the barrel, dragging the tail flame across the night sky like a meteor, and fell heavily on the plane they were on, giving them no chance to react. Boom! Exclamation mark. A thunderous explosion resounded. The Mars 1 plane that Zaten and others were on was severely damaged in an instant, and fell uncontrollably at a high speed. Fortunately, the plane itself was already in the landing phase, with only a few dozen meters away from the ground. Even if it fell hard, it would not be a huge threat to these well-trained soldiers. Jump out of the plane. But Zatan knew that Batman would not let them have an easy time, so he shouted, "They will continue to fire shells, and the plane will explode. Crash! Exclamation mark." Before he finished speaking, the Winter Soldier took the initiative to stand up, smashed the door in front of him with a punch, and jumped down without any protection. Obviously, his judgment was consistent with Zatan. As a modified soldier, his physical strength was far greater than that of ordinary people. Even if he fell head-on from a high altitude, he would not be injured. Seeing this, the members of the Cobra organization swallowed their saliva, seized the opportunity to follow the Winter Soldier, and jumped off the uncontrolled plane. At the critical moment, there was still a height of more than 10 meters before the plane fell. This height was somewhat difficult for these guys who had undergone rigorous training, but not too difficult. They all had their own means and equipment to land safely. As for senior members such as Zatan, White Ghost and Firefly, each of them held a box containing nano warheads in his hand, and they were all safe and sound. The other soldiers were not capable enough, and they all became unlucky people who did not have time to jump out of the plane, and could only face a tragic fate. Just as Zatan thought, Batman and others had no intention of letting them go. The Bat Fighter's shells continued to blast out until the entire enemy plane was blown to pieces, then stopped attacking, and slowly landed in front of everyone. Boom! Exclamation mark. The plane where the Cobra organization members were originally in exploded, and a huge mushroom cloud exploded at the airport, with flames rising into the sky. Together with the previous scene of the Bat Fighter firing, everyone was shocked. The airport immediately fell into chaos. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded. All irrelevant personnel at the airport quickly evacuated. Whoosh. Soon, the Bat Fighter landed. As the airport staff observed nervously, several familiar figures appeared in their field of vision. Their nervous faces froze for a moment, and then they showed a relatively relaxed look. Those people were the Justice League led by Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow. Wait, that woman, is it Wonder Woman? The airport staff was stunned and quickly reported the news to the top management. At the same time, he couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and took a photo. The airport under the night sky. The plane destroyed by the shells was burning fiercely, and the rolling heat waves hit the faces of the Cobra members not far away, making them feel hot all over. This rising air is like the tense atmosphere at this time. Zatan and others looked at the figures in front of them who walked out of the Bat Fighter that had already landed, and subconsciously tightened their muscles and clenched their fists. We were discovered. We were discovered from the beginning. How did they do it? Zatan's face was extremely ugly, staring at Batman and others who walked out of the Bat Fighter. His eyes swept over, and there was an extremely strong sense of horror in his heart, and he felt creepy. They even saw a figure with his hands and feet tied up, looking miserable, in the space inside the Bat plane. It was Destro. We are exposed, and all our actions are carried out under the enemy's noses. No wonder. Zatan suddenly realized, but he was more afraid of Batman and others. They caught Destro, and forced them to tell him the information. Damn Destro. Seeing the captured Destro from the enemy's plane, the cause and effect were instantly clear. The actions of the Cobra organization have been completely controlled by Batman and others. No wonder the enemy would use a fighter plane to intercept and kill them. Anton looked at the burning plane in front of him, and the figures that jumped from the air next to the plane, with a blank expression. There were faint screams coming from the plane. Obviously, those soldiers were suffering from the torture of the flames, and there was no possibility of survival. However, it was Steelbone who was controlling the fighter plane. Therefore, Batman did not violate the principle of not killing. This kind of edgeball is often played in movies. Although Batman has a principle of not killing, he never stops others from killing. The remaining members of the Cobra organization are only the guys in front of me. Zatan, Firefly, and White Ghost. The information about the Cobra organization provided by the High Table is very complete, including the identities of all the high-level members. These three guys are senior members of the Cobra organization, and their status is basically only below Destro and the commander. Destro is the provider of funds and weapons for the Cobra organization, and the commander is the supreme commander of the Cobra organization. The two are like the two eyes of the Cobra. It is worth mentioning that the Baroness, Anna, has a close relationship with these two eyes. On the one hand, Anna is the commander's sister, and on the other hand, Anna is Destro's lover. Therefore, the Baroness's status is slightly detached. However, no matter how detached she is, Anna has become a prisoner at this time. Soon, these accomplices of Anna will not end better than Anna, but worse. Are you still planning to resist? Anton's eyes were calm, locked on the boxes in their hands. Batman. Zatan sneered, don't think that we will surrender to you, just because we have captured Destro. Everyone, don't forget, our mission is to release Nanoam warheads in New York. When Firefly saw Anton's Batman, his expression immediately became flamboyant, and his tone contained uncontrollable excitement. He never took any superhero seriously. The more dangerous and terrifying the enemy, the more he wanted to challenge. Guys, you may be too optimistic. White Ghost looked stern, put down the box in his hand, and pulled out 2 samurai swords from his back. His face under the mask was full of solemnity and awe. As a strictly trained ninja, he felt the breath of the same kind from Batman. That was the momentum of a ninja master. Anton's eyes did not fluctuate, but when he fell on Zatan, Firefly and White Ghost, they felt their hair stand on end, as if they were being stared at by a terrifying beast. They were not unfamiliar with this feeling. Before, on the plane, facing the Winter Soldier who opened his eyes, he had the same feeling. However, the threat Batman brought to them was even stronger. Go. We have no way out. Zatan gritted his teeth. You don't have to tell me. Firefly sneered, stepped on his feet, and waved his hands to throw out several homemade bombs he carried with him. Boom. The bombs were detonated in the air, like fireworks, brilliant and dazzling. Firefly was shocked. He didn't even see clearly why the bombs he threw were detonated. Bang. The next moment, he felt a huge force hitting his chest, and this force quickly spread from his chest to his whole body. Crack, 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 crack. Every bone in his body was cracking and groaning in pain. Shit. Firefly only had time to think of this. Looking at the man in front of him, who was dressed in silver and looked like a robot, he suddenly felt panic in his heart. He is Cyborg. Whoosh. With a flash of thought, Firefly's body flew out like a rag doll and fell heavily to the ground. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The airport ground instantly sank. Firefly collapsed in the sunken pit, covered in blood, motionless, and completely unconscious. What? Seeing this, the others' pupils dilated, their faces full of disbelief. They had never expected that Firefly, who was the strongest among the three, could not even defeat the opponent's punch. Gudang. White Ghost was stunned for a moment, then waved his 2 swords, and took advantage of the break in the battle to kill Steelbone. But his action was blocked by a man wearing a green battlesuit and carrying a quiver. It was Green Arrow. Your opponent is me. Green Arrow's sharp eyes seemed to turn into the arrows he usually shot. You. Just as White Ghost was about to speak, Green Arrow used the bow and arrow in his hand as a samurai sword, and pierced White Ghost's shoulder. What? White Ghost felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but the surprise in his heart was far stronger than the pain. Just now, when Green Arrow came to kill him, he didn't even see Green Arrow's movements clearly. What was more surprised than White Ghost was Zatan. Zatan is cunning by nature, has committed many evil things, but is extremely afraid of death, so he became a master of disguise. He has a certain fighting power, but is better at escaping. This scene exceeded all his imagination. Among the 3 people, the 2 with the strongest fighting power, White Ghost and Firefly, could not pose a threat to the opponent at all, but seemed to be tickling the opponent. Zatan never thought that he and others would just tickle the opponent when they joined forces. No. White Ghost said in a low voice, it's not over yet. Zatan, don't forget that person. He gritted his teeth, and a huge spirit burst out in his eyes. Although White Ghost felt that he and others were indeed not qualified to threaten Batman and others, there was one person who could definitely pose a threat to the other party. Once that person took action, it would be his chance to escape. Yes. Zatan came back to his senses and faced hope. There is another person. Winter Soldier. The hope of the whole village. Winter Soldier has committed more than 20 assassinations in the past 50 years. If there has been only one Winter Soldier from beginning to end in the past 50 years, it can only mean one thing. Transformed soldier. In other words, a person with extraordinary abilities. Also, it will be later, before 12 o'clock at night. Chapter 221, Winter Soldier Falls. Declare war on Hydra. At this time, Zaton and others deeply understood the meaning of a sentence. The one who can destroy the supernatural power cannot be an ordinary person, but another supernatural power person. Firefly and White Ghost are already considered strong among humans. Even one of the strongest among ordinary people. After all, their bodies have actually undergone some subtle enhancements, and with the advanced weapons provided by the Cobra organization, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are half supernatural power people. However, even if they are considered masters, they can't last more than one round in front of Batman and others. It's terrible. No wonder the terrorist organization that has been rooted in the dark world for decades has to spend a lot of effort to deal with Batman. At the same time, Zaton and others really realized that they absolutely underestimated Batman. The Cobra organization also underestimated Batman. Suddenly, the sound of the ground breaking attracted his attention. Turning his head, he saw a strong figure suddenly appearing in the shadows behind the burning plane, like a claw that tore through the darkness, crushing the airport ground, bursting out with terrifying speed, turning into a sharp arrow that flew out of the string, and flying towards Batman with a fierce momentum. Whoosh! This figure ran like a cheetah. In a blink of an eye, he passed Cyborg and Green Arrow, and came in front of Batman. Bang! The man's metal arm exploded the air, causing a wave of air, and the air seemed to be squeezed out by his clenched fist. Winter Soldier. He made a move. Zaton's eyes lit up, expecting Winter Soldier's move to bring good results. On the other side, the look in White Ghost's eyes became brighter and brighter. Several years ago, when he just debuted, Winter Soldier almost killed him, which was his nightmare for many years. The experience of that fight is still vivid in his mind. Like Zaton, he expects Winter Soldier to change the situation of this battle. At least, give them a glimmer of hope of escape. Haha. Opposite Zaton, Green Arrow sneered. Not far away, Cyborg saw the change in White Ghost's eyes and showed the same expression as Green Arrow. He sneered, "You guys are really not going to give up until you reach the Yellow River." What? As a nation, and having trained as a ninja for many years, White Ghost fully understood this sentence. He was shocked when he heard the disdain in Cyborg's words. In front of him, the Winter Soldier swung his fist at Batman, and the arm made of steel was like a hammer carrying a huge force of 10,000 pounds, smashing Batman hard. Anton saw the Winter Soldier appear. His face remained unchanged, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He had already caught the figure of the Winter Soldier. Moreover, before the Bat Fighter bombarded the opposite plane, when the Winter Soldier jumped out of the plane just before the plane crashed, he realized the true identity of the Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes. Captain America's best friend, the Winter Soldier who is now brainwashed and controlled by Hydra. Bang! Exclamation mark. In a flash, under the gaze of the whole audience, Batman swung his fist and confronted the Winter Soldier head-on. A heavy muffled sound resounded. The amazing airwave seemed to set off ripples in the air, stirring in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The ground under Anton's feet cracked instantly, leaving two small pits. It was enough to see how amazing the force generated when the two collided. The Winter Soldier was not surprised to see his fist blocked. He rushed forward and continued to attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought. Anton would not show mercy to the Winter Soldier, just because he was originally a comrade in arms of Captain America. The current Winter Soldier is just an executioner with blood on his hands. His experience is sympathetic. But as an enemy at this time, it is not worth Anton's effort to save him. The Winter Soldier's metal arm is very lethal, and he himself has been transformed several times by Hydra, and has all the characteristics of a supernatural person. Unfortunately, he met Anton. The Arkham Knight armor on Anton's body is not inferior to the armor of Iron Man Tony Stark in terms of technical content. Coupled with the physical fitness of his grandfather standing at the limit of human beings, Anton will never be weaker than the Winter Soldier at this time, but only stronger. After all, with the Winter Soldier's arms and physical fitness, he would not be able to get away with this armor. The two of them fought briefly, and after only a few blinks, the Winter Soldier felt very difficult. Anton, however, became more and more smooth in the fight. He hit the Winter Soldier with a knee and made him stagger back a few steps. Then he took the initiative to step forward and grabbed the Winter Soldier's hair. "Why do you keep your hair long to pretend to be cool in a fight? Aren't you waiting for someone to grab it? I'll make your hair the same as Coulson's right away." Anton sneered and pulled hard. The Winter Soldier on the opposite side felt a sharp pain in his scalp, and there was a blank in his head. He didn't need to touch it with his hands to know that his head was already bloody. Tick, tick. The blood ran down his cheek and dripped to the ground. With that cold look, he looked like a demon from hell. Unfortunately, the demon met Anton. For the bad guys, Batman is definitely a more terrifying figure than the devil. Forget it. Anton waved his hand. "I'm too lazy to continue to tangle with you. Let's just end tonight's matter like this." Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, Wonder Woman beside him understood, and her body turned into a flash of lightning, rushing out like a locomotive running on the rails, and hit the Winter Soldier hard. Bang! The Winter Soldier had no power to resist at all, and his body suddenly flew out like a cannonball, directly crashing into the blazing plane. Boom! Exclamation mark. The plane exploded again, and the cabin was broken in half. Under the effect of the explosion, the entire plane was instantly broken into several pieces and no longer formed. The Winter Soldier was in the center of the explosion, surrounded by the burning wreckage of the plane, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. What? White Ghost and Anton were stunned. The whole place was silent. Only the crackling sound of the burning wreckage of the plane kept echoing in their ears. How could they have imagined that the Winter Soldier, who they had high hopes for, was knocked down by the enemy in one blow, just like the Firefly before, without any ability to fight back? Especially White Ghost. The Winter Soldier, who he had high hopes for, was like a child looking for an adult to fight. He did not play any role at all, and fell faster than him. White Ghost was in disbelief, and muttered to himself, "Is he really the Winter Soldier?" Bang! The next moment, Cyborg knocked him down with a punch. Then, looking at the figure of White Ghost falling to the ground, he clapped his hands. This guy feels weird, and he likes to wear all white. He doesn't like men, right? Now, only the master of disguise, Anton, was still awake. He looked around and truly felt what it meant to be alone and weak. Even if he was good at escaping, he couldn't escape in such a situation. More importantly, the box with the Nanoam warhead in his hand had fallen when he fought with Green Arrow before, and he didn't even have the capital to threaten. So he smiled bitterly and raised his hands very tactfully. "No more fighting, I surrender." The New York Police Department was late again. George Stacy hadn't finished solving the case of Anton killing terrorists at Columbia University when he received a call saying that Batman appeared at the Destro Hotel. But when he arrived at the Destro Hotel and saw the bodies all over the floor, he received another call that Batman and others appeared at the New York airport and shot down a plane. George almost felt that Batman was torturing himself that night. After arriving at the New York airport, the scene on the scene stunned George. Not only George, but also the other police officers who arrived at the scene with him were all stunned. There were plane wreckage all over the floor. From time to time, a charred body and even broken arms and limbs could be seen in the wreckage. At this time, the New York airport did not look like a normal place at all, but rather like a meat grinder that had just experienced war. In fact, it was quite appropriate to say so. Anton and his 3 clones stood in a row. When they saw the police arrive, they nodded to George, who was leading the team. "I'll leave this to you. Batman, what's going on?" George was shocked and helpless. As he spoke, he glanced at Wonder Woman beside Batman. Although they had long known about Wonder Woman's appearance through the Omnipotent Network, there was no doubt that this was the first time Wonder Woman officially appeared in the police's sight. Then, George stood in front of Batman, looking at these superheroes, and truly felt that what Anton had said before, that this matter was not suitable for the New York Police Department to intervene. If this kind of horrific incident was really handed over to the New York Police Department, George was really not sure that he could lead the task force members to escape unscathed. Opposite George, Batman, played by Anton, had a blank expression on his face and spoke in a low voice. "These guys are members of the Cobra organization," Batman said. "They brought with them powerful weapons, Nanoam warheads, to destroy New York and lure me out. Obviously, they succeeded. Nanoom warheads. George was surprised again. The name sounded unusual, but George had never heard of this weapon. Nanoom warheads are as strategically important as nuclear bombs. They carry 4 warheads. If they are activated within New York, they can instantly reduce the entire city to ruins in a matter of minutes. Batman explained. George's heart trembled when he heard this. Equivalent to a nuclear bomb, and 4 of them. Gudang. George swallowed his saliva, looked at the people captured by Batman, and gritted his teeth. Are they the culprits? No. Batman said, they are just tools, not that important. However, they were captured for the military. The Cobra organization is in collusion with some scum in the military. I plan to hand them over to the military through you. By then, the military will understand what I mean. George asked again, wait, the battle you had at the Destro Hotel tonight is also related to this incident? Yes. Batman nodded. Mars CEO Destro is a member of the Cobra organization, and can even be regarded as one of the people in power. Now, the entire Cobra organization's senior cadres have been caught by us, and only one person is left at large. Who? George's eyes lit up. Commander, Rex. Batman said, Rex is a cunning guy. He did not arrive in New York with this plane, but hid behind the scenes. However, our Justice League will not let this matter go. The forces behind the Cobra organization will be hit by the Justice League. At that time, Rex, who has lost his help, will no longer pose a threat, and will naturally be caught. In short, thanks to you again this time, Batman. George sighed. He always felt that New York has been in trouble recently. If Batman had not appeared, he, the commissioner of the New York Police Department, would probably have been dismissed for some reason. Even though he seems to be doing a good job now, he has the idea of resigning. Whoever sits in this position knows how uncomfortable it is. George, these few people are in your hands, but if S.H.I.E.L.D. asks you for them, no matter what the reason, don't give them to you, and you must hand them over to the military. Batman reminded, by the way, let the turtles take the guy with the metal arm away, and lock him up in the old place. I have another use for him. Can't we hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D.? George was stunned, and then he felt something. Why? Could it be that this time? That's it. After a pause, he added, but I think S.H.I.E.L.D. will not want to ask you for people soon. After that, Batman didn't plan to continue the conversation. At this time, Green Arrow walked into the Batfighter parked on the side, threw the Destro inside to George, and then Batman and others walked into the Batfighter. Whoosh! The fighter took off and quickly became invisible, disappearing from the sight of a large number of police officers. This plane can be invisible. George stood there, watching the fighter plane that Batman was riding enter the invisible state, thinking, Batman is becoming more and more mysterious. He was almost certain that the fighter plane that Batman was riding had more than just the high-tech function of invisibility. Forget it, I'm not qualified to control Batman. George came back to his senses, looked at the ruins on the ground, his face gradually became ugly, and thought of Batman's reminder before he left. Never hand the person over to S.H.I.E.L.D. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. This matter is actually related to S.H.I.E.L.D. George's heart was slightly cold. He had dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. several times, and had some understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. In particular, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters is in the United States, even in the political center, the capital Washington. If there is a problem with S.H.I.E.L.D., then the problem is big. In the invisible Batfighter, Anton waved his hand to disperse all the clones, and he also took off his disguise and restored his original appearance. Then, he lowered the fighter plane, appeared on the rooftop of the Daily Bugle, jumped off the fighter plane, and took back the Batfighter. Ring, ring, ring. As soon as he arrived at the rooftop, his cell phone rang. It was Eddie's call. I just received the news that you are done. Eddie couldn't wait and asked questions like a machine gun. Anton, you made quite a stir tonight. Now the internet is full of discussions about the Justice League and Wonder Woman. The New York airport has been blocked. Someone recorded a video of you driving a fighter jet to shoot down another plane. What did you do? What happened in New York that made you put all the fighter jets out? This matter is a bit complicated, but I have already arrived at the Daily Bugle, and you will understand soon. Anton walked down the rooftop and came to the Daily Bugle. At this time, Eddie was the only one left in the Daily Bugle, which had already gone off work. With major events happening one after another, Eddie of course chose to stay and work overtime because he knew that Anton would definitely bring him explosive news. Are you ready? I hope you won't be scared by this news. After listening to it, Anton made a little joke. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of gunpowder. He first explained the whole story to Eddie without hiding anything. Then, looking at Eddie's shocked expression, he sneered and said slowly, "Eddie, you know, just taking a beating is not my style. It's time for us to take the initiative, to declare war on the enemy." Chapter 222, Response. Pearson Blacksaw Seg. Taking the initiative to declare war? Eddie was shocked, but soon showed excitement. Just now from Anton, he already knew the existence of Hydra, and also knew what kind of underground empire Hydra had built in the underground world for so many years due to the mistakes of S.H.I.E.L.D. The underworld empire created by Hydra and Kingpin is completely different, and they are two completely different concepts. Although Kingpin's power is huge, compared with Hydra, he can only be regarded as a rural tyrant. Hydra, on the other hand, is a naked regent of the empire. The size of the two is different by many times. Anton, you have to think clearly. Eddie restrained his excitement and said solemnly, if it is true as you said, Hydra has such a huge power, and even has established a base abroad, then the pressure we face is not only from the chaotic S.H.I.E.L.D. He is not afraid of Hydra. When he was still an ordinary reporter, he dared to confront the Life Foundation. His courage is no less than anyone else. Reminding Anton at this time is purely out of considerations from all aspects. I don't care. Anton's eyes were sharp, making Eddie fully aware of his determination. He said slowly, if we want to fight, we have to hurt the other side. Otherwise, the other side will always think that we are just minions who let them ravage us. Eddie, the Justice League has been established for so long, but it has never taken joint actions. This time, let us announce to the world the advent of a new era. Okay, I'll cooperate with you. Eddie nodded and gritted his teeth and said, just like you said, let's muddy the water thoroughly first. I'll write the manuscript and expose Hydra first. Move quickly. Anton said, tomorrow, I will let the name of Hydra spread throughout the world. No problem. Eddie nodded seriously and patted his chest. Exposing evil forces is my specialty. After several months, Batman appeared again. All New York citizens were excited, especially when everyone heard that he led the members of the Justice League to defeat the Dark Forces. They cheered for Batman and others on the internet. At the same time, someone posted the photos of Wonder Woman on the internet, which triggered a new round of discussion. At the entrance of Wayne Company, Wonder Woman abused Electro. At the New York airport, Wonder Woman stood next to Batman, shining like a star in the night sky. Countless people wanted to lick the screen. If they knew that all the superheroes who appeared tonight, both men and women, were actually one person, that scene would definitely be very interesting. It is worth mentioning that the news that Batman reappeared in New York, assembled the three heroes of the Justice League, and defeated the evil forces did not cool down as the night deepened. Instead, countless people stayed up late to refresh the relevant news, hoping to see an official answer. Countless media outlets have racked their brains to get this heat, but it can still be seen that all the information is fabricated. Most people freeze the web page on one interface, the official website of the Daily Bugle. As Batman's exclusive speaking platform, everyone only trusts the news of the Daily Bugle. Of course, Eddie did not disappoint everyone. He quickly issued a statement. It means that he has contacted Batman and is sorting out the information. The whole story of the incident will be announced tomorrow morning. Although people are eager to know the truth, they also understand that this is definitely an explosive news. At the same time, another piece of news attracted the attention of many people. Anton shows his skills. A 3-minute video tells you why he will become the spokesperson for Batman. This is Anton Jameson you can't imagine. In the Columbia banquet attack, Anton took action and saved more than 100 people at the banquet. Several absolutely true reports, plus a 3-minute short video recorded in the banquet hall, instantly set off the internet. In the banquet hall of Columbia University, several thugs suddenly opened fire, and the banquet hall was in chaos. Anton quickly took action and moved around. Although he had no weapons to fight back, he used the most common tools to kill the thugs who opened fire in less than 2 minutes. This video should have been blocked by the police and should not be released, but the media, which is omnipotent, still got this video. In addition, the media interviewed the survivors who witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and from their mouths, they heard these people's gratitude and admiration for Anton. The popularity soared rapidly, which was not inferior to the news about Batman. In other words, this news is also related to Batman. After all, in most people's cognition, Anton is Batman's spokesperson, and the two of them are in the same group. Before, many people did not understand why Batman chose Anton as his spokesperson. They completely reversed the order. In the eyes of these people, it is better to say that Anton, who has not yet debuted, found Anton and asked Anton to shoot Batman, rather than Anton who filmed Batman. Therefore, Anton, a prodigal son of New York, can change his life and become a truly successful person in the eyes of countless people now. With the emergence of this video, these people saw the shining points of Anton. The ins and outs of Batman's taking the Justice League to stop the terrorist organization have not been announced, and Anton first became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone summed up everything that happened tonight and suddenly realized that Anton's move this time was unusual. Perhaps it was under Batman's order. In other words, the attack at Columbia University is likely related to the terrorist organization that Batman is going to deal with. People don't know that they have guessed part of the truth. Of course, lacking key information, they could only guess at most. The most important thing is that these netizens who made random guesses did not know that the truth to be announced by the Daily Bugle tomorrow was so explosive that it was not enough to describe it. This was news of the earth-shaking level. This truth would shake the world. Especially in the United States, it would set off a wave of terror. Washington. The news of what happened in New York was transmitted back to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as possible. Pierce looked very ugly. Only a few hours later, the situation had reversed like this, which was completely unimaginable to Pierce. The Cobra organization failed. The plan to occupy New York was wiped out in the Hydra incident file just after it started. He knew what he would face next. Batman would take revenge. But how would Batman take revenge? Pierce could not imagine it. He was very troubled. At the same time, he was very clear that there was absolutely no possibility of negotiation in this matter. With Batman's personality, even if Hydra gave in, it would not accept reconciliation. Cobra, what a bunch of trash. Pierce looked ugly. Ring, ring, ring. He received a call request. Crossbones, Rumlow. Pierce answered, restrained his irritability, and asked in a deep voice, Rumlow, how is the situation over there? Mission completed. Rex has been arrested by us. Rumlow said. Well done. Bring him back. Pierce said, but don't let him talk nonsense. Do you understand? Understood. Rumlow replied, then hung up the call, looking at Rex, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, wearing a metal mask, with a cold look. At this time, they were next to a beach, surrounded by rolling vehicles, shell casings all over the ground, and burn marks left after the shells exploded. Corpses in sophisticated combat uniforms fell on the beach, and were swept away by the rolling waves from time to time. These were X's men, the only remaining soldiers of the Cobra organization. However, all these soldiers became corpses. In other words, the Cobra organization only had Rex as the commander left, and was facing destruction. Rumlow, what are you going to do? Rex raised his head slightly, and was forced to kneel on the ground. His face under the mask was very pale, and his eyes revealed fear. He expected Hydra to kill him, but he didn't expect that this scene would come so soon. Half an hour ago, as soon as he received the news that the combat team he sent out had lost contact, Rex had an ominous premonition and hurriedly fled the base camp. However, the Hydra people were faster. He was caught by these people before he ran 200 kilometers. The men who followed him were now dead, and he was the only one alive. And being alive made Rex panic. He knew the identities of the people in front of him very well. In name, they belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., but in fact, they were members of Hydra. Because the Cobra organization was formed with the support of these people. Rex, you disappoint us. Rumlow opened the small box handed over by his men and took out an injection from it. But don't worry, we won't kill you. This thing is the latest drug, addictive, and can make people have very strong fantasies. After taking a shot, you will forget a lot of things. Although you disappoint us, at least you can still play a role. He said slowly and stabbed Rex in the neck with a needle. No. Rex struggled hard, his face full of despair. Cobra is still useful. I'm the commander of Cobra. You can't do this to me. Hehehe. After a few blinks, Rex began to roll his eyes. His brain was floating, as if he was in heaven. His hands pinched his throat. His face turned blue and purple due to suffocation, but he was unaware of the pain. Take him back to the headquarters. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him get himself high to death. Rumlow saw Rex fell to the ground, his body twitching, but his face showed a happy and joyful expression, sneered, and waved to his subordinates around him. Understood. The subordinate nodded, handcuffed Rex and took him to the car. About 2 hours later, the convoy drove into the Washington city and arrived at the SHIELD headquarters. It was already early morning. The lights at the SHIELD headquarters were still bright. Rumlow took the elevator to the office of the SHIELD Secretary General, knocked on the door, and came to Pierce. Is everything done? Pierce's face was calm. Yes. Rumlow nodded. Lock Rex in the prison on the top floor of the prison. The meeting will start soon. We will need him soon. Pierce stood up and walked to the meeting room. This meeting was called by Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. The reason for calling this meeting was, of course, because of the news from New York. Batman led the 3 superheroes of the Justice League to fight and thwarted the conspiracy of the terrorist organization. SHIELD was unaware of the internal disputes in the middle, but Nick Fury had already investigated the surface situation from the spies planted in the police station and the insiders planted in the underground world, the Continental Hotel. At the meeting, the Cobra organization, Black Egg said, the culprit is the terrorist organization Cobra. They want to use nanome warheads to destroy New York and make New York fall. Since the target is New York, the inevitable opponent is naturally Batman. Fortunately, Batman solved this matter. However, SHIELD cannot let down its guard. He looked grim. Such a dangerous thing. SHIELD did not get any intelligence in advance. Mars's planes were equipped with nanome warheads, flying in the sky above our heads, and we were not prepared at all. This is SHIELD's mistake. Nick, there is something I want to say. Pierce suddenly interrupted. SHIELD is not unaware of the Cobra organization. Pierce, you know what I mean. That's not what I want to say. Black Egg said, Cobra is indeed a terrorist organization that SHIELD has been paying attention to for a long time. But what I want to say is that we were kept in the dark from beginning to end about their action against New York this time, which should not have happened. That makes sense. Pierce nodded. I agree with your idea. So, we need to change. Black Egg said in a deep voice, SHIELD now needs new forces to help us better deal with these crises. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Although SHIELD is headed by the director, it is actually a multinational organization that accepts the deployment of the World Security Council and has different voices within it. However, these voices are generally not louder than the director. What do you want to do? Soon, Pierce broke the silence with a smile on his face. Establish a special operations team, just like the Justice League established by Batman. We need to find people with extraordinary abilities, whether they are scientists or people with superpowers. We need their power to help us eliminate evil and deal with the alien crisis that New York encountered not long ago. Black Boiled Egg officially proposed the Avengers Alliance as a proposal and displayed it in front of everyone. He said, I plan to call it the Avengers Alliance. This sentence actually did not exceed the expectations of everyone present. The situation of the Avengers Alliance has long appeared in the documents on their desks, but Black Boiled Egg has never officially filed a case and submitted it for review. This time, Black Boiled Egg officially proposed the concept of forming a superhero team and was ready to get the approval of his colleagues before submitting it to the World Security Council for deliberation. Pierce flipped through the documents in front of him and asked, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, Captain America, are these the candidates you are looking for? Black Boiled Egg nodded. Not bad. Pierce closed the folder in his hand and smiled. In addition to them, I have another recommendation. Who? Black Boiled Egg frowned. Pierce said, Brock Rumlow, the captain of the SHIELD Rapid Response Special Forces, is as capable as Hawkeye. I think he is also qualified to join the Avengers and become a member of the superhero team. If he is willing, I have no objection. Black Egg thought for a while and answered. Of course he knew Brock Rumlow. He even seriously considered Rumlow when forming the team before. In the end, he excluded him for some reasons and chose Black Widow and Hawkeye, whom he trusted more. At this time, since Pierce mentioned this, he didn't mind giving Pierce a face. After all, Pierce, as the former director of SHIELD and now the Secretary General of SHIELD, has a deeper exchange with the World Security Council. With Pierce's participation, the formation of the Avengers will get more help. That's good. I will discuss it with him. Sure enough, Pierce nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, the two of them looked at each other, and there was a kind of understanding that only old friends can have. A moment later, the meeting ended. Does anyone else have any questions? Black Egg looked around. Pierce raised his hand and said, I have something to say. Black Egg said, please go ahead. Regarding Cobra, we actually received some intelligence before today. Pierce said, after the news from New York came back, I asked Rumlow to lead the team to take action immediately. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. We arrested the commander of the Cobra organization, Rex. What? You caught Rex? Black Egg was surprised. Yes. Pierce smiled slightly. Rumlow has brought him back to SHIELD. I think you should want to meet him. At the meeting, everyone looked at each other. Soon, Black Egg and Pierce saw Rex, who was imprisoned in the internal prison of SHIELD, with a dull look on his face. We have tortured him. Rumlow stood beside Black Egg and the others and said in a deep voice, but according to our observation, Rex has lost most of his memory and knows nothing when asked. Black Egg had a gloomy face and felt that things were becoming more and more difficult. In that case, I will find a way to contact Batman and find out the whole story. He sighed. Pierce, Rumlow, thanks to you, SHIELD has saved a bit of face this time. You're welcome. Rumlow, don't let me and Pierce down. Black Egg looked at Rumlow deeply and turned away. Seeing this, Pierce patted Rumlow on the shoulder and said meaningfully, don't let me down. I will do my best. Rumlow saluted. After parting with Pierce, Black Egg returned to his office. Here, he met Coulson. Director, we did receive relevant intelligence about the Cobra organization recently, but we were busy establishing contact with Asgard these days, and ignored this matter. Coulson felt guilty. This is our mistake. We didn't expect this matter to become so big. It's all over. Let's not talk about it. Black Egg waved his hand. What did Anton say? Anton didn't answer the phone. Coulson said, it seems that he refuses to communicate with SHIELD. In other words, Batman refuses to communicate with SHIELD. Black Egg looked ugly, almost certain. It turns out that it was the Hydra people who were playing tricks. He was not a fool. From the beginning, Black Egg knew that behind this matter, it was not just as simple as the Cobra organization. Cobra would not suddenly come up with the idea of destroying New York with nano warheads for no reason. There must be someone behind this matter. And the purpose of the mastermind behind this matter is mostly Batman. Black Egg pondered for a long time, thinking of everyone's expressions and responses at the meeting, and thinking of Pierce. His brows frowned slightly. He couldn't tell who was in trouble for the time being. However, think about it from another angle. In this meeting, the guy who showed the most confidence and was least likely to be a bad guy, besides himself, was actually the most likely bad guy. Pierce. Black Egg muttered, with a complicated look in his eyes. Could it be you? Back then, Pierce was his superior. In fact, his success in becoming the director of SHIELD was related to Pierce's support. If Pierce is a Hydra member lurking in SHIELD, then, not only will Black Egg feel sorry for losing a close friend, but he will also feel despair for SHIELD from the bottom of his heart. This is truly rotten to the core. Director, what should we do now? Coulson asked. He saw that the current situation was extremely complicated. Batman had a resistance to SHIELD, and Anton's behavior meant that Batman began to refuse to have any communication with SHIELD. In other words, does it mean that in Batman's view, SHIELD is hopeless? Don't move for now and see what Batman does. Black Egg pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, if this matter is really pushed by Hydra, with Batman's personality, he will not give up. When Batman and Hydra fight, Hydra will definitely show their true colors. At that time, we will naturally find an opportunity to figure out who are the scum of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. But will S.H.I.E.L.D. be implicated? Coulson hesitated. Batman will not fail to think that we are deliberately letting them go, and doing so may offend Batman. Don't worry, Black Egg said. Batman and we are not the same kind of people. In order to catch the bastards hiding in the dark, it is worth offending Batman. Coulson was silent. As the right-hand man of Black Egg, he understood what Black Egg meant. In any case, Batman is a superhero, so even if Batman is hostile to S.H.I.E.L.D., it means that he will no longer cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D., and he will not take the initiative to go to war with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. represents a just law enforcement agency. The purpose of both parties is to make the world a better place. However, all the judgments of Black Egg and Coulson are based on the way Batman thinks about problems as a superhero. In fact, based on the Batman movie shot by Anton, their judgment of Batman is indeed correct. However, they don't know the key information. That is, the Batman in this world is not called Bruce Wayne at all, but Anton Jameson. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 223 The Truth. It was Hydra. A night, in normal times, is just a blink of an eye, and it passes by very quickly. But many people with strong curiosity have a very hard time waiting. They didn't sleep all night, hiding in the bed and refreshing the pages of their mobile phones. They were more alert to the various information exposed on the internet, and they looked forward to the next morning, when the Daily Bugle would announce the truth about Batman's actions last night. Among them was Peter Parker, who didn't sleep all night and was addicted to gossip. Why? Peter lay on the bed with his head spread out next to his cell phone, staring at the ceiling with a confused expression. Why didn't Batman call me for the action last night? Spider-Man hasn't appeared for a long time. Recently, the pressure of studying has been a bit high. I have to go to Oscorp for internship after school and on weekends. From time to time, I have to go to the laboratory in the sewer to study the antidote for the Green Goblin with Dr. Connors and Dr. Banner. No, this is not the reason why Batman didn't call me. Batman won't forget me, right? Peter's mind was full of thoughts. Hey. At this time, a voice sounded outside the room. Peter, it's time to go to school. It's time to come out for dinner. Got it? Peter turned over and got out of bed. Although he didn't sleep all night, he was strengthened by the spider, so he was not so exhausted that he couldn't bear this loss of energy. Generally, the official website of the Daily Bugle is updated at 8:30 in the morning. Peter looked at the time, put his phone in his school bag, walked out of the bedroom, had breakfast, said goodbye to his Uncle Ben Parker and Aunt May, rode his bicycle, and went to school. At the school gate, he met his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. Hi, Gwen. Peter showed a sunny smile. Peter. Gwen responded with a beautiful smile. They walked side by side and naturally expected the hottest topic of the day. When I went to school today, my father just got off work and came home to rest. He said that the case was very complicated and Batman was dealing with a powerful organization. Gwen said, it was very dangerous last night. If it weren't for Batman, the whole of New York would be reduced to ruins. What organization? What powerful organization? I don't know. It's confidential. But I heard from my father that the prisoners yesterday were taken away by the army this morning before dawn. He said that even the New York Police Department doesn't know the cause and effect of the matter. If you want to know what happened, you can only wait for the Daily Bugle to publish an article. Peter was more and more shocked when he heard his girlfriend say this, knowing that this matter must be very complicated. At the same time, he became more and more frustrated. Batman didn't remember him in such a dangerous situation. Does this mean that he was really forgotten by Batman? Hey, the Daily Bugle published an article. Look. Suddenly, the exclamation on campus attracted the attention of Peter and Gwen. They took out their mobile phones from their school bags at the same time, opened the official website of the Daily Bugle, and clicked on the latest article. The darkness hidden in the world. Hydra, Washington. Military District. The old man and his companions were at ease here, except that they could not move around freely. Other things were not much different from their daily lives. They had already learned about the news last night from the internet. Of course, only the parties involved knew the truth. But in order not to disturb Anton, they stayed up all night, waiting for today's article that would reveal the truth. It's posted. Open it and take a look. I want to know who is so bold. The old man and his companions quickly turned on their computers, including the Secretary of Defense, John Kohler, who was not far from them and was in another corner of the military area. He also turned on his computer with his colleagues. Although they knew some things better than ordinary people, they did not know everything. Earlier, Anton had sent a message that Batman was going to deal with a powerful enemy. In order to prevent mistakes, he sent the old man and his companions to the military area to stay for 2 more days. Immediately afterwards, a terrorist incident occurred in New York that night. Then the military learned that Mars, who had developed the nano-bomb warhead, had actually stolen it from the company and had joined forces with the Cobra organization to activate the stolen nano-bomb warhead, intending to attack New York and cause it to fall. If it weren't for Batman, what they would have to face today would probably be a New York City that has become a ruin. This made the military furious. Especially John Kohler, the Secretary of Defense, was so angry that he was shaking all over. This level of terrorist attack was completely a slap in his face. Although the military immediately sent people to take the prisoners away from the New York Police Department, after learning about this, there are still many doubts that have not been solved. John Kohler in the military, like everyone else, can only know the truth through the article in the Daily Bugle. SHIELD. Hydra. Soon, John Kohler simply scanned the content of the article and his face changed drastically. Damn it. His eyes were blazing, and he slammed the table. Shit, I knew that there was something wrong with those bastards in SHIELD. Hydra. It was actually Hydra. SHIELD headquarters. Hydra. Nick Fury was not surprised to see the content of the article in the Daily Bugle. Since he guessed that Batman was very angry, he could naturally guess that Batman was definitely not afraid of turning the table with Hydra. However, it is rare to overturn the table to such an extent. This is not just overturning the table, this is completely exposing the true colors of Hydra and SHIELD. Yes, not only Hydra, but also the specific information of SHIELD was published in the article of Daily Bugle. But in Nick Fury's view, the most important thing is not this, but a name disclosed by Daily Bugle. Alexander Pierce. Black salted egg's eyes rarely revealed a bit of confusion. Is it really you? If there is no real evidence, it is really hard for him to believe that his best friend, the person who once helped him, was also the controller of SHIELD, and now the Secretary General of SHIELD. Such a powerful person could actually be a member of Hydra who intends to subvert the world. Bang. While thinking, the door of the director's office was pushed open. Nick. Alexander Pierce walked in with a frosty face. He looked at the black salted egg in front of him coldly, and the two looked at each other for a long time. You don't believe the nonsense in this report, do you? Pierce turned over the computer screen on Nick Fury's desk and looked at the article on the Daily Bugle. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and didn't look like he was acting. Nick, there is no problem inside SHIELD. Pierce said firmly, even if there is a problem, it must not be me. Over the years, I have trusted you so much. Have I ever done anything to let you down? Pierce, don't be so excited. Black boiled egg waved his hand. I believe you. No. Pierce said in a deep voice, your attitude is very important. If I have no problem, then the problem is Batman. He is trying to split SHIELD. Do you understand? I don't think it's that serious yet. Black boiled egg smiled bitterly. Anyway, I have applied for a meeting of the World Security Council Committee. Pierce said, this meeting will pass your proposal to form the Avengers Alliance. In addition, we will discuss how to deal with Batman's attack on SHIELD. Attack? Black boiled egg was shocked. Yes. Pierce gritted his teeth. This is an attack. Not only to me, but also to SHIELD. To put it simply, the outline of this plot is nothing more than the protagonist leading the Justice League to crush Hydra and SHIELD together. The plot has been thought out long ago, but the foreshadowing is actually very difficult to write. The last few chapters have been especially stuck, plus the promised update volume. It's really a headache. Chapter 224 Batman is the mastermind. The meeting began. This meeting was not an internal meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D., but an inquiry from a higher authority. The higher authority was naturally the World Security Council. Therefore, the only person who was qualified to participate in this meeting, besides S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, was S.H.I.E.L.D. Secretary General Alexander Pierce. The meeting lasted a whole morning, and no one except the parties involved knew what was discussed. Coulson only knew that after the meeting, he saw his director and Pierce walking out of the meeting room together, looking a little unhappy. Have they arrived? Black Boiled Egg returned to the office and rubbed his temples when he saw Coulson. He looked like he had a headache. The situation is not good. The World Security Council has a lot of opinions about Batman. They think that Batman's exposure of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a crime endangering public safety. In addition, including Pierce, they all have a lot of opinions about Batman. Here they are. Coulson nodded and then said, Alexander Pierce. The article said that he is a member of Hydra. The situation is very complicated, and Batman's words cannot be fully believed. In short, the meeting passed the self-examination procedure I applied for. Next, S.H.I.E.L.D. will carry out an unprecedented cleansing. Nick Fury said, in any case, this is at least the achievement of our first goal. It is a good start, and we have to thank Batman. The Hydra problem within S.H.I.E.L.D., of course, cannot be cleaned up by just a self-examination, let alone in one fell swoop. But as Black Boiled Egg said, this is a good start. It means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has begun to pay attention to the existing problems, and is willing to work hard for it. As for those termites hidden inside, Black Boiled Egg will slowly find them out and deal with them. Now the public opinion on the internet is boiling. Let's go. We have to calm it down quickly. Nick Fury stood up and led Coulson out of the office to another meeting room. The best way to calm public opinion is to throw out another bigger news to suppress it. So, what kind of big news can suppress the public opinion created by Batman that is unfavorable to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course, it is to make the Avengers public. An officially recognized superhero team, and one of its members is not only the world's most famous tycoon and playboy, Tony Stark, but also Captain America, Steven Rogers, who was brilliant 70 years ago, and was frozen for 70 years for some reason until recently. He was unsealed, and perfectly fit the American spirit. As for the others, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, and Rumlow, who confirmed yesterday that he would join the team, these people can only be regarded as extras in front of Tony and Rogers. Use the Avengers to show the strength and determination of S.H.I.E.L.D. Benchmark the Justice League that has already taken shape. In the eyes of the public, this will be a collision and competition between two superhero groups, and they will naturally ignore SHIELD and Hydra. After all, the Hydra issue is too far away from the public. Even in World War II 70 years ago, not everyone knew that there was an organization called Hydra that was behind the German army. Except for those who know the inside story, most people still lack knowledge of Hydra. The result of lack of knowledge is that under the same conditions, it is easy to follow news with a high degree of knowledge. For example, the Avengers with Iron Man and Captain America joining. Black Boiled Egg walked towards the conference room. At this time, in this fairly spacious room, several people were already sitting around the large conference table. Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, Rumlow. These 6 people are the first generation of the Avengers that SHIELD is going to launch. Some more candidates may be added later, but for now, Black Boiled Egg plans to promote these 6 people to the public. You should have known each other. Black Egg said, now SHIELD is facing some special problems. We must deal with them seriously and head on. So, it's time to announce the existence of the Avengers to the public. This sentence surprised Tony and others. They thought that today they would only officially announce the establishment of the Avengers within SHIELD, but they didn't expect to go a step further and announce the existence of the Avengers to the public. However, thinking of the article in the Daily Bugle, it is not difficult to understand. Hydra. Tony thought. Opposite him, Captain America, Stephen Rogers, had a gloomy face and revealed a solemn look. As the man who once fought on the front line, led the Howling Commandos, and fought the Hydra the most times, Rogers understood the power of Hydra better than anyone else. After 70 years, Hydra revived again, and he believed that he had found the meaning of his return. Let's do it. Rogers stood up and looked at Harry Ludan. I think you have arranged it. Yes. Harry Ludan nodded. I have found the media, and the press conference will start soon. Today, S.H.I.E.L.D. will make a public appearance, and it will also be the first time for you to show your faces. Tony, Rogers, you will be the protagonists in the press conference later. Understood. Tony waved his hand. I'll take care of it. Soon. A group of people came to the lobby of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Here, many media from all over the United States have visited. They looked excited and watched Harry Ludan lead a few people to the scene. After turning their eyes to the people behind Harry Ludan, these visiting media all opened their eyes wide, showing extremely incredible looks. Tony Stark. Wait, that person is wearing Captain America's clothes. Is he Captain America's successor? No, he looks exactly like Steve Rogers. Is he the descendant of Steve Rogers? Impossible, the captain has no descendants. A group of media talked about it and fell into excitement. Among them, the most critical person is naturally Eddie Brock, who flew here at the fastest speed. As the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, the article published this morning was written by him. As a celebrity in the media, many people regard him as a thorn in the eye, especially in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Many S.H.I.E.L.D. members look at him with strange eyes. Captain America. Eddie was also surprised when he saw the people behind Black Sauce Egg. Obviously, he didn't expect that after 70 years, he could still see the real Captain America. Steve Rogers looks exactly the same as he did when he was young 70 years ago. Or, has he never aged? Everyone. Black Egg came to the podium and spoke slowly. I'm Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD. I'm holding a press conference today to answer some questions for you and introduce a team. That is, long before Batman founded the Justice League, we screened internally and worldwide and finally decided to form a superhero team. Superhero team. At this time, someone in the crowd who were talking about it said, "Excuse me, which superheroes are in this team? I don't need to introduce Iron Man and Tony Stark." Black Egg said, "The main thing I want to introduce to you is another important person. Captain America, Steve Rogers." Steve Rogers? He's not dead. Really him? The whole audience was in an uproar. Countless people stared with their eyes full of disbelief. Yes. Black Egg nodded. The Steve Rogers you see now is the Captain America that everyone is most familiar with. He is not dead. At the most critical moment of the war, he and a plane loaded with bombs fell into the polar glacier and were accidentally frozen for 70 years. Time stayed at that moment forever. Not long ago, we found him in the polar glacier and successfully awakened him. He is back. Captain America is back. This news was like a detonated nuclear bomb, instantly making all the visiting media boil. Even Eddie was shocked. Before going to Washington, Anton told him that he would meet a powerful person. Although Eddie was curious, he didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought it would be Captain America? In this way, the Daily Bugle will be overshadowed. Eddie's face sank slightly, not only because the Daily Bugle was overshadowed, but also because in his opinion, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra have become birds of a feather. Although Anton said that Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was fine. But the other party is in a den of thieves, and even if there is no problem, he cannot be regarded as one of his own. Just as he thought. After the press conference, the news that S.H.I.E.L.D. established the Avengers instantly spread throughout the streets and alleys with the reports of major media, and the whole world was boiling. Not only because Iron Man, Tony Stark, announced that he would join S.H.I.E.L.D., but also because Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was thought to have been dead for 70 years, was reborn. After being frozen for 70 years, he was still a big boy after waking up. This legendary experience is worthy of Captain America. The whole United States is boiling and cheering. On the other side, Pierce was browsing the news in his office when he saw the news about S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, and the news about the establishment of the Avengers was not suppressed for the time being. The corner of his lips lifted. Things were almost as he expected. Nick Fury was worthy of being his chosen successor, and he successfully reversed the situation that was not favorable to SHIELD. As for the so-called self-examination procedure passed by the World Security Council and the purge within SHIELD, he didn't take it seriously at all. Creak. The door was pushed open, and it was Rumlow. "How is it?" Pierce's face was calm. "Did you bring the person out?" "Brought him out," Rumlow said calmly. "The necessary preparations have been completed, and we are just waiting for action. Public opinion has reversed, and the time has come. We will act tonight, and bring the person over." Pierce stood up, and stood in front of the window, with some emotion. "Nick has begun to doubt me. If the situation continues to develop like this, it will become increasingly disadvantageous to us." "Understood." Rumlow nodded. After speaking, he left the Secretary General's office. Pierce still stood in front of the window without moving, his calm face reflected in the window, and he was a little dazed for a while. Nick Fury is no longer useful. Tonight, he will lose this old friend. But at the same time, SHIELD will be under his control again. Evening. In a residential area in Washington, Nick Fury's home. After a busy day, he was quite tired, but fortunately, the development of things was almost what he thought. Since most people are not aware of the harm of Hydra, public opinion has now been reversed. The focus of the public has shifted from SHIELD and Hydra to the superhero team established by SHIELD, the Avengers. At the same time, the news that Iron Man joined the Avengers and Captain America Steve Rogers returned, after being frozen for 70 years, instantly resounded throughout the world in a short period of time. People have even begun to compare Captain America with Batman. In all aspects, Captain America's reputation is greater than Batman. After all, the former is a fairy tale character that has accompanied this generation of children growing up, while the latter is just a newly rising superhero who has become famous in recent times. Yes, in front of Captain America, every superhero today is a new superhero. The reason why Captain America is emphasized is precisely because of the national popularity contained in the name Steve Rogers. In any matter, as long as Captain America stands in front, especially the living Captain America, no one will doubt the legitimacy of his behavior. Let Captain America become a member of the superhero team under SHIELD, the Avengers, which means that Captain America is the booth for SHIELD. Its significance is even greater than that of Batman to the Justice League. While thinking, Nick Fury caught a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of his eyes fixed. He sat up and came to the dining table. Pretending to pour water, his other hand was placed in the secret compartment under the dining table. There was a pistol here. Hydra. Nick Fury immediately guessed where the enemies surrounding the house came from. Obviously, what he did in SHIELD had already deeply threatened Hydra. Hydra decided to get rid of him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, Nick Fury dodged and hid behind the wall. At this time, swish, 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 swish. Guns equipped with silencers spewed flames one after another, and countless bullets broke the glass of the house where Nick Fury was and burst towards the back of the dining table where he was originally. Nick Fury was suppressed by this powerful firepower and couldn't even raise his head. His face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out. Such a blatant attack on him. The director of SHIELD, Hydra, really tore its face and had no intention of hiding anymore. He pressed a button on his hand and summoned the Avengers members who were still in Washington. In this case, let these Hydra people see how powerful the Avengers are. The next moment, the floor under his feet shook slightly. Black Egg seemed to realize something, and his face changed drastically. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge explosion occurred under his feet, and the amazing flames accompanied by a terrifying shockwave almost blew the entire house up to the sky. The flames and shockwaves instantly submerged Black Egg and turned him into ashes. The Avengers received the prompt and took out their mobile phones. A red positioning dot appeared above the screen. A group of people used their own methods and ran towards where Nick Fury was. Tony was the fastest. He was wearing armor and it only took him a few minutes to get here. However, the house in front of him had been blown up and fell apart. Smoke billowed in the ruins. The enemies armed to the teeth surrounded the house and had not yet evacuated. Tony's face was solemn, and he felt something was wrong. It's not that he feels bad for himself, but for Nick Fury in the house. That has become a waste. Analyzing the current situation, even if Nick Fury is the only level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the king of agents, he is probably in danger. Bang 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 bang. Tony quickly dealt with the enemy. In the process, other people came to the scene one after another, including Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus, and Rumlow, who had just been confirmed to be codenamed Crossbones. All members of the Avengers are here. How is it? Captain America's face was serious. I don't know. Tony's face was solemn. Looking at the ruins, he felt extremely difficult and said helplessly, the enemy acted quickly. I don't know if Nick is still alive. Shit. Rumlow was extremely angry. Without saying a word, he quickly rushed into the ruins to find someone. You put out the fire, and Rumlow and I will dig people. After Captain America gave the order, he followed Rumlow into the ruins, where the fire was still burning. As a super soldier injected with serum, his ability to survive in harsh environments is far greater than that of everyone present. Hawkeye and Black Widow looked at each other and took action. Dr. Octopus helped put out the fire on the periphery. Soon, a man with severe burns and bullet holes all over his body was brought out by Rogers and Rumlow. Nick. Everyone gathered in front of him, their faces solemn. There is still a heartbeat. As long as there is a heartbeat, he can be saved. Rogers exhaled. Don't worry, the key now is to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. We need to make sure whether these killers were sent by Hydra. Nick. Tony scanned Nick Fury's body and suddenly saw him open his eyes and open his mouth. Nick. Captain America. Steve Rogers held Nick Fury's hand tightly and said in a deep voice, what do you want to say? The mastermind behind the scenes. Nick Fury's eyes were bloodshot. His breath was weak, but he gritted his teeth. It's Batman. The person who wants to kill me is Batman. What? Batman? This is impossible. The Avengers were boiling. Tony under the armor widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Even Black Widow, Hawkeye and Dr. Octopus showed incredible expressions. Captain America frowned. Although he knew about Batman's deeds, he lacked sufficient knowledge of Batman and had never had contact with Batman, so he didn't think it was impossible. And beside them, Crossbones and Rumlow also showed horror when they heard the words. However, if someone had been observing Rumlow's expression, they would find that he looked at Nick Fury in front of him, and when the latter spoke, the two of them inadvertently looked at each other and showed cunning at the same time. New York. Anton received a message from the military. What? He looked a little surprised. Dead. All dead. Defense Secretary John Kohler sent a message that the prisoners of the Cobra organization that the military took away from the New York Police Department yesterday, White Ghost, Firefly, Zartan, even Anna, and Destro, all died in the military prison. The military was furious and jumped up in anger. They immediately found the spy, but when they found him, he had already shot himself. To be honest, if the spy hadn't committed suicide, it might not have been possible to catch him so quickly. From this, it is enough to see how big a force Hydra has built up in the United States and even the world after years of operation. I don't have any information here, but the big heads of Hydra are all in SHIELD. Anton said, you can put pressure on SHIELD. Especially Alexander Pierce. I'm sure he is one of the snakeheads. There is evidence, but it can't prove that Pierce is the snakehead. You come to New York immediately. I will show you the evidence. It's alive, but it's very troublesome. Yes, of course I don't give it to you, because I'm afraid of the current situation. Look, those people are dead. After a conversation, Anton frowned slightly. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, Eddie called again. Boss, director of SHIELD, Nick Fury was attacked. He's in the hospital now, and the situation is not good. He hesitated as he was about to say more. Really? Anton was a little surprised, quite unexpected, but also felt it was expected. The attack on the black marinated egg was completely reasonable. Also, Tony Stark contacted me and told me that before Nick Fury fell into a coma, he had revealed who the murderer was. Eddie paused here. Who is it? Anton was curious. Nick Fury said that the mastermind behind the scenes is Batman, and the person who wants to kill him is Batman. There is still one chapter left. It will probably be very late. Everyone should get up tomorrow to read it. I said before to avoid updating in the early morning, but I habitually have to write until the early morning. I don't know why. I feel good when I write at night. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.